we go inside VaRiuS, and then I have to come out. Let them dancing first. I will try to go in again. They're not even dancing. This is like stalling for now.
ಕೂಡಲ ಆವ ಮೊಗಲ್ ಮಚರಾಯಿ ಮಾತ ಮೇಲಡಿ ಆವ ಜಾಗ ಜ್ವಾಲಾದ ಢಾಳಿ ಅಂಬೆ ಕರ್ನಲ್ ಆವ ಬಂಚರಬೆ ದಾಳಿ ಹಾಲಿ ಆವ ಹಿಗೋಳ ಗೇಲರ ಜನ್ಮ ಹತ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಎಟ್ಲಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ
Yeah, but if we cannot fucking go inside the cow, we cannot. We're not. Do you think we have a Starlink or something?
જમીનો કરતા બેટલો કે એના ભારત કરું ખરો मां जगदंबानी आराधना करती अद्भुत गुजरातમાં मां जगदंबानी ચરજુ ગવાય છે માડીના ગરબાએ ગવાય છે ને શંકરાચાર્ય
Tell when the flowers are very white.
When are they gonna finish talking?
And the flowers are also white.
Normally when. So I can try walking
Cool,
inside.
we're so close. How do I get up there? Look at the bridge. Wow, that was cool. I'd say this game is kind of hard.
Wow.
There's one. Oh, wait, is there one here? Some butterflies. Oh, yeah, there. Shit. That's the wrong button. Thank you.
Why they can just dance everywhere? So this area they're not gonna dance in? Just gonna wash?
Bring back the bucket. I mean, I'm enjoying trying out new weapons, but we're using this one for a long time and it doesn't feel super effective in this ice world. It's got a level of strength. It's good. Return of the bucket. Love the helmet. Thank you. I have a bell helmet. Belmet. Yeah, buddy. Oh shit.
Oh chat, that is statue! The biggest statue in the world! It looks like this, but it's way bigger.
Belmet.
In Ahmed.
There's two of these guys, that's why I was in trouble so
They
fast.
look like this. I don't know who is this guy. But this is they have the biggest, tallest statue in the world. With this guy statue.
Who is him? Schmack and last Schmack. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta go for the Schmack.
The Iron Man of India. Why? So he do like soldier?
Expecting like an Elden Ring, but I mean it's a much smaller company from South. And a different company as well. I don't know why you would be disappointed in a completely different developer for making a game in the same genre as another game that was like mind-blowingly good, in my opinion. You know what I mean? You shouldn't. I feel like to some degree you probably should not expect that from other games. That would just ruin your game.
Where's the crowd for?
Oh shit, not these guys. Oh, I hate these guys. Hold it. Oh, I really don't like these little fellas. Okay, good. I'm getting them. This one goes on forever. That attack. Or like it traverses a lot of space.
Okay, I think people come to this way.
There we go, nice. Got it.
Dancing. It's a crowd for. Everybody, why don't you dancing now?
I mean, the open world and boss fights are more exciting. I still don't. I don't know. Did you expect this game to be an open world game? Why? Because Elden Ring was. Yeah, see the problem? That does not make sense.
Let's go see in a movie.
This is good. Why is he like transparent slightly? Huh.
What the hell is that?
all of FromSoft's games to be open world in the future either. You know?
Look at
I
that
would
face.
also probably
She has to act like
be
scary.
disappointed.
Bro.
Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Cool, we got him though. I'm so bad, baby. Okay.
Oh, let's have so many different gods.
Cool, Nelson. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, who is that?
Ah, what the? Cereal? If this game was open world, it might have been worse. Not all devs know how to make an open world game. Yeah, I feel like it's good the way it is. I wouldn't want it open world. And that would be a completely different project as well, like in terms of scale. This is very unrealistic expectations. The fact that these guys aim so well, even if you're sprinting, is insane. Like they aim spot on when you're sprinting. Freaking accurate voice, that's for sure. Oh, why did I was so aggressive? Oh shit, yeah. These guys are not to be messed with. He's come at me, bro.
What are you guys fighting?
I swear, I was trying to go behind. Okay, it's okay. I have faith in myself, my abilities. He does 2 attacks sometimes. Really. I am not super confident anymore.
Actually answer and tell.
Mostly because there's multiple enemies here, and some of them are attacking me with gross attacks that are literally murdering me. Oh shit, now this guy's here too.
I'm not a tour guide.
And there's a ranged guy behind me. Which is not good. It's okay. It's okay, Chad. We can deal with this. There we go. He's dead. He's dead. Everyone dead. Okay, let's go back. This guy can't attack us anymore. Look at him! He's trying to get down! This is my first playthrough. Thank you, Alice, for the prime 5 months. Appreciate that very much. Put on a hat song. Speak Swedish. I don't think I did that. I cannot teabag. I cannot sneak in this game. Nu jäklar! Nu ska vi gå och döda massor med snubbar. Och damer. Oh! Jag kommer synd om dem där. Nej, vet du vad? Det kommer inte alls för synd. De gör så jävla mycket skada ibland. Åh, men nej. Men den där ser lite suspekt ut, va?
Are they gonna have show like this every day?
Nej. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. That looks suspicious AF.
Sit down then.
That looks suspicious AF. So in case you didn't know, if you look at the loot and it has a wiggling tail, that is a sign that that's not loot. That is a monster that's going to eat your face and leave you to rot.
So we come to the wrong day. Normally, when we go event, you should come second day, right? So you like avoiding all the government talking thing, right?
Okay. I mean, what's the worst that could happen over there?
Like the
shit, I guess
opening
that there's a lot of snipers.
ceremony.
Tracking arrow snipers. That could be pretty bad, to be honest. He's dead. But there's only one of them. This game is cool. I might pick it up. I hope you enjoy this video.
What?
1 and dodge. And 3 hits and dodge. Wait for stamina. 1 hit. Wait.
I think it's a bad
dodge.
eat it.
2
Zoom in,
hits.
zoom out, zoom in, zoom out.
Wait. Dodge. 2 hits. Wait. Dodgy. 2 hits. cold something. Oh, I don't remember what it's called. We'll see soon though. This seems safe. This game likes tricking you. Glacier ring. Ooh, snow angel. Glacier, a ring featuring a jewel carved from unmelting ice, increases resistance to frostbite. Let's use that one. Yeah. How did nothing happen? Yeah, this game is giving me some real PTSD. See here's another loot example. And this one is not wiggling, so it's safe to pick up.
So this is where they're gonna dance.
Can mods clip that? Maybe that's a good tutorial. You can clip that and then I can search up myself. Shit, there's a dog and this. Oh, there's two dogs. Oh god. Ow, don't stand in that.
I think tomorrow, have a day off.
I do want to kill this guy first because he's more annoying.
People celebrate this festival.
But also the dogs are more
I don't want to
faster.
come to this
Wait, am I healing? Where did they go? They just do that much
like
damage?
some local or something that
Ow!
dance.
Ow! Everyone does a lot of damage right now. Kind of risky. Ouch! He's dead. I am stuck. Chad?
Yeah, but I don't know where the local do. Like, I see they're doing the live, but they don't like do crazy dance.
Help.
They like celebrate, like stuff, like chill celebrate.
Get it out. Nice.
I don't know. I tried to go home today
Break
before
games. I'm no break games on purpose.
midnight, so I can actually have a good sleep.
Oh my god, look! Snow. Cute. Cute.
Oh, they have an online movie. Send me in
Actually
Discord.
walk into snow. Is this a danger area? I have 3 right now. I'm gonna make another vestige. I can check what the
they're gonna
vestige
dance
is
like
called
10
now,
p.m.
because since there was a question in chat. Snow fort? Chat, do you want to build a snow fort? Come on, let's go.
But chat, you can see like people dressed traditional. Very nice dress.
Maybe always plays better with cat ears on. Yeah, it's a Dex buff. Thief. I mean, the closest bonfire is called Thief. Look at Dua Lipa. Oh, you reckon? 2,097 times.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh shit, okay. This guy's easy if you know the tactic. Oh, there's 2. Uh-oh. I'm not very confident anymore when there's 2 of them.
What god is that? It's like a bad guy.
Jesus Christ! I'm getting bullied. That's bullying. That was bullying.
Demon. Is it a people hand? Is it a hand?
Oh my god. Don't bully me. Very rude, I will kill you for it.
They cut people hand?
What the hell? Where did those guys come from?
I know
Oh,
one
shit. I'm
character
gonna run
before.
for
I
it.
don't know, it's like in India
Too
or
many
no, but
enemies
there
at this
was a
point.
guy who cut people with finger.
Where am I supposed to go anyways? Oh, up here, obviously. I have a bonfire close, so next time I can kill those guys. I don't want to kill them and the other guys together. That would be kind of bad. Plus they're bullies. We don't appreciate bullies. Holy shit, that's a lot of damage. Can you chill? Smack. 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 Should you be singing songs from Frozen? That's what I was doing.
You look scary.
do you mean? Nice.
The hand is too cute.
Not oh, there's another dog inside that room. Smack! Oh, I missed him. Ah! Give me loot! Give me your loot. Cause I want ancestor sword. Sweet.
Do you understand what he said?
There's gonna be a lot of dudes here. Ouch. This guy has... I have the high ground. Stop. Combat looks great. Yeah, I'm enjoying the combat. Hey, hello little pets. How you doing? What's that? Why does that look so sus? Oh no, not these. What? How did I miss him? He was right in front of me, bloody hell. He was like underneath, but like, shouldn't I aim for it?
Slap the hand.
Nice. I got the high ground, Anakin. Funky hell. Pregnant lady. Man thing. Pregnant ananas.
Who is that?
Sounds scary. I don't know what that was for, but I broke it. There's another one of these guys. I don't know if there's any benefit of killing those guys.
Step on him.
Besides like a little bit of extra souls, maybe? Just focusing on getting the loot and everything. Pregnanante.
Guy. Muscle.
Thinks there's so many monsters around. There's 2 of them, by the way. I think it's a tiny bit excessive.
Chat, maybe can I do
More
this on
loot.
Halloween? No, you cannot. It's disrespectful, right?
Reaper! Ah! Ah! Run! There are 2 Reapers? Sounds like there was 2. Ouch. It's getting bad, chat. I'm getting swarmed! Swarmed! Eeh. Oh no, not an invisible dude. Oh shit. See ya later, nerd.
Who is that guy?
Hold on, what's that? More Fernanda? Oh, this is what I need! Oh shit, there's enemies near. The Reaper, obviously. It's exactly what I need though. Oh no. I couldn't dodge because I was stuck in the animation of trying to heal when there's no healing thing. Empty charge, how you doing?
Imagine the way to pick it up, guys.
So close to
I don't
me.
know how many,
Oh!
maybe 10,000. Shiwa.
Weekend with more weight. Oh no, that sucks. That sucks big time.
At advertising.
Hi Rain, how you doing? I'm glad I had a bonfire up here. I don't think I'm gonna kill these guys.
Oh, so Shiwa
Explore most of the area
can help her,
already, so
but only she has to step on him.
that's gonna be easy peasy lemon squeezy. Ouch. There's more dogs than I imagined. Nice. I have a Sony 5000. Wait, what's
Can
this?
you hear me talk? If I talk
Oh,
like
wow,
this
that's the only way I
before,
can get there?
When I'm waiting for the
shit.
like actually dancing,
I did not realize that until I
but
was
it's
on the roll.
like 11 a.m. p.m. now.
Ow. Huh. Sony 5100 is the camera I have. 5100. That's A. Wait, did he die? What did they die
No
of?
one dancing around. No one dancing. Just watching.
Okay, let's see. There's a loot up there that I want really badly.
Yeah, I kind of feel like people are walking away. It's like this character is dancing now or something.
You see the Perry? Woggy woggy. Let's go ahead and go back here to real world. Bad bull. Hello, Link Tree. Just chilling, killing, you know? By you. Where's my souls at?
Sorry,
Didn't that guy kill me?
It's very difficult for me to dress
Maybe
and
not.
streaming at the same time.
This guy killed me, right?
And no one said anything about that. So I think we're fine.
Nice. Pick up the loot.
What's that?
This is a push ladder. Nice.
No, Evan.
For what? Guess that goes in the water. This is going.
The slayer of demons.
It's one of those. There's loot down there. Maybe I should go umbral so I can pick up this.
Let's see you later, buddy.
Parcel, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that very much.
I say once more. Welcome to
What don't you understand, second
my
loot?
skills that also you
Felt like a log last night and woke up in the fireplace. Ah, that's not nice.
I know we have to strive, but I need to hear the risk.
I heard a song "Give Me the Loot" by Biggie. No, I have not heard that. Why are they
Mounds of blood coming to the table.
The crows are watching.
And the polenta.
Bring her back from the dead? Oh shit. Oh my god, this guy is not kidding around. Ha! No wait, I forgot the loot! Oh shit.
Oh, I think I saw a little bit dancing.
I forgot the loot, it's over there.
Have it going inside.
Probably gonna be shit loot anyways.
The ground area where.
I'll pick it up later.
I
Nice.
did. Yeah,
Lift me
someone
up.
has to start, Jack.
Lift me up and never stop. Wait, where do I continue
No,
now?
it's getting started. What the fudge? What the fudge? Where did I go? Where did I come from? Where did I go? Maybe I'm just supposed to go back here.
This is the stone child.
I think that makes
So
sense.
it
Let's go
has
back
to be
here.
a specific dancing, right? Has to be going around, people. Has to be like circle.
Oh no, I've been here already. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's a reaper here. Oh, two reapers. Oh
I see
god.
people dancing that way. Let's go.
And it is used a lot for
Two reapers! The price of one.
That is circle.
That's great, wonderful, amazing, fabulous.
today what we're going to
Okay, I should figure out where to go now though.
that from the stone ground.
Yours lost? I feel like I'm mostly okay in terms of like getting around in this game. Oh, maybe it's over here.
That is circle. It's like kind of like church.
Therefore,
I've not been here.
and a lot of
There's an ice queen here. Elsa is here.
Of course, you want
Oh god.
as your
Kind of cool
This
dancing.
guy is here. This guy is the worst guy ever. Thank you. We're gonna see if there's a shortcut. Is this going back where I came from?
Is that the
I
sound
need to check before I do
necessary?
anything.
At this point,
Ooh, this is not where I came from. Hog? Losh. I don't know where I've been. I found the way, chat. Hoggy woggy. What happened to my hair? Doesn't like that. Look at it. What the fudge?
I like the frame gang.
Murlocs.
Oh, they're getting bigger and bigger, guys.
and the polenta is
Yo,
poured in
Hello.
everyone know how to dance.
gently. Makes the stone
Get bigger and bigger.
Hoggy woggy sounds bad. Funky Wonky
Damn,
could
that's
be a
a
good.
crazy dance. What is the most pit mean? They're about to start most pit. Okay, that's so dangerous. I might have to be worried.
The lamp bear.
Getting down. They're getting bigger.
Wait, what? I bought it and now I can buy food. That makes sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't have a feel now. Maybe it has like stock.
So cool you have the pattern how to dance. Like when in Thailand go to the party,
Whoa!
the dance is like
Chad,
that, like,
there's a boss?
just-
Chad, there's the boss,
It's
and it's
messy
beautiful.
dance.
No
pattern.
Good to
I
know.
don't see the
sounds.
most pit yet.
Really? Valero?
While
Let's
in
do
town.
one.
I see
my
the
God.
like K-pop groups,
Now,
like
can I take this
Japanese
back? The
groups.
beautiful part? It looked beautiful.
It's a trick.
It's like a little child ball. Steal it.
I see the girl.
Friendly? Don't go close to that ball.
ગુજરાતમાં ભાદરવા મહિનો આવતા માય ભક્તો પગપાળા માં જગદંબાને ગુગળું
Oh my God, it's a
આપવા જાય છે.
waifu?
કહે છે કે માં તમે અહીં આરાસુરમાં ભલે બિરાજો પણ મોરકામાં મારે ગામ રમવા
Is it God's
પધારજો.
Can Duo?
Let people dance.
હોય શ્રદ્ધાના કુળ તો હાલો મારી હારે આરાસુ.
This song sounds good.
Are they friendly or not? They're not. Am I fighting? Okay.
I
There's
will
someone
go look
horrible
at
going.
the one. Don't worry, Chad.
That feels great. Yeah, let's say screw the other and go for
So
the.
they separate between
Mistress
girl and
or
guy
something.
side.
What the hell? How do I attack her? Only Umbral. Oh my god, I have to go Umbral, I guess. I don't know what's happening to the floor. I have no idea what's going on.
That side is bigger.
I don't know if I want to know. I don't know what the bird is doing in the back. I don't know what's happening over here. It's kind of cold. I don't know why. My mother. Where is the boss? There she is. Hello. Boss lady. I'm very
I don't know
confused.
what. Yeah, this one is big one.
Is she stealing my stamina? No, I'm speeding. Gimmick boss? Okay, I have to figure out the gimmick then. I don't understand what this means.
Are you guys
Ouch.
dancing, Chad?
What does this mean? Like I can't be outside of whatever. Ouch! Where's the lady? She's over here. Wait, is she dying? Like she's dying faster. Do I have to face the boss faster or the other guy? Yeah, there we go. Oh, I killed her! Big time. Shit. What the hell is going on now? Oh, he's mad. Where's it? Where did the music go? The sound's kind of weird.
And they are,
What? What do I do now?
I like the color of the
Ow,
girl.
ow.
So colorful.
I don't know what to do. I can't focus on him at all. What the? I have absolutely no clue what to do. Avoid it? It was everywhere. I couldn't focus on anything. But all of her minions disappeared
Another
when he
ad
killed
hoc.
her.
So they let people dance and then
Maybe
they're talking and then they let people dance and then they're talking again.
No, I couldn't focus on the crows. I can't do any attacks on them. I can't, you know, throw an aim. Okay, let's try it again.
Some people not
We
be
do
so
a gamba?
tired.
We'll do it within 2 tries. We'll do a wrist gamba, 2 tries. What did you think of the boxing match? Oh man, the boxing match was bad. I was watching boxing last night and it was fun and all, but then the last two matches were the biggest ones. Were both kind of they're like hugging matches / blocking matches. Guys, gamba gamba! Do you think I will get the box in 2 tries? Yes, we can.
They're not let them dance, yeah? They have another acting.
Stay alive.
Who cares?
No, the previous try does not count.
People just want to
Traffic
dance, guys. Let them dance.
Yeah, the main events was pretty rough, man. But it was some fun matches
we don't
before
come here
that.
tomorrow. Too many
Like, I watched for
advertising.
hours. I watched it even before they.
It's like watching YouTube.
A certain density. because
Never
otherwise
watching
they will
YouTube boxing
break up
game again.
hot.
Maybe it's
Portobello
range
is
attacks.
also
I couldn't focus on the boss,
Now, out of
so
the
I don't think.
Portobello, and it's quite readily available. The actual stem is quite woodsy, but don't throw it away. Save them in the freezer. And I make a stuffing with it, a mushroom stuffing, which is wonderful. So save all your stems, whatever, clean it, chop them fine, and make a pasta stuffing with it. Out of the Portobello, it's very meaty. The gills is what will render a lot of time your sauce very black. So why don't you just scrape that out? It tastes fine. It just looks less appealing. And again. While I'm doing this, I'm going to just light the fire. Olive oil. In a nice white pan, when you're sauteing mushrooms, get yourself a lot of space because they have water. You want the water to evaporate. You want the flavors to concentrate. So give them ample space again. Let's crush the garlic. I want the flavor, but I don't want little pieces of garlic within mushrooms or to remain with me. I love garlic, but I have difficulties in digesting it. Well, that is browning. Let me pick up some more mushrooms. Let's see what else I'd like. Some morels. Wonderful morels. They're spring mushroom, but they're really wonderful. The morels, all you need is to cut them just in half, or you can even leave them whole, but I like half. Let's see what else. Cremini. Let's pick a cremini. Wonderful mushrooms, like the Portobello. The stem is a little woodsy, but the rest is all wonderful and edible. Let's brush it, and let's just cut it in 3. Okay, I think I have enough mushrooms here for. And give them space again. Rosemary, whole sprig too, then you can pull out whatever little leaves remain in there, let them be. A little bit of salt, again, to flavor it and to pull out the water. A little bit of fresh pepper. At this point, you can put a little butter. You can add a little bit more olive oil. And just a little bit of stock to make the sauce. A little parsley. And let that simmer. It reminds me, I had a great aunt, Maria Santola. We used to call her Santola. And she was a forager, she was a herbalist, and she used to take me with her. She used to make the tzavate for me, which means the house slippers by hand. She used to sort of touch them. And she used to take me with her in the woods, and the smell of this mushroom just brought me right back into her little house. She used to have a little scagnetto, which is a little seed for me, and I would sit there and clean the mushrooms. The whole house was full of mushroom smell. This took me right back. Okay, now back to, seriously, let's say a spoon. Dip it in the water again so that the polenta will slide off. I just want a nice little mound in the center. Not so little because I like polenta. Now this could be a main course. Could be an appetizer. It's easy because you can see the polenta stays comfortably there and you can do your other works. Plate-Doh is hot, but the polenta retains its heat, so don't worry about letting it stay. I like my sauce pulled, and I love my raw olive oil at the end to amalgamize, to sort of tie my sauce. when you want to tie the sauce, shake the pan. You see me always shaking and making this noise, but there's a reason. It sort of incorporates the air in the fat molecules that are spreading with the heat. It makes the sauce denser and fluffier. So when you see those chefs, even when I hire chefs in my restaurants, I observe every move that they make. I observe how they touch food. It tells me an awful lot. And when I see them shaking the pans, I says, okay, that's a good sign. So shake those pans. Now, the smell of rosemary, of garlic, of mushrooms. You should be here, you really should. The porcini. This is the king of mushrooms. Let's see, those little piglets. I want a little bit of the polenta to show on the side, so I want the mushrooms, I'm going to just pile them on the top. And I'm being generous here with the mushrooms. What is in there that I want to decorate it with? Of course, rosemary. I don't need to go too alien. Maybe a little. Now. Doesn't that look delicious? Good. Now, the next dish that we're going to do is polenta crunchata. And polenta crunchata is a Piedmontese dish. Piemonte is a region of Italy where all those great wines, Barolo, Barbaresco, come from. And it's nestled underneath the Alps, right by the French border. Okay, let's see. The polenta is still hot. Let me just revive it a little bit. Add a little bit of the water. And let's see, I have a plate set here, yeah. For the polenta crunchata, coordination of colors too. You see a little yellow here, a little yellow there, just to exalt the yellow in the polenta. What I have here, I had some butter which I rendered until the specks became just slightly brown, that nutty flavor I want in the butter. Now, polenta crunchata is basically cheese, raw cheese, added to hot polenta, whipped, and then served with a topping of this browned butter and some additional cheese. Okay. Here I have some fontina cheese. Fontina cheese is a cheese from Piemonte region. It's an all cow's milk cheese. It is very tasty. It's a soft cheese. It's a cheese that's good to cook with because it melts into a creamy consistency when... And I'm going to shut the fire. The heat of the polenta is enough to really melt the cheese because then you want these little specks of cheese in there. This is toma. Toma is a Piedmontese cheese also, which is cow's milk and sometimes goat's, sometimes sheep's milk mixed in it. And it's a soft cheese and it's really intense, it's really mature, it has a lot of flavor. Now you notice I really don't want to cook all this cheese, I just wanted to just melt it into the polenta. A little Parmigiano. Now that's not Piedmontese, that's from Reggio Emilia, but a little Parmigiano is good everywhere. And you notice the strings of the cheese. That's one wonderful. There are the little specks of cheese in there, not melted. You see the strings, that's what you want when you eat it. Okay. Just a little bit of the brown butter, not too much. I just want the nuttiness of it, those little specks. And let me just top it off with a little Parmigiano or any of the cheeses. And what you want is just sort of little curls. Okay. And let's see, maybe put a bay leaf here. That will look nice since the flavor in there is the bay leaf. Does this look wonderful or what? And you should smell it. It just smells wonderful. Two simple polenta dishes and yet so wonderful. The versatility of polenta extends from breakfast to dessert. And now we're going to make a wonderful dessert. Now this is the polenta that we chilled before. Just sort of move it in and then just whack it right out. This it is, you see, and it's very handleable. Do not feel in any way that you cannot handle this. Now there's a little bumps here. You might want to straighten them out, just like a cake, and you treat it again. You might want to leave them and just eat a bumpy dessert. That's not a problem. Let's see, yeah. Now, we need some nice ripe strawberries, sliced, and we'll marinate them with some honey. And the honey, you can use mixed honey or flavored honey, acacia flavor or chestnut. Honey is just wonderful. A little bit of powdered sugar. Let's see what else we have here. Some wonderful blueberries. Let me add that. Okay, we'll let this just marinate just enough to brown the polenta in some butter. A nice white skillet where you have a lot of surface, and you can shape it any way you want, but I'll do it in sort of pie shapes. That's it. All right. When frying the polenta, it is best to fry it in a non-stick skillet so it really doesn't stick. You get a nice browning top to it. And we need just enough butter to coat the skillet. And this wonderful town of Bucelaire, where I grew up, we had cornfields. And the harvest would be in August. But us kids used to love the cornfield because we would play hide and seek. You know, the corns are tall and planted distant from each other, and we would run through it playing hide and seek. We would sort of pluck the beards, make hairdos, hang it around and make mustache. Of this, we would carry around with this, like Fu Manchu we would look. But when the harvest was in August, when the plant was almost dry, because you wanted the kernel to be dry to make the polenta flour, it would be brought into the courtyard, and there we would separate the ears, and the stalks themselves would be burnt, and the ashes would be put back into the land for fertilizer. The husks would be saved to put in the pens of the animals, and the finer leaves of the husks would be put to dry on the cement, and mattresses would be made out of. Summer mattresses would be made out of them. They were called paioni. I used to love to sleep on them because you would nestle your head in there, and this whole smell of grass, of corn, would come into my nostrils as I would fall asleep. And there was constantly a rustling sound because as you were laying, moving, something was always moving, and I had all kinds of visions of animals, of bears coming, of wolves coming. But ultimately, that noise really lulled me to sleep. Good memories, nice memories. Okay, now the polenta you want it to be nice and golden. Let's just set it on a towel just to drain. Let's assemble the dessert. I think 2 slices would be enough for a dessert portion. You know, when you decorate food, sometimes it's the best to let it fall. Let's see, I have some boysenberries. And, you know, sometimes I go to prepare something and I says, okay, when I get there, I see what I'll put even preparation for the show. Let me tell you, I had them going crazy. I says, when I get there, I see how I feel, what's really wonderful. So the figs really look great. Figs are Mediterranean. So let's see. This cherries right here. Some mint. Now this you could serve for dessert, or you could serve it for breakfast. I don't see why not. All right. Does this look wonderful or what? And as we say at my house, tutti a tavola for dessert. Oh campagnola bella, tu sei la reginella, negli occhi tuoi c'è sole, c'è calore delle vali tutte in fior. You and your guests too will sing the praises to these wonderful chicken dishes. So stay with me and learn how to make them. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to my free-range kitchen. Today we are cooking chicken. Yes, today you hear all this talk about free-range chicken and pan chicken and whatever, but from what I can remember, I always ate chicken like this. You hear of vegetables, organic, hydroponic, whatever. I mean, this is the way we were supposed to eat to begin with. So why don't we get there already and start eating like that? Now, chicken. Chicken is undoubtedly one of the favorites of everybody. I guess it's easy to make, it's healthy, it's quick, and this dish is bocconcini of boneless chicken, small pieces. Bocconcini is one boccone, and small pieces of sausages, and just sort of caramelized together with a little honey and vinegar. I have a chicken breast, and I guess this is pretty clean. I'll be cutting this while I'm telling you. Okay. There is the Poussin, or the smallest chicken, which is about a pound, and that is a wonderful chicken when you do a whole chicken, or if you want to grill the whole. Then there are the fryers, and those are from about 2 to 4 pounds. And they are exactly what they say. If you want to pan fry them, if you want to bread them and fry them. And then there are the roasters, and the roasters go from 4 to 6 pounds, and they're exactly what it says. They're good for roasting. So nice, good whole chicken for roasting. And what to look for is, I guess it's hard to say because there is so many bad chickens out there, really. Chicken that are just sort of slipping right out of your hands. Look for a nice firm chicken that the skin has some texture, is dry, and it's taut on, it's connected to the rest of the meat. A nice sort of healthy looking chicken. The sausage that I have here that I'm going to be using, there's the regular link sausage, and there's the Luganiga. I kind of like this long Luganiga sausage, and it's pork sausage, and I like it simple. I don't like the aniseeds in it, especially if I'm doing chicken, because I want to really taste the flavor of the chicken. Let's see, nice little pieces. Okay, I have some ready here because of time. Now, sausage, there's an endless array of sausage flavorings, and you know, you can ask your butcher. Most of the butchers make them. I'm going to add a little bit of oil. I'm going to begin with the sausages themselves, sort of caramelize them and get all. And what you want to do in this dish, you want sort of space, because you want quick, high, intense heat, and you want everything to be caramelized. As you know, chicken breast can dry out rather quickly. Now you can make this dish with other parts of the chicken if you prefer the thigh, or you can make it with chicken on the bone. Just keep in mind the cooking time. In that case, I would put the chicken right in with the sausage, brown it well, and then use more of the stock and more of the wine to let it cook thoroughly. slightly salt the chicken. High heat, intense, searing off the chicken breast. I'm going to find a little corner here and just put a little bit of olive oil. And I'm going to put the garlic. I have chopped garlic here, chopped fine garlic. And when you chop the garlic fine like this, the garlic will remain amongst the meat and the sausages. If you do not want the garlic in there, but you want the flavor of garlic, take the whole garlic clove, crush it, put extra on, put 6, 7, 8, and just let them cook with it, and then you can see it and remove it. But in this case, I'm going to leave it, because if I were to throw it right in with the meat, it would stick on to the meat and then not brown or something, and then the raw garlic is really very, very hard to digest. So just make a little corner for that and let that caramelize also. Now, the chicken is nice and caramelized. I'm going to add just a little bit of honey. And honey is a wonderful product. Of course, it's a basic product. But in cooking, in roasting, the sugar makes everything caramelized. It gives it a wonderful color. If you are roasting, you're having a roast, and at the end you take a teaspoon of honey and you take some of the juices from the roasting pan and you mix that. And you brush the roast with that, you'll get a nice mahogany finish. There you go. You see the color that the honey is giving to the chicken? Okay, make sure that you don't burn it. But we put pepper at this. At this point I'll put a little bit of butter. See the goldenness? Now to counteract the sweetness, I'm going to add a little bit of vinegar. So, you know, it's all a play of flavors, a balance of acidity, sweetness, and okay. So I have the color there. I have the balance between the sweetness and the tartness. I'm going to add a little bit of white wine. Some more salt, a touch of stock, not too much because everything is just about cooked. And what I want here, I really don't want all that much sauce. I want the sauce basically to adhere to the chicken, to the meat. But whatever you do, when you work with chicken, make sure that you cook it properly, that you cook it thoroughly, and that you clean all the surfaces where you have worked. I mean, the chicken should be addressed, and then everything should be washed thoroughly for you to proceed with anything else. Okay. I'm slowly watching it because I want the sauce to attach itself to the meat, but I don't want it to burn. Parsley at the end. And we are ready. Just freshen up the just a little bit of color, I kind of. There's a wonderful aroma of vinegar, garlic, sausages, and this wonderful mahogany color. Can you taste that? Can you smell it? Well, I can tell you it's wonderful. Pollo alla campagnola, country-style chicken. The name sounds comforting. It is wonderful. And it is one of my daughter's favorite, Tanya. And if it's her favorite, of course, makes me happy to cook it. These are the spring chickens, the small, about 1 pound. Let me show you. What this dish is best if it is the chicken with the bone, the whole, and the skin gets caramelized, so it's best that way. You can do it, I guess, with boneless chicken or with just breast, but you have to be careful not to overcook the breast. Okay, to debone the chicken, you just nice sharp knife, and again slow strokes, and you just get to the joint and you just press out, and it will tell you exactly. Next we go to the wing, and again just give it a little cut and it will tell you exactly where it ends. Now the wing, you can cut this part off, I leave it on, and then you can take it off later on again. Now the neck I usually take away. This is the backbone. It's actually, I like this part very much. To eat around the bone, it's the sweetest. So it's up to you if you'd like to put it in. I'm going to put it in, or if you'd like to save it. But don't throw it away. Whatever you do, don't throw it away. The necks and this, you can save it and you can make a nice stock with it. Oh, that's Chicha. Do you hear Chicha? That's my dog. I have a chow. I love it. It's beautiful. It has a blue tongue and is such a good watchdog. We're really in my house. We're really in my kitchen. So therefore, all the sounds are sounds that are sounds of my life. See this skin, a little bit, if it just comes off like that, take it off. Keep it sort of, you don't want any appendages hanging, but keep it nice, clean pieces. You know, Chicha lives quite well also. I bring back from the restaurant ossobuco bones, and she waits for me every night. My husband is actually Felice. He's the one that takes care of her. And she waits for him and jumps up and down when she hears him coming. What you want to do here is a nice hot pan and really sear and brown the chicken. Okay, I think we have enough, so I'm going to leave that piece out. Cut any excess skin. Now again, when you work with chickens, you got to clean everything. You got to finish the dish, but then just wash everything off with soap and water to begin anything else. Okay, nice hot pan. I'm going to season it. Salt, fresh pepper, and skin down as much as possible. These are some young potatoes, and young potatoes are nice, first of all, as far as colors and flavors, but you could use a whole large potato, Idaho, and then cut it in quarters. Wash it well. I like the skin in this dish. Wash well the skin and leave the skin in. Just cut it in half. Yes, Tanya, my daughter, she lives in Florence. She is finishing a doctorate in art history and Renaissance art historian. You know, sometimes it's funny how life sort of takes its turns we lived in Istria, which is a little peninsula, which was part of Italy. And after World War II, Italy lost the war, of course, and as the spoils of war had to give up certain territories. And Istria was the territory that Italy had to give up, all the way from Trieste to Fiume, and it went to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia then had a communist regime, and after it really got all its boundaries, it really tightened up, an Iron Curtain went up. So my parents decided to actually escape that. So my brother, Franco, my mother, and I, we went as tourists. They wouldn't allow the whole family to go over because they knew that they wouldn't come back. And my father had to escape at night. As children, we didn't know that was happening. We just thought we were going on vacation. But then our father joined us, and we were all together, and life wasn't all that easy. We had family which helped us, but there was a camp set up. It was San Saba, and it was the camp for political refugees, they call them. And we stayed in the camp for a year and a half until the United States opened its immigration doors, and we were on a quota and finally accepted as immigrants in the United States. And that was in 1958. So I came here, I was quite young, I was 12 years old. I feel very American, I feel very Italian, so I feel bicultural. I really have two very strong cultures in me, and I feel so much richer. I'm getting everything nice and brown. You're watching the pot as I'm talking, right? I'm getting everything nice and brown. That's the idea. My husband Felice is also from Istria, and he did the same track that we did. He migrated as a young man by himself, and we met here in Astoria. So therefore we have a common background. And we took the kids back to Italy every year. I mean, my son Joseph was 9 months old when we first took him, and we spent 2.5 months up and down Italy in restaurants and wineries, and every year thereafter. So really they loved Italy as children. And of course, Tanya developed this love for Italian Renaissance art and married Corrado, an Italian, and is now living there. And she's doing her way of promoting the Italian culture through art. About a year ago, she started some gastronomical wine and art tours in Italy. So I'm going to join actually at the end of this week. I'm going to go and join her on one of her tours. I'm putting in the hot pepperoncino. You can use the crushed pepper or the whole pepperoncino. And these are Kalamata olives or gaeta or any flavorful olives that you have. You add to it. It could be green. And they will sort of leave that earthy flavor onto the chicken and the potatoes. I'm going to season it well. And at this point, I'm going to put the onions. And the onions, I want in quarters because I want them crunchy. I don't want them completely sort of disintegrated. I want to have them caramelized, and I want to eat them crunchy with the chicken and the potatoes. I am going to lower the flame a bit now that everything is caramelized. I'm going to cover it and let it steam with its own juices. I'm not going to add any liquid at all. No wine, no stock, or anything. Just its own, but you have to sort of lower down. The water from the onions, the water from potatoes, from the chicken will be enough to really steam it. Let me check on the chicken. See, we had the caramelization, and now the steam is sort of cooking it, and you don't want sauce at all. You just want it barely to be to be wet. Okay? But you must remember to keep it at a medium to low temperature. And I have to tell you, finish the story of my family. It makes me always happy. Then, I don't want to forget Dina. Now, Dina is Joe is my son's wife. And she is wonderful. She loves chicken too, by the way. She's Dina Damiano, and she is a third generation Italian in America. She's a wonderful young lady and just fell into our table. You know, the table is the center of our existence here. At least I communicate with food. Love, passion, emotion, hugs, kisses, it's all with food. We are almost there. I'm going to put some rosemary. And the rosemary, you can put it in the beginning, but even towards the end, you get even a fresher aroma instead of it burning on the bottom. You just want the aroma. And with herbs, keep out the woodsy part because that gives it a bitterness and it's tanning. With this chicken, I'm going to have some white wine, but you could have even a light red. A nice Chianti would be fine. A nice Merlot. I'm just in the mood for a nice Tokai. Tokai Friulano. Okay. I think that we are ready. And I'm going to serve this family style. It's soft, juicy. You can tell that the chicken is nice and moist. You know, in cooking, less is really more. You know, sometimes I'm going to put this and this and this. And by the time I eat some dishes, I says, my God, what a confusion. You know, the simpler, the less is always more. You have those 2, 3 ingredients and you let them really shine. Because as a cook, as a chef, what is my job is not to make ingredients. Nature gives me those wonderful ingredients for me to choose them, to choose the right ones, the best one. And then it is for me to exalt them and harmonize them. Now you see, it's the importance of this dish is the sequence. Chicken is crisp, the potatoes are nice and brown. The onion is wilted, and I want it like that. I don't want it. It's wilted, it's cooked, and it has a certain sweetness. It will be crunchy when you eat it. And some. You know, I feel like you're almost family. I mean, you got to know my family. I hope you do. And you'll hear more the more time I have. I'll pull you right in. But I love sharing my family with you. And since you're here with me, as we say at my house, let's go. Tutti a tavola a mangiare. Gnocchis are one of those magnificent, wonderful foods that evoke childhood memories in me. It's one of those foods that hug me and caress me when I eat them. And when they're at their best, they're as light as a feather, como una piuma. And I'm going to teach you how to do that. I'm going to share with you my secret. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to my home, welcome to my kitchen, and welcome to my little corner of paradise, which I want to share with you. Today we're going to make gnocchis. Gnocchis have been on my table ever since I can remember, and making them was part of my childhood. What is gnocchi? Gnocchi is a dough made out of potato and flour and kneaded into little sort of dumplings and shaped. To make good gnocchis, you need a starchy potato, such as Idaho or russet, and you need to boil them. You need to boil them in their jacket so they don't crack, so they don't absorb the water. We have some boiling right here. When they're done, you just pierce them, and when they're completely cooked, you drain them and let them cool just enough so you can handle them, because you're going to have to rice them, and you want them to be warm when you rice them. As a base in an Italian cuisine, you need tomato sauce. To make a good tomato sauce, you need plum tomatoes. Plum or San Marzano. San Marzano is a little town outside north of Naples where the sun really is hot and the soil is a volcanic soil. Therefore, the tomatoes really ripen with the sweetness of the sun in them. And they're the Roma tomato. You've seen them around. Now, you could make it with fresh tomatoes, but they need to be ripe. And these are canned tomatoes, and they're perfectly fine. Just make sure that you get the whole San Marzano tomato in its juice. Now, this is a little gadget. This is a food mill. Every house should have one, and it's put to so many uses. In this case, we'll pass the tomatoes through the mill. Okay. What will happen is actually that you'll break it down, and the seeds will remain in the seed. There's a little seed down there. Now, you don't want to pass the tomatoes in a food processor because it makes it very frothy and foamy. I don't want that. I want just the sauce and the density of the tomatoes to make a good tomato sauce. While I'm doing this, I'm going to let some of the juices drain. We're going to begin with some good olive oil. Some onions. I'm going to put just a little bit of salt whenever you cook onions. Salt helps to get the water out while it's simmering, so add a little bit of the salt. While that is simmering, I'll go back and mill the tomatoes. If you are using fresh tomatoes, make sure that they're nice and ripe. Then what you do, you just blanch them in hot water, and you peel them, and you proceed to do the same. Reserve all the juices from the tomato. The basic tomato sauce needs to cook a good 40 minutes, and we'll use a little bit of onions, a little bit of shredded carrots, and let that just wilt a little bit. I add the celery, and it's important at each step not to add everything all at once whenever you're cooking, but to get that little caramelization of each item. Let it sort of brown, and we'll add the tomato puree that we have passed through the food mill. We'll add bay leaves. Dry bay leaves, fresh bay leaves are perfectly fine. Just note the fresh bay leaves are at least twice, if not 3 times as strong as the dry ones. So when you do use them, be careful. And this is the little peperoncino, just to give it a little zest. Okay, and we'll let this slowly simmer. Now the potato needs to be drained, and then we'll proceed on making the gnocchi. Okay, we're peeling the potatoes, and try to peel them as hot as you can, keeping them in a clean kitchen towel, whatever, because when you rice them, you really want the potatoes to sort of be fluffy and separate. Get all the blemishes out. Now, this is a ricer. Very simple gadget, inexpensive, and for gnocchi is a must, but also for mashed potatoes you can use it. And all you do is fit the potatoes in there, and you just press them through the little openings. They don't fit in there. I'm just resting the bottom part for support. What is important is that all this moisture now comes out of the potatoes and that you let them absolutely cool completely. Because if there's a lot of humidity left in the potatoes, when you need it, it will require more flour, making them heavier and denser. But you want them light and fluffy with as little flour as possible and working the dough as little as possible. Okay, we have the water boiling for the gnocchis, salted water, and covered. Always use a lid. You know, if you use a lid, you use about 1/3 less energy, so use that lid. The salt that I prefer when cooking pasta is sea salt, the coarse sea salt, but kosher salt is just as good. We're going to make the sauce for the gnocchi, so when we finish with the gnocchi, we're ready to go. Okay, just a little bit of butter. The sauce is going to be an olive and tomato sauce with fresh basil. In this case, I'm using Gaeta olives. Okay, just take the pit out. And I like them coarse like this. Just push that pit right out, come right out. And again, I like them to brown just a little bit to get that flavor. And we'll use the tomato sauce that we made earlier right into it. It's perking. If you're cooking and the sauce gets dense, always use the cooking water of the pasta, even if the pasta has been in there. Just take it, put it right in the sauce, and get it the right density, and let's let it simmer while we make the gnocchis. The gnocchi, again, the flavor is the potatoes and the flour. A little nutmeg, and a little grater again. It's one of those gadgets that you should have in the kitchen. There's nothing like fresh ground nutmeg. You can get the powder one, but the fresh one really exalts it. And you don't need that much because nutmeg is intense. So just a little bit sprinkle. Okay. We'll need 2 eggs. You don't need a lot of eggs for this dough. Just whisk it, and of course, a little bit of salt. Whisk, and you always whisk the eggs before you put them in dough, before you put them anywhere, because you get them all mixed together. Otherwise, they're separated in the dough, and you don't get them back together. Just pour it right over. A bit of flour right on top. Fresh white pepper. Parmesan cheese to give it that flavor, the gnocchi itself. Now the gnocchi, this is the simplest form of gnocchi in itself, but gnocchis can be flavored with spinach, with carrot purees, and so on, so you can make them all different flavors. Now, you have to remember that I don't want you to work this dough a lot. I don't want the glutens in this dough. I just want the dough to fall together. We had gnocchi in my childhood, I don't know, just about every Sunday that I can remember. I used to love them. And they were made with different sauces. In the wintertime with game sauces, in the summertime with vegetables. And the whole family always got involved. As small kids, we would get around the table and we all get our own little piece of dough and work and shape the gnocchis. We were given that chore and we enjoyed it. We appreciated it because it made us feel really part of it. And this is something that you can do. I think that it's so important that families do eat together, do cook together. Cooking is sharing my affection, my love for my family, for my friends, or whomever comes to my table. Okay, now put a little pressure. You want to get the dough together. And as you can see, it's really easy. Scrape your board regularly. Now this board, this is a traditional board. As you can see, it has the base, and then on 3 sides it has a lip. Every household in Istria, where I actually come from, had one. And as a wedding present, you certainly got one. And this is where all the pasta was made. It was brought out to the table, and it contains everything, so you don't dirty the floor or the counter. But also more than that, the wood gives you a sort of a resistance, so you can really work the dough. Okay. When you sense a sense of stickiness, always add a little flour, but as little as you need, not more than that. And the dough is all together. You see, it's nice, soft, and it's all together. It's ready to be worked. Even though you might think that it's not completely homogeneously sort of mixed, it's fine. Let's put it to the side, and let's begin to actually work the gnocchi. Now, do you see the little sort of spots? This is the way it's supposed to be. Very good. Flour. And what we are going to try to do is make a cordon of the dough, and then cut this cordon into small pieces and shape each one of them. Okay, I'm going to slow down for you. There you go. You want to make little sort of dumplings like that. And again, flour them. And again, because you're going to be handling each one of them, roll them around so each one gets coated with the flour. You're going to line a baking sheet or a tray with the towel, and we're going to shape them. You take a fork, flour it, flour your fingers, and you take the gnocchi and you roll it. Now you roll it downwards. What you want is a little indentation in there, and you want the ridges on this side. The indentation there to capture the sauce, and the ridges to sort of play a little bit with your palate. Just roll it, push down, and as you're pushing, push it away from you. Push it down and away. Push it down and away. When you cook gnocchi or pasta for that matter, it's important that you have abundance of water. The gnocchi have to sort of dance in the water. They have to come up. They can't be suffocated, especially fresh pasta or fresh gnocchi, which have extra amount of flour clinging to them. When you put them to boil, you bring the boiling point of the water back as soon as possible. You don't want them to sit on the bottom, and you do that by, first of all, have the water vigorously boiling. Secondly, by having enough water. Thirdly, by putting them in and covering them again. Let's cover it. Let's bring it back to boiling point. So they're beginning to come up, and this is how they're supposed to precisely cook. They'll come up, and then you let them just make a turn. Do not overcook them. Just let them make one boiling turn, and they'll be ready. I saute all of my pasta and the gnocchi before I serve it, so that the sauce is absorbed by the pasta, in this case by the gnocchi. And of course, what will add freshness to this dish is fresh basil. So you can put some basil in the sauce before if you'd like, but for that extra freshness, the last addition, just before you're ready to serve, is best. As you see, they're turning, they're ready now. And you scoop them. The best way is, you can drain them in a colander, but the best way is just to fish them out like this. Okay, you see they're nice and fluffy. Wonderful, what a wonderful smell. It's the sort of the intensity of the sun, of the olives, of the tomato, the freshness of the basil. We don't have many ingredients here, but simplicity is best in everything, and so it is in the cuisine. Now, at this point, I will add just a little bit of cheese, grated Parmigiano Reggiano in this case. And when you do add cheese, close the fire. You don't want to cook the Parmigiano Reggiano because it's sort of cured, it's almost pre-digested, and will break into strings and fatty pools. I'm sure you had that experience. So don't cook it with the fire on. We are ready to serve it. This is as simple as it is. With gnocchi, the plate should always be warm when you serve it. And as you notice, I didn't put too much of the sauce because I'm going to top it with the sauce. A little bit of Parmigiano, and then you can put some on the table. You should only smell the aroma. It's really wonderful. We're going to begin by making the stuffing for the roulade, or the struccolo as we call it in Friuli, Venezia Giulia, struccolo di gnocchi. Here we have some chopped spinach. Swiss chard is fine. We have some leeks or anything from the onion family. Green onions, leeks, scallions is wonderful in the stuffing. Okay. And what basically you want to do is just, you want to smother it. Okay. We'll add the chopped leeks in butter. smother that until it gets nice and wilted, and again it gets its sort of flavor and the water out, a little bit of salt to do that. In the meantime, we have the water boiling where we're going to cook this truccola. Let's add the spinach to the wilted leeks. Okay. And again, always season, salt, fresh pepper, and I have some chopped margarine. You can put any herbs that you have handy, but I like margarine in this filling, and then I use sage as the sauce. Okay, and again, we'll cover this. Okay, while the greens are smothering, we'll begin the stuffing. 1 egg, and we'll salt it again a little bit. Fresh pepper, and just beat the eggs. The stuffing here will be egg, ricotta, the smothered greens, a little parmigiano. Now, the ricotta has been draining overnight. Just make sure that it drains so that the liquid is out of it when you begin to work it. To this, we'll add the Parmigiano Reggiano. Okay. And the Parmigiano will really bind and give it a lot of flavor to the stuffing. Whenever you're making stuffing, a little bit of Parmigiano Reggiano, even if the recipe doesn't call for it, add. You'll see that it'll really make a difference. Okay. What we want out of this is that it is dried. Okay, this is perfectly fine. Good. Put this in the sink. We'll make some space where we're going to roll the potato donut. Okay. This is granite. Granite is also wonderful to roll dough on. A little bit of flour, always when you're working with dough. And this is the dough that we made before. Again, a little bit of flour. Nice rolling pin. Flour everything that touches the dough. And just roll away and pull towards you. Roll away and pull towards you. Okay. Dough scraper is always good, especially with potato dough, which is sticky. And again, handle it. Don't worry. Even if it rips a little bit, you can always push it together. Try to get it into a nice rectangle. What we are trying to do is almost like a jelly roll. If you were making a jelly roll, get a nice rectangle. We are going to spread the stuffing, and then we're going to roll it, and then tie it in a cheesecloth, and then boil it. Okay. This is a dough that has no glutens, and therefore does break easily. There you go. You see I have a little rip. Just pull it together and it goes right back into place. No problem. But anyway, even if you have a little hole here or there, once you roll it, once you tie it, it cooks all together. I'm not going to take no from you. You're going to do it. All right. Here we go. Brush off any excess flour. We have the mixture. It has cooled. And just blend it all together. It's best if it's at room temperature. Okay. And you just pour it right on the dough. And then spread it with a spatula. Rubber spatula is good. Nice cake spatula. Just as if you would decorate a cake. Okay. And now we're going to begin to roll it. Help yourself with a dough scraper. And again, don't be afraid of it, just roll it. If it's a little sticky, just help yourself with the dough scraper. Always a little bit of flour. Make sure that the ends are tucked in. And it's just like working with putty, just tie it in and don't be so particular about the perfection of it. It'll fall into shape. And we are going to tie it in a nice double cheesecloth. If you don't have that, again, I said I'm not going to take no for an answer. Use even a white kitchen towel, and you can roll it in that. Even a clean sheet, if it's really clean. White, just roll it in that, and then you can cook it. Okay, there you go. Roll it right in there. twist the ends, and you tie the ends well. And this is going to poach, cook, boil in salted water like you would any pasta. I have a roasting pan, and I have salted water boiling in there, and I'm going to put this diagonally exactly as it fits. Take, again, a clean kitchen towel, and you just lay it on top. The kitchen towel will soak in the water, act as a sealant, and the temperature on top will be just as it is under the water, because the steam will build up and will really cook it from the top. And you leave it like that, and again, what I said about boiling, you want to get it back to the boiling point, take another baking pan or whatever you have, and set it on top and seal it. And let it simmer like this, 45 to an hour. The strucolo is cooked and cool. You can handle it. We're going to then bake it in a nice ceramic oven-proof dish or glass or whatever. To do that, we're going to make just a little bit of sage and butter sauce. Sage and butter are really a wonderful combination for pasta, even for the gnocchi, the little dumplings that we made. Sage is also very intense. You don't actually want to eat it. You just want the flavor of it. So just put it in whole. This way it could be seen, and whoever doesn't want to eat it can discard it. I'm adding just a little bit of the water. You see how useful that water is? And a little bit of fresh pepper. And you let just that simmer while you're cutting it. And use a serrated knife and just go along and cut it about the thickness of your finger. What happens sometimes in doing this, stuffing sticks to the knife, and that's when you rip your thing. You don't want to do that. Just, again, use that water and just dunk your knife clean and continue. You take some of that sauce, just a little bit. You want to line the bottom of the baking dish. And what you want to do, you want to choose also a nice dish, because this is wonderful to present the whole thing at the table and have everybody help themselves. You can handle it, you can squeeze them together, sauce it. And again, it has enough moisture on its own. You don't need a lot of sauce. And the sage will become crispy. Now, when the sage becomes crispy, I eat it. I like it like that. Top it with Parmigiano Reggiano. And we bake it like this, about 20 minutes to half an hour at about 425, or until it's nice and crisp. It will not overcook. Don't worry. Just get that crispness on top. Wonderful. You should only smell this. It really is such a wonderful smell and simple. Now you see, you want it nice and crunchy and crispy. As I said, I would like to serve it like that. You could plate it, but this is the beauty of it. Just choose some of the same ingredients that you used. And let's decorate it right in the middle. Just like that. Let's see what else I have here. How about some nice tomatoes just for color? Yes, whatever you have around. Don't be... There you go. Just like that. And you just bring it to the table. It smells wonderful. Grandma, you see what I prepared? Gnocchi. Una festa di gnocchi.
Ma guarda come sono belli.
I'll let you taste some, and I want to see what you think of it. Okay? Here, take a fork. These are gnocchi with olives and tomato. Piacciono?
Buonissimi.
See?
Just the way I taught you.
Aha, you see? Those lessons were all put to good use. Now let me make you taste that roulade. This is a roulade. Is this good?
Yeah.
This is the roulade, we make with the spinach and with the ricotta. Assaggio. Good?
Delicious. Delicious, really. May I have all? Well, very, very good. Mwah.
Un bel piatto di riso porta sempre un sorriso. A wonderful plate of risotto always invokes a smile. You'll be smiling too when you join me while I show you how to make risotto. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to my kitchen. Today we're going to do risotto. There's always a mystique about risotto. Well, I don't buy that. It's rather simple, and you'll see that today. But one thing you do have to do, you have to stand by the pot while you're cooking your risotto. Also, what is very important in understanding is actually the rice, because that's what makes the risotto. There's about 1,200 different species of rice. Here we have 3, which is a small representation, but nonetheless. This is the long grain rice, which is very typical in the American cooking. These 2 are both short grain. This is the arborio, and this is the carnaroli. I prefer the carnaroli for making risotto, although both of these are equally as good. Let me tell you first what you need really to cook a risotto: the pot, the utensils. You need thick bottom pot so that the heat is spread uniformly so it doesn't scorch, and you need a wide pot so that the liquid, the stock, evaporates as the rice cooks and releases its starches. Begin with olive oil, some chopped onion, a little salt to impart a little flavor and to get the water to come out of the onions. Shallots are also very important in a risotto because they're sweeter and they amalgamate, they really break down into a creaminess. So while the onions are wilting, we'll cut some shallots, and they take about half of the time as onions do to wilt, and they do slip under your fingers, so do be careful. Let me chop them some more. Let me add the shallots now. Today we're making risotto alla Milanese. It's one of the simplest risotto because I really want to focus on the technique of risotto for you, because thereafter you can flavor it any way you want it. Therefore, the only added ingredient for flavor to this risotto will be saffron. This is saffron. And saffron are pistils of the crocus flowers, which are gathered from the flower, each one by one, then set to dry in the sun. Therefore, there's a lot of labor involved to yield a little result, but it goes a long way and it is expensive. But this will be enough for risotto for 4. We'll add to this boiling stock so it releases the color. The beauty of the saffron is twofold. It's the wonderful aroma and flavor, and the golden color that it will impart on the rice. Milanese, Milano. Milano is the capital city of Lombardy, and actually this risotto is typical and traditional of the area of Milano. Why? Well, there's a little story, and I'm going to tell you. You know, Milano has a beautiful Duomo, and it's really quite Gothic, and it has these steeples that look like icicles, and it has a lot of stained glass windows. Well, the glaziers at that time would use saffron to color the glass for the glass windows for the church. And as the story goes, the glazier in residence was marrying his daughter. And on the weekend, he used the space in his workshop to have the party. And as he was making the risotto, accidentally the box of saffron fell into the risotto, and we got the risotto alla milanese. How true, I don't know, but it's certainly romantic. The onion is wilted, and now we'll add the carnaroli rice. Now, do not wash the carnaroli rice. The rice is clean because it has been milled, and it is clean and ready to use. Because if you wash it, you begin the premature release of the starches, and we don't want that. What we want now is we want to toast this rice. Dry like this, you want to toast it, and you want to toast it for definite reasons. Because you want to cook the starches on the outside. You want to really make like a capsule of the rice. So therefore, the release of the starches is uniform, not all at once. I'm sure that you had rice risotto where the rice is soft and the center is still hard. Well, if you don't toast the rice, most likely that's what will happen, because the releases of the starches all on the outside will happen and the inside it'll still be undercooked. Therefore, toast those outside, form a shell. Also, what we're doing here is that we are coating the rice with some of the oil, giving it an extra sort of capsule effect. What is also very important in making risotto is that the stock that you add, in this case is chicken stock, is at the same temperature. So therefore that you do not disturb the cooking process of the rice itself and of the release of the starches. There's a basic rule of thumb that goes in making risotto. The ratio is 1 of rice to 3 liquid, and it will yield double the amount of the rice put in. So therefore, if you have 1 cup, you need 3 cups of liquid, and it will yield 2 cups of ready risotto. How do you know when the rice is toasted? Well, you hear this sort of clicking sound. That tells me that it's toasted. At this point, I'm going to add some acidity. Right. Some wine. In this case, I put some Orvieto wine. Orvieto is a wonderful light white wine from the Umbria region. And remember, in all cooking, as good as you put in, that's what you're going to get out. The accumulation of the goodness that you put in usually is the ultimate product. You want all of the alcohol to evaporate in any cooking you do with wine. You don't want the alcohol, you want the flavor of whatever you're putting in. So therefore, again, I'm going to bring it all the way down, let all the alcohol before I will add any more stock. And this is the process of making risotto, back and forth. Adding hot stock, which coaxes the starches to come out, letting the stock evaporate. Adding hot stock, letting the starches come out, and let the extra stock evaporate, to the point that it doesn't stick. So therefore, you have to watch it. Okay, you can hear it. It's beginning to stick, so therefore I'm going to add some stock. And again, a little bit of stock, not a lot. You don't want a soup. You say, well, why don't you throw the whole thing in? No, because again, what happens is that the rice will open up on the outside and the inside will not be cooked, and you'll get papa. Papa you make for babies. And what you really want is a risotto al dente, bene mantecato. Mantecato is when you whip it with cheese and butter at the end. And al dente is a terminology used in Italian. Really, it says an awful lot to an Italian in cooking pasta and rice. It really gauges the pressure of your teeth against the cooked product, whether it be rice or pasta. And as Italians, we like a little resistance. We like that sort of bite into our pasta and salt into rice. I'm going to season it a little bit with salt, fresh pepper, and I'm going to add the saffron with all its juice and water at this point. You can buy saffron powder, but a real Milanese likes to see I fili di zafferano, which means the threads of saffron in his risotto. And so do I. That's the way I like to cook it. So try to get the threads of saffron rather than the pulverized version. You can lower the flame just to keep it perking, but yet not scorching. and this has to keep on going. It usually, risotto takes anywhere from 14 to 18 minutes to cook from beginning to end. Depends on the quantity, depends on the intensity of the fire and on your pot. So it's not that much to ask of you to stand 15, 16, 17 minutes for a wonderful product that will really render a smile on your guest faces. There are three major staples in Italian cuisine: pasta, rice, and polenta. Now, risotto being one of the main staples could be flavored in a myriad of ways. And you know now that risotto takes about 16 minutes. So whatever you add to it, you have to incorporate in that cooking time. If you'd like to add shrimps or seafood, which go excellent with saffron, now shrimps take 2 minutes. Then you subtract from the end. You saute your shrimps, season them a little bit, and add them in the last 2 minutes, whatever it takes for them to finish cooking. On the other hand, if you're doing a risotto with a veal ragu of some sort, you need to begin the veal ragu before, because that takes about 40 minutes, and then add it about halfway and let the two cook together. So you can be as diversified as you want, and this is what you really need to feel, that you can do it because you can, is that you can make this into whatever dish you'd like, whatever flavor you like. You like mushroom, you like vegetables. You know, they make risotto even with strawberries. Certainly not with saffron, but yes, it was in vogue a few years ago, and I kind of like it, but it's not my favorite. What really looks beautiful is risotto made with beets. It comes that vibrant purple color. It's really beautiful. You know, smell and food evokes memories, such wonderful memories of, for me, a lot of time of my childhood. And when I do get into the mood, there is a little song I sing. I'm going to share it with you. Se son lontan de ti, Trieste mia, mi sento un gran dolor, e più che cerco de pararlo via, più me s'ingroppa il cuore. I'm choking. I'll tell you the story. It says, my dear Trieste, it's such a pain to be far away from you. And the more I think of being far away and consoling myself, the more my heart nuts. Okay, let's go back to the risotto. Okay, I want you to see this. You see how creamy it looks, and it is, and I have not put anything in it yet except a little bit of oil in the beginning. And this is all those starches coming out, and this is precisely what you want. The smell of the saffron, the color of the saffron, just beautiful. Okay, we'll get ready to serve the risotto now. Again, the risotto, the density of the risotto, it's your preference. You can have a loose risotto, or you can have a tight and dense risotto. And that is also dependent on what the ingredient is in it, the main ingredient. If you serve it with seafood, a nice loose risotto, risotto all'onda, to the wave, meaning that's a soft risotto that goes with seafood, to a dense risotto with game, with mushrooms, and so on. First, let me get a nice platter. I love, you can serve risotto individually, but I love a steaming platter risotto brought to the table. The plate should be warm. We shut off the fire, and we're going to go to the process of mantecare il risotto. Mantecare, whip it. At this point, you add the butter. The fire is off. You just whip it in. Last, we add the cheese, Parmigiano. Continue to mantecare. I like Parmigiano Reggiano. are ready to serve it. And these golden kernels just pour right into it. The steam coming into my nostrils, into my face is just lovely. Let's get some fresh Parmigiano on top. And just bring it to the table with one big spoon so they can help themselves. This is a day-old risotto, and when we finish with it, it's going to be just as good as the first day. Leftover food, to me, is sacred. Food is sacred. So therefore, using it day after and making it taste as fresh is something that needs a little bit of imagination, but certainly could be done, and certainly could be done with risotto. We're going to make two things. We're going to make supplì, or fili di telefono. Supplì is the Sicilian name for this dish, and it's little balls, like meatballs, of rice with stuffing of cheese, and we're going to fry them. And then when you eat them, I'll show you, they open up like fili di telefono, telephone wires. You had those telephones when you were kids? Well, the same way. And the other one is going to be riso al salto, which is the risotto, a pancake of risotto, just with some cheese and sautéed on some butter. And that's a wonderful lunch or a contorno with a meat dish. So let's begin with the supplì di telefono and the filling. I have some vegetable oil here because this will take not long. We'll make first the filling. One egg, salt, fresh pepper, fresh nutmeg. And again, just a touch. Nutmeg is very intense, but it does make really a difference. It's just the nuttiness comes right out. Parsley, a little prosciutto, diced prosciutto, or if you have ham. Parmigiano Reggiano. Well, then you take the rice, the risotto, cold, flatten out right in your, and in it, put a little bit of the stuffing, and in the center, you put a little bit of the mozzarella. And the mozzarella, when that melts, you'll make those fili di telefono. Just close it in. Pat it shut, just like you would a meatball. Okay, let's make a few of these. Again, take the rice, open it up in your palm, put a little stuffing, a little mozzarella in the center, and close it within your palm, just like you would meatball. Squeeze it into place if it feels like it's falling apart on you. We'll need to bread the supplì before we fry them. Dip them lightly in the flour, then in the egg, and then in the breadcrumbs. And we'll do the same with all of them. Oil is nice and hot. Once they're in, lower just the flame because you don't want it to burn. Let me just turn them over on the other side, and then we'll go on and make the riso al salto, which is the rice pancake. For the riso al salto, add some Parmigiano Reggiano to the risotto. And again, here you do a lot of sculpting in this project here. But you make like a pancake, and you make it sort of an even size. Lightly butter the non-stick saute pan, and just set the risotto right in there. With the spatula, press it so that it cooks evenly and that it gets colored. Whenever frying anything, always get a nice dish ready with some paper towels to sort of dry up the excess oil before you actually serve it. And just flip it over, or do it with a spatula. Okay. These dishes are really wonderful, especially the suppli di telefono are wonderful for a cocktail party. You can fry them and then leave them in the oven to keep warm, and then you just butler them around. People love them with their glass of wine or with their drink, but children love them very much. We used to love them as kids. We used to take them, take a handful, and run out and play and eat them while we were playing. Now the riso al salto is really very good when you serve it with braised meats. You can make a whole main course out of it. Serve the riso al salto and the braised meat and the sauce around it. You can serve it with a salad with a piece of cheese on top and make it for lunch. I like it nice and crunchy. I like it when the rice really gets crunchy under my teeth. So let me just pick up a little bit the fire. I think that these might be ready. Since basically everything is really cooked, you don't need much cooking except just enough heat to awaken the flavors of the prosciutto and melt the mozzarella that's in there. Finish frying the suppli. Salt it just slightly. The riso al salto is finished. Let me just dress a little bit of salad. I always need sort of a sense of completeness, of finishedness in my dishes. Okay. There we go. What I'm doing, I'm just drying the fat out of it. Just slide it right onto the dish. You can serve it with the suppli next to it. Just a little salad. Okay, very good. Now let me just show you what is supposed to happen. Well, the fili di telefono, but this is how it's supposed to look inside. And you see the fili di telefono as you pull them on. And as we say at my house, tutti a tavola a mangiare. What am I doing with the brick? Well, making a wonderful galletto al matone, chicken pressed with the brick, and some fricco di montasio, a cheese crisp made with montasio cheese. So stay with me. Buongiorno. Welcome to my kitchen. Welcome to my kitchen del focolare. Focolare. Focolare is a hearth. And in Friuli, especially in the north part of Friuli, right underneath the Alps, the Julian Alps, the focolare, which is the hearth, is usually in the middle of a room. And it is really the hearth of the house. Everybody gathers around it. The polenta pot usually hangs in the center, and it's cooking. The cheese is being grilled. So today's dish, fricco, is typically from that region. And I'm going to teach you how to make fricco. I'm going to let you see two forms. The fricco chip, which I'm sure you've had around, which is just a sort of a lacy chip of cheese, and the filled fricco. What I'm doing here, I'm sauteing some onion just until they're wilted. And I have here some boiled potatoes. And basically what I'm doing here as a filling, I'm doing just as you would home fries. Now mind you that the filling could vary. Potatoes are always good because the potatoes are the starch that is in it and that sort of balances the dish itself. But within the potatoes, you could put the spinach, Swiss chard, whatever you'd like, a little prosciutto, pancetta. As you make home fries, you can add anything else to this. A little salt, a little fresh pepper. This is montasio cheese. And the montasio cheese is a cheese indigenous to Friuli, Venezia Giulia. It is 100% cow's milk. The cheese itself is a semi-soft cheese. And I begin to clean the rind. Just cut a piece. You don't want a too aged cheese. You want to eat it as a table cheese. You want it aged about 12 months, 14 months. But for the fricco, you want it young. You take a grater and the larger sort of holes of a grater because you want like flakes. Okay, here we are. I have some already grated for the sake of time. To really assure success of this dish, use a non-stick pan. And you heat it up first, and you just sprinkle the base of it, not too thick, with the cheese. Then you take some of the potato filling. Now, once you have sprinkled the cheese, lower the heat to medium. You don't want to burn the cheese because then it gets bitter. You put the filling in, the potatoes and the onions or whatever else you have chosen. You top it again with the montasio, and you just let it cook over a medium flame. Now the cheese will cook, all of its water will evaporate, and it will begin to form a crust. Don't pry on it. When it is done, it will slide by itself. I will show you. See, now it's standing firm. It's not yet formed a crust. So feel confident. Leave it there until it will slide by itself. Now while that's cooking, I'm going to also show you how to make the chip itself. Again, it's a non-stick pan. This you want very light. There I put a little bit more cheese because that's going to be the sort of the envelope that's going to hold the potatoes. But in this case, I want them nice and light, almost like lace. And again, you have to let it sort of slowly cook over medium heat, and you will see it developing a nice yellow color. Then we'll flip it. Let me tell you, if you want to capture the essence of a cuisine, if you want to cook Italian, if you want to cook Chinese, the first thing you should focus is on ingredients. Authentic ingredients, authentic Italian ingredients will make half of the dish. If you are using these ingredients, you are halfway there. If you're using Montasio, if you are using Parmigiano Reggiano, if you're using Prosciutto di Parma, if you are using Aceto Balsamico, this will guarantee you the taste of Italy that nobody can take away. So before beginning, the recipes are very important, the technique is very important, but focus on the ingredients and make sure that you get those authentic ingredients. And this is one of those cheeses that is authentically Italian. And when cooked, it will give you that Italian flavor immediately. And actually, there you go, you see? It is coming off, not yet, but almost there, we're almost there. With this one, we are ready to flip it. There we go. When it slides like this in your pan, then it is ready to be flipped. Now, I could just flip it like that, or you just take a spatula and do it the same way. As you see, it has formed a nice crust, and now we want the crust on the other side. And this has been sometimes referred to as the crustless pizza. I don't know. But it certainly will have two wonderful crisp crusts on the side and the filling. This is the frico, the lacy frico. And by the way, this is wonderful for hors d'oeuvres if you're having somebody come home, and you can make it in advance and to serve it with white wine. Now, you can just have it like that flat, or you can just sort of set it over this, and slowly it will fall into a nice shape that will sort of give you a little height in the presentation itself. Okay. As you see now, it sort of let go of the pan, and it is ready. You can close the fire. The cheese does release some fat, so it's always nice. I slide it on, sort of pat it, and then put it right back on. Cut it in half, you can cut it in quarters, you can cut it in little slices, just like pizza, I guess that's why it is called. You can handle it freely. It is best when it's done and eaten right thereafter. You could make it ahead of time and then reheat it in the oven, but the cheese will really sort of be a little harder. So the best it is like this. While this one, you can make way in advance and no problem. I'm going to serve just a little bit of salad. Here I have a little of the radicchio and arugula. That's from my garden right in the back. And my mother and Giovanni take care of that. Radicchio is very, very traditional salad of Trieste, specifically the city of Trieste. And we plant it in the springtime, and it's most prized when it's primo taglio, which is the first cut. It is a leaf, let me show it to you. It is a green, simple leaf, but it is in the chicory family. So it has a bitterness, and it is just wonderful. Here's your finished frico and the chip, and I think I'll have a little bite of the chip, actually. Crunchy and delicious. Asparagi gratinati, one of my favorites. I love asparagus. And they're used a lot in the Italian cuisine. Although there we use them mostly in the springtime and the wild ones. And I'll tell you how I used to go and forage for them, but first I want to get these in the boiling water. To clean asparagus, I think that all of you just have done this. You just sort of peel the bottom part, and you sort of just bend it where it's really tough, cut the tip off, and the rest is all usable. I'm gonna just sort of blanch them in boiling water. And then gratinare means to gratinate, to give a nice little crust on the top. And for the topping here, I'll use Parmigiano Reggiano, that true Italian ingredient which will really make this dish very Italian. A little breadcrumbs I'll add to that, just to add a little crunch when they're toasted. And for freshness, just a little bit of lemon rind. lemon rind, I use it an awful lot, and lemon zest. Even when I braise meats and whatever, try putting in just a piece of the lemon zest or the oranges. You won't taste it, but it'll give such a fresh taste to whatever you're cooking. And whenever you are grating it, just do the yellow part. Don't go into the white, because the white is the bitter part. Just toss it. Springtime is the time for asparagus. In the wild, there is the asparagus fern, which is a fern with sort of, it looks like a lacy fern with it's very prickly though, really, and it spreads out. And in the middle, there's these new shoots, which would be the next sprig, but in its prime, it's the asparagus. And they're very thin. They're the size of a pencil and kind of long. And we used to forage them. We used to have a stick because you wanted to press aside these prickly sort of branches to get to the new shoot that was coming up. But inevitably, we would be all scratched from the prickles of this asparagus fern. My favorite was frittata di asparagi e uova, an omelet of wild asparagus and fresh eggs. The flavor, and you know, I go back now, specifically in March, to go forage asparagus and have that frittata. It's right here, the flavor just haunts me. All right, now, the asparagus, I like them crunchy. You could shock them in a sense, you know, put them in cold iced water. If you want to prep this in advance and wait just for your guests to come. But otherwise, if you're gonna do it continuously right into the broiler and onto the table, leave it nice and hot. You don't need to. Here I have some melted butter. I'm gonna just salt them a little bit. Put half of the butter. Top them with a mixture of the breadcrumbs, the Parmigiano Reggiano, and lemon. I'm going to leave just the tips out. I want to see the tips. I don't want to cover the whole thing. Top with a little bit more butter, just to sort of moisten the topping. And like this, you put them in the broiler and get them nice and crisp. And serve them family style like this, or put them next to, in our case, we'll put it the chicken. Galetto al mattone, spring chicken under a brick. Very typical Italian spring dish. We have a brick here, and what you really want to do with the brick is to weigh down the chicken, the galetto, so the skin has maximum contact with a hot surface, and it caramelizes and it becomes crisp. So wrap it up in a double foil paper so it doesn't break through, and you just wrap it up as you would a package, nice and tight. Okay, and we are ready to cook with that. This is a galetto, a spring chicken or Poussin. You could do this with quails if you want. You can do this with a larger chicken. But this is a wonderful size to do it this way. Let me put my glasses on, since this needs fine precision work. I have my cast iron skillets already heating up, and I'll tell you about them in a moment. First, let's cut any excess skin off, fat, the neck. And what you want to do, you want to cut out the back. So you start from one side and you just go down. One side. And you want to take the back one out completely. Okay. Just want to pry it to get the breastbone, and this is the actual breastbone which you want to remove, and just cut through the membrane, and then cubes, and just with your fingers, you work underneath slowly. Again, you just run the tip of your knife against the bone. Poultry is wonderful. Everybody likes it. It's healthy. It's easy to prepare, but you have to be careful, of course, for the health reason, for the salmonella, and that is that when you are working with poultry, you work just that, and you clean completely before and specifically after you finish all your utensils and the tables where you have been working. Now, chicken does get slippery when you work with it, and in order to avoid that sometimes, if you use a clean kitchen rag and hold yourself down, so this way you don't there's the little sort of wishbone. Which comes out right at the joint. This is the wishbone. And again, you go for the joint of the... If you can't find the joint, just bend the wing and we'll give you the joint itself. Okay. Again, the wings here, let me cut off a little excess fat here. And the wings, we can either fold them or you can cut them halfway, but you can cut them after they're baked. And we'll marinate them right on here. Okay, we're ready to season the chicken, and again, simple salt, fresh pepper, some garlic slices. The longer you let it marinate, of course, the more flavor will absorb inside, but half an hour is fine. And you let it marinate in the refrigerator. A little bit. Well, what I usually do, let's put a little pepper and salt on the side, and that's going to be for the other side. So. Fresh rosemary. Yeah. Very good. So you leave it like this for about a half an hour in the refrigerator to marinate. You can leave it an hour or 2 hours, sometimes even overnight. But you know, the young chickens are so tender that they really absorb in a lot, and all they need is about half an hour. And for the sake of time, I have some that have been marinating. Okay, we've been marinating for the past half hour. Now, what's very important in preparing this dish is the cooking surface. So let me just talk a little bit about that. And in both cases, it's cast iron. Now, this is a portable cast iron grill, and if you have a grill, a full-fledged grill, then that's perfect. But if not, the portable cast iron grill is fine. Get it nice and hot, just a little bit oiled. Before putting the chicken on, just a tiny bit. And if you don't have that, then a cast iron pan also is perfectly fine. The same thick sort of surface that retains even heat. And I'm going to take the rosemary and the garlic away, because if you put it on underneath, it will burn, but I really want it to give flavor. And what you want to do is that you want to put the skin side first down. And once you put things down on the griddle, just let it be. Don't begin to move it, because the skin is just beginning to cook and it sticks. So let it form that little crust. All this garlic and rosemary that I have on the side, I'll put it on now, and I'll take the brick and just rest it right on top. This will give it the weight, and the weight is right on. I'll do the same for the one in the cast iron. Put the garlic and the rosemary in it, and then top it with this skillet. The weight of this skillet on top of the chicken will make maximum contact with all of the skin, and do press down occasionally. And now you have to let it be. You have to let it be until it forms that crust. I mean, you know, the problem is always, even when you put things on the grill, you pick it up and it's sticking. Just let it be. Let it form that first crust. It will release itself, and then you can move it. I'm going to check at which point we are now. As you can see, a nice golden, even all over. Replace this. Let me check the one in the cast iron. Just as nice. Let's check. I think everything is ready. Wow, this is wonderful. This looks great. This one is done awesome. Now, how do you know when chicken is done? Of course, the nice color and all that. But when the juices, the sort of water of the meat stops flowing out, and you see a dryness beginning around the meat, more or less that's the time that the chicken is done. So check it, look at it and see that it is cooked. But if there's no more juices flowing out, that means that it's done. And of course, you don't want to overcook it, because chicken, especially the breast, does get sort of dry if it is overcooked. So we are ready to serve. And I'm going to serve this in sort of a platter family style. I love serving things in platters family style because it creates sort of an opportunity for interaction, giving it to each other, commenting, not just focusing on your own little plate, and that's what you're going to eat. I think that family style, there's more to it than just sort of all on one plate. These are the asparagus which were gratinati, and I'll use that sort of as a backdrop for the chicken. Now, you could just serve the whole chicken if you want everybody to have a whole, or you can cut it in half. I like to just sort of cut it in half. It's kind of hot, so it's nice and juicy and moist. Some fresh rosemary and fresh herbs. When added like this as a garnish at the end, one would say it was just for the eye. No, it's not, because the heat of the cooked food makes some of the oils of the herbs to be released, and you get that sort of fresh scent of rosemary coming right into your nostrils as you're, okay, a little bit down here. A little more. That's it. Now, it looks like almost like a coronation here. Oh, it's wonderful. This dish, in its simplicity, it's really magnificent. But also cooking it this way, I'm sure it's going to be a big conversation item for your guest when your guest comes in and says, "What are you doing with that brick?" But it's the technique, as you saw, that really makes it work. And as we say at my house, with this wonderful dish, I want to get quickly tutti a tavola a mangiare. Scaffare, is that something you've been doing lately? Or maybe you want to learn how to? Well, stay with me and I'll teach you how to make this wonderful dish of lamb scottadito with scaffata and rosemary roasted potatoes. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome to Primavera in Cucina. Springtime in my kitchen. I just love springtime. I love the change of season, but especially springtime. And I love all the new products that I have to play with, that I have to cook. And today the whole meal is the product of spring. We're gonna do some lamb scottadito. Scottare means to sear, quickly cook, so you need some nice baby lamb and just sear them. We'll prepare some sauce to go with that, and we'll braise all the spring legumes, all the sweet spring legumes together to make one side order, one contorno, and then we'll roast some rustic potatoes for the other. So let's begin. When you go to your butcher, ask for spring lamb, young spring lamb. Now the rack of lamb, there's two. This is half of the rack of lamb. Usually has either 8 or 9 bones, so that you know how to divide it proportions. I think 4 chops is sufficient. The ideal lamb chop is where you take one bite and the whole lamb chop is gone. That means a really small baby lamb. You can have your butcher clean it for you and cut it for you, or otherwise it's rather simple. So as you see, there's a top flap. And again, when you're working with a knife, first of all, make sure that it is a sharp knife. Just cut the sort of membrane, and you can even just follow. Remember that you never have to fight with a knife. A knife has to glide into whatever you're doing or cutting. If you're finding a lot of resistance, there's something wrong. Therefore, take out the knife and look over the situation. Either there's a bone, or you're going against a grain or something. Right butt against the bone themselves. Now here's a lot of fat. I'm going to discard the fat, and I'm going to use the cartilage, and the bones are the best part for the sauce, so save all of that. Just puncture your knife right underneath where the meat meets the fat, and just glide along. There we are. This is going to be the basis for our sauce. I'm going to just lightly flour that. A little bit of oil, salt, fresh pepper. Toss it. And now what I'd like for this is to really get caramelized, to get that caramel colored cooking where all the flavor really lies in all cooking. So whenever you're either roasting or sauteing or whatever, get to reel down where all the liquids disappear, evaporate, and the meat begins to caramelize, because the flavor in sauces, in roast, is really there. And you put this to bake in a hot oven, 450 degrees for about 20 minutes to a half an hour. It should be golden. Again, what we want is now the chops by themselves. Just butt against the bones themselves. Just the fat. There's a little membrane here. Don't clean it completely. That's what holds your chop together. And actually, when you sear it, it will caramelize. Now we want to French these also. To French means to clean completely the bone, clear of any meat. So when you cook it, you don't have these little particles of meat on it. And you just go under the skin. You can do it as a whole, or you can do it individually. And you pick up a piece of the skin. Again, here you need something to hold the lamb and what you're pulling because it is slippery. And then you cut your chops. Okay. When you're at this point, again, we want to clean all of this. Then it's just the work of actually scraping it off. And you take one side at a time. Never work with the knife towards you. Always the knife away from you. And yes, leave the bone long. It's quite impressive when you serve it. So this is ultimately how your chops should all look. While the bones are browning, we'll begin just with the vegetable as a base for the sauce. Olive oil, onions, a little salt with the onion. It seasons it and it helps to get all the water out of the onions quicker. So this sauce basically is going to be the nice caramelized bones with a little bit of onion, celery, carrots, with a little bit of orange rind, a little bit of orange juice, white wine, and stock. And that will simmer and simmer and simmer. And then we'll pass all through the sieve and get this natural sauce with just a tinge of the essence of the orange. I added the carrots and the celery. Yeah. And we'll let that wilt a minute. Some fresh rosemary. Lamb and rosemary are just meant to be together. And rosemary will permeate the whole meal. We put some in the potatoes. I think that this is just about ready. Let's pull out the lamb bones. Nice and caramelized. This will deglaze it with a little bit of white wine. We'll put the orange peels right in. To the orange rind, we'll add just a little bit of the juice also, the orange juice. Bring that to a vigorous boil. Add a little bit of the stock. And you let this simmer and simmer and simmer. The stock that I added was chicken stock. I like a light stock. I like flavorful, but light stock. But you can add meat stock. You can add vegetable stock. Remember that the end result is the sum of all of its parts. We'll put the potatoes in the oven. And it's the whole potatoes with the skin on, washed, and just quartered. I'm just cutting off a little bit of the blemishes. Salt, a bit of olive oil, just toss them, some fresh rosemary, just peel the leaves off, throw it right in. I like a nice cast iron skillet. It really collects a lot of intense heat. It sort of browns everything and browns it quickly all the sides. And we'll put this in the oven while we continue to make the scaffata. Let me add a little bit of olive oil. So scaffare is to sort of open. It's a dialect word in the Roman dialect, and it is to open. And spring certainly is a season to scaffare all kinds of legumes, peas, fava beans. Well, today we'll combine all of these ingredients in making the scaffata. Let me just begin with the onions. Again, these wonderful spring onions. And they are small, they are slippery, so sort of be careful that you don't cut yourself just with the point, just as you would cut the shallots. And they don't need to be all this small for this, because we'll braise it and they'll consume themselves. Use also the green part. So we have the spring onion. Here I have some scallions. And as I cook it, I need to be surrounded with beauty, with flavors. And beauty to me means wonderful herbs, wonderful vegetables. And yes, I follow a recipe, but I love the spontaneity that when I see something, I say, this is what I want to put in here. And I see this just some wonderful thyme here. I'm going to use some of that. And then I see some mint here. I'm going to use some of the mint. Let me get this. That's ready. When the onions begin to be wilted, we add raw peas. These are shelled raw peas, sweet. And these are favas. In order to get favas like these are the raw fava, the pod. You have to open it up and pull out the beans themselves. In turn, these need to be blanched. They will come out like this once they're blanched. And then you peel them again. What does blanching mean? A pot of boiling water, where you throw them into the boiling water, you pull them out, put them into cold water, quite simple. So you clean the pot, you blanch them, you peel each individual fava, and you get fava like this. Now, when you do this, do not add any liquid right away. If you add water or stock now, the peas will remain, oddly enough, hard. They have to sweat in their own water. So we'll add all of the ingredients, put the lid on, lower the flame, and let them really sweat it out, like I am here. Let's add a little bit of peperoncino. This is a spicy contorno. In Rome, they use a lot of peperoncino. Peperoncino is a wonderful spice because it adds zest, but not a lot of overpowering flavors or whatever. So when you want a little zest in your food, use the crushed pepper. Okay, we'll put the herbs. Let me just check the sauce here. It is doing fine. Maybe I'll add a little bit more stock. I'll add the fava beans. Then we'll shred some lettuce leaf. The outside tough leaves that you would usually throw away are very good to be sauteed as Let me add a few garlic cloves. I love garlic, but it does so this way when you finish, I can see it and I really like it. And I get all the flavor, but not the remaining. Now this we'll cover. We'll lower the flame, and you come back to it regular to mix it. but you let it sweat in its own water until all is consumed. By the time you're finished, the peas have let all their water out and they really have shrunk, but they're so sweet. The vegetables have changed their color. It's sort of a sage green rather than a bright green, but the flavor is incredible. Well, we are just about ready for our final step and our pranzo di primavera. The scaffata is almost done. We'll prepare the chopped, we'll season the lamb chops. And to do that is with a cleaver or even with sort of a wide knife, just you slam it and pull out at the same time. Season them, and whenever you cook or grill or sear meat, it needs certainly to be seasoned before it goes on the heat. Salt, a little fresh pepper, some rosemary again, just a few leaves, and a little bit of olive oil. Because ultimately, in the cast iron pan, we will not put any olive oil. You know, there's a lot of talk about the Mediterranean diet and it being healthy and the products and the oil and the legumes. But in my 25 years of having restaurants, there's one major difference that I see that really has not been addressed, and that is the quantity of proteins. The ratio of proteins on a plate versus the contorno, versus the vegetables. In Italy, when you have a meal, you have antipasto and a little bit of it, but very diversified, and cured meats, marinated vegetables, legumes. Then you have a pasta course, or a minestra course, as it's called. A minestra course in Italian means pasta or soup. But then you have a pasta course and a little bit of that, not a mega plate, just a little bit. And again, a lot of flavor, intensity. Your senses are really going. And then the main course comes. The main course comes, and you look at the plate, and usually what you will find is about 1/3 of proteins and 2/3 of contorni. Here, when I serve, and I guess it's the way restaurants have been serving, or the way the culture is eating, that there needs to be 2/3 protein versus 1/3 of the contorno. So in addition to all those good, wonderful ingredients, I think that maybe we should address more the ratio of our proteins in the plate itself. And another element that comes out of these meals that have different courses and is the intensity of all flavors, the satisfaction, the satiation that comes from these wonderful flavors, that you are satiated emotionally, that you are happy, that you are contented, not just one big mass of one thing to fill you, not just the volume, but rather a well-being and a pleasure of all of the senses. And I think that is a big determinant and ultimately the quantity of food that we eat. Well, now let's get back to eating food. Here is the sauce, just perfect. I'll remove the meat itself. Let me just put it here because actually the meat itself is good to eat, although it might be a little stringy and a little tough. But what we're really after is the sauce itself. And again, we want to squeeze out all of the carrots, as much of the celery, all of that into our sauce. There's one quick tip that I will give you, and that is that when you have passed your sauce and it's too watery, too runny, bring it to a boil, add some breadcrumbs to it, a teaspoon per cup of sauce, let it all come to a vigorous boil, and then pass it through a sieve like I did. The bread is a starch, but it's a cooked starch rather than throwing in raw flour or starch itself. You don't have that starchiness on your palate. We'll take our potatoes out of the oven. They look wonderful, don't they? You should smell them. Just pure rosemary. Take the potatoes, you just sort of crack them a little bit. Now you can do this. They're hot, but you can handle them. Just crack them a little bit. I want a little bit of the flavor to go right in there. In my kitchen, I always keep one of these, and I make it at the beginning of the cooking process. And all this is crushed garlic, olive oil, chopped Italian parsley. I add a little bit of salt, a little bit of fresh pepper, and I use this as dressing. And in this case, I'll use this for the potatoes themselves. Just a little bit. Let me catch some of those garlic, because while the potatoes are still warm, they're gonna impart the garlic flavor to the potato. And then I just toss it. Okay, so that's ready. We'll keep it warm. We are left to sear the meat. If you really want it hot, this really cooks very quickly. Again, it's called scottadita di agnello. Scottadita, scottare means to sear. Let's 3 potatoes, is that enough? Well, let me make an abundant. Okay. Let's flip them over. This caffata. You see now that the colors have wilted, but so what? Tastes wonderfully. The sweetness of the fava and of the peas really intensifies. Since the meat is crunchy, as a nice finish, I'm going to put the sauce on first, because I don't want to take any of the crunch or any of the beauty of the lamb chops away. And this is medium rare. I like it like that. Now, if I were to do Italian style, maybe even 2 would be enough. But let me. I want it to come up high. Okay. Let me take these 2 out. And we'll decorate it with mint sprigs. I have just a little bit of the orange juice here. I'm going to put a drop just for that freshness. Just a drop. And while with our imagination we are in romantic Tuscany enjoying this wonderful lamb scottadita, a good glass of Chianti is in order. And as we say at my house, tutti a tavola a mangiare e a bere. Cin cin. If you want some excitement, today you're going to join me a tavola, at the table with stinco. Contrary to what you think, stinco is a luscious, wonderful piece of veal, the veal shank, roasted to golden perfection with rosemary and sage over Swiss chard and potatoes. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Sometimes my kitchen sizzles, sometimes my kitchen steams, sometimes my kitchen fries. Today, my kitchen is full of the aroma and the sounds of roasting. And we're going to roast this magnificent piece of meat, stinco, il stinco. Stinco is the part of the veal, stinco di vitello, because there also could be a stinco di maiale, which is of pork, but this is stinco di vitello of veal. And it is the shank, the whole shank of the veal from the knee down. This is also the piece of meat that ossobuco is made out of. Exactly the same piece cut in half. Therefore, we're going to proceed to brown it and then put all these aromatic vegetables and herbs and then roast it in the oven until it's golden brown. And with it, we'll make some Swiss chard and potatoes. Okay, so let's proceed. I'll pick up a little bit the heat here. And what's very important with raw meat before you begin to actually cook it is that you season it, that the salt goes all the way in. And it's a big piece of meat, therefore it will require some fresh. And you can just grate it right on the board and just roll the meat on the board then. There. Put some oil. We'll lightly flour it. Again, I don't want too much flour, just enough to caramelize on the meat. Why is this piece of meat so great? Well, because it has muscle. It is all muscle. It has a lot of cartilage. It has the bone. It has the marrow. It has all the makings of that wonderful sort of sticky texture to a good roast. I can make sure that the oil is hot. And you don't need to tie it. Whereas the ossobuco, when it's cut in half, you need to tie because you're cutting the muscle in half. This will stay all together. It'll sort of begin to fall off the bone, but it will stay all together. You don't need to tie it. While that is browning, we'll begin our vegetable for the base of the sauce. And I'm going to wilt the vegetable in the same pot that I'm going to roast the stinco in. Okay. Some carrots, onions. The base of this sauce is carrots, onions, a little bit of garlic, sage, and loads of rosemary. I like the sweetness that onion gives to a sauce, especially when it's nice and caramelized. Okay. Let's salt the vegetables lightly. I'll add the garlic. Now, do you hear the sounds in my kitchen? You know when they Oh, look at this, how wonderful. And this is what you want when you're roasting meat, this caramelized effect. When we were planning on doing this show, they had all kinds of proposals, all kinds of sets and wonderful kitchens. And I said, no, I can't. I need to work in my kitchen. Because my kitchen is where I feel good, where I'm surrounded with all the things that I love, my family, my flowers. Now look at these wonderful peonies, which are in full bloom. Look at the roses. Look at the geraniums. This is from my garden. This is part of me, show or no show. And I tell them, I said, in my kitchen, I know the exact distance between one burner and the other, between my burner and the sink. And I can talk to you, to my audience, with ease, because I know exactly where I'm going. So here we are in my kitchen, in my home, doing my thing. As the contorno in Italian is the side dish, and it's a general term that you can use for anything. We will make Swiss chard and potatoes. So I have here some potatoes boiling, and I'm going to add the Swiss chard to that. Now this is Swiss chard for the sake of time. I have washed some, but I wanted to show you. This is what Swiss chard looks like. And it's green chard. There's also red chard, which is wonderful. But I like the green chard. And the stems are also very good. You use the whole thing. Chop it fine. Sort of shred it. And put it in with the potatoes when the potatoes are halfway cooked. It is one of those side dishes that with one side dish, you get a multitude of flavors. You have the potatoes, the feeling, the comfort of mashed potatoes, and then you have the taste and the feeling of sautéed greens. But this whole meal is about comfort and food that hugs you. All right. Let me turn it on all sides. I want it nice and brown on all sides. That looks great. Let me add the herbs, rosemary, sage. I'm going to nestle the stinko right The stinko is nestled in the vegetables. A little more salt for everything. And I'm going to deglaze it with some good wine. In this case, a nice Pinot Grigio. Nice acidity, good flavored wine. Because the ultimate result, the taste, reflects all the flavors that you put in before. So I get asked, can I use just cooking wine for cooking? Sure you could. But have you tasted cooking wine? And that's what you ultimately will get. So the better you use it, the better wine you use, the better the flavor in what you're doing. And we'll put some stock. And what we'll do now, when we put it in the oven, we want first all the liquid. It's going to permeate the meat and it's going to cook the meat. It's going to almost boil the meat. But then we're going to render it very low where it begins to roast. And all those flavors that have come out of the meat roast back into the meat. Okay. And now it is ready to go into the oven as it is. And here is the stinko, the roasted stinko. It's wonderful. It'll take about another 10, 15 minutes from the looks of it. This is just wonderful. You know, I get asked a lot of times, oh, Lydia, your skin looks so great. And I could swear it's the steam herb baths that I get all the time when I'm cooking. Okay, we'll just sort of turn it. Let all the sides get round and moist. I'll teach you just a little secret in when you roast. And that is to get that golden color to your roasts. You take some of the sauce that you're roasting. Take some honey, not too much, just a little bit of honey. And sort of mix it well. And then with this, you baste your meat in the last 10-15 minutes of cooking. Don't do it before because you really get mahogany colored roast meats. But 10-15 minutes before it finishes, just brush on this sauce. It's great. There we go. We'll put it back in the oven. And we'll go and make the contorno, the Swiss chard and potato, which has been boiling. Let me put the pot so it begins to warm up while we drain it. We'll drain the Swiss chard and potatoes. Drain it well. And some good olive oil. Okay, we'll begin the chard with some garlic. I love garlic. I have problem digesting it, but I love the flavor. So I just put extra and I crush it. So this way I get a lot of flavor and I can just pluck it out when the vegetable is ready. You want this to be golden, and then we'll put the vegetables. Stinko is a dish that is quite popular in Trieste. Trieste is a beautiful city. It's actually what it was my second home when I left Pola, and I'll tell you how that happened. It's a city in the Friuli Venezia Giulia, and it's nestled right at the end of the Julian Alps on the Adriatic. So therefore, the city is hugging the coast, beautiful port, with the steep cliffs right behind it. And it is notorious for la bora. The bora is the wind that sometimes blows up to 140 miles an hour in the city, because the warm sea air, the cold mountain air, create this swift change of air currents, and the bora is born. Do you know that I remember when I came to Trieste and I was 12, they had the cordoons, they had sort of cords on the street. It was blowing so hard that you had to hold when you walked. But the Triestini, as they call themselves, look forward to the bora because they feel that the bora cleans the city. Now, I'm going to cook and talk, so I'm going to interrupt myself to tell you what I'm doing. The garlic is golden, and I'm going to add the Swiss chard and potatoes. So, here it is. I'm going to season it now, completely, some raw olive oil, and I love raw olive oil because you really get to taste the flavor of the oil when you put it in like this at the end, rather than bringing it to high temperatures and letting all the aroma oils evaporate. This way you're capturing them in the food. Pepper. And ultimately what you want to do, you want it like a rough mashed potatoes, but all together. What wonderful colors, what wonderful smells. The stinko is ready. And now I'll show you how we served it. Very typical. This is so typical of Trieste, vegetables and all. But first we'll remove the stinko and make the sauce. It is soft, falling off the bone. Did you see the nice caramelization with just a touch of honey? So when you pick it out, help yourself. You don't want it. And all of this will wash everything out of as much as we can of the vegetables and make it into the natural gravy. I just pass it through a sieve and extract as much as possible of the vegetables. Now, I want to go back to Trieste, to Zianina. Zianina was a majestic woman, was a woman of jet black hair, even though she was about 68 when I remember her. She had a thick braid, sort of split in the middle and rolled in the back in a cocoon. We used to call it a cocoon. That she had wonderful earrings, simple but wonderful, and she had a white skin, a beautiful white skin that looked like a peach. I think that she was the first that really made me sense what elaborated cuisine is all about. She was a personal chef. She was a chef of wealthy families. And in the morning, she would take me shopping. And I had a ball. We would go to Ponte Rosso. Ponte Rosso is the mercato in Trieste. And it was called Ponte Rosso because you had to cross a little bridge, a little red bridge, to get to this piazza where all the stalls were with the vegetables. Now, I'm going to go back and forth because I don't want you to miss anything. Collect everything with a little bit of stock and proceed. Well, the stalls that I remember were vibrant with produce, with oranges, whatever the fruit of the season, but mounds of it. And usually women would sell, and they even had a name. They were called vendirigole. And I remember they were like sirens luring you to come to their stall as you would pass by. And, you know, as I was holding my aunt's hand, I would just look back. And then if you went by and you went to somebody else's stall, they got mad at you. All that gentleness, sort of. And I couldn't figure it out, how they can switch like that, but they did. When we did all our shopping for the day, for whatever meal she had planned, we tested everything, we tasted, we smelled. And I mean, just all these aromas are still lingering with me. Around 10:30, we would finish and we would have a merenda. It's very typical in Trieste, for that matter, in Istria too, to have a 10:30 merenda. And merenda is a little snack. Now, they had around the mercato, they had this little sort of bar where you can have a stuzzichino, you can have a little bit of tripe, you can have a little bit of boiled pork with salt and fresh horseradish. I didn't go for all of that, but I would go for a salsiccia di crane, which is almost like a frankfurter. It was Viennese, salsiccia Viennese, was almost like the frankfurters today, but quite different. It was made fresh. I did have one of those. And of course, a cecchine of wine. She always had her little cecchine of wine while I had my aranciata. And then we'd go home and I would help her cook all those wonderful things. Okay. Now, let me squash some more out of this. and bring it up again to simmering so it's nice and hot while we are serving. We are ready to plate. Let's begin with the Swiss chard. The plate is nice and hot. The Swiss chard is hot with the wonderful smell of garlic and the herbiness of the Swiss chard. Now you could serve it this way and present it to the table as the whole stinko, which is wonderful and majestic. I'm going to teach you one little trick. It's not a trick, it's a technique. If you have a sauce and the sauce is really not dense enough for you, you want it a little denser, how do you do it quickly? You get yourself a pan and heat it really hot, empty. And when it's really hot, you just squeeze the sauce and it'll get nice and dense, just the consistency that you want it. You see it oozing down? And let's decorate it with some of its original ingredients and bring it to the table like this. Now, as a host, you might want to have a board and carve it at the table. I will show you how to carve it and how to either carve it at the table this way or make the individual presentation this way. You catch right by the bone, you hold it with the rag, kitchen rag, and there's the big muscle. You leave that for last. You begin on this side. If there's any cartilage, that you just set it aside, but it's all good. Let me tell you, it's all good. And you just begin cutting down, slice by slice. And as you hit in the bone, just sort of slide out away from the bone. Now we'll remove the muscle, the large muscle. Just clean it a little bit of the fat. And this muscle we'll cut across this way. Okay, I think that's enough for one portion. What do you think? I'm hungry, but I think that's enough. Top it up with some more and just let the sauce fall down on the side over the Swiss chard. Now, this is so reminiscent of Trieste, with a little bit of red wine, Merlot wine. Merlot is a wine that is drank and that is grown in the Friuli Venezia Giulia and in the Veneto. The freshness of the grape with a stinko, it is just wonderful. And as we say in my house, tutti a tavola a mangiare. strozzapreti. For those who don't speak Italian yet, because I'm going to slowly teach you, strozzapreti are wonderful ricotta dumplings, and they're called strozzapreti. Strozza means to choke. Preti is a priest, and literally priest choked over this delicious dish. So here are strozzapreti. I'm going to teach you how to make gnocchi ricotta with radicchio sauce, and I'm going to teach you how to make this wonderful, delicious, zesty ricotta cheesecake. So stay with me. Buongiorno, benvenuti, welcome. Welcome to my ricotta kitchen. And ricotta is very versatile, but we're going to begin with making gnocchi ricotta. Now, here I have some ricotta draining overnight, and that's very important whenever you do anything with ricotta. But we begin with some eggs. Now, I know gnocchi. Gnocchi, you're familiar with gnocchi because you watch me make many times. But these are made out of ricotta. And the beauty of this is that you don't need to cook the potatoes. You don't need to, if you have some ricotta, some nice dry ricotta, you can whip up gnocchi in 15, 20 minutes for dinner. Okay. We'll season the eggs with a little bit of salt, a little bit of fresh pepper, a little nutmeg. Nutmeg is a spice that is used in Italy often, especially making pasta or gnocchis. And not too much of it, because it's very pronounced, especially when it cooks. Now, the ricotta. I had the ricotta here draining overnight, and that's the best way. Just put it in a sieve, and you see it will release a lot of its water. And why do you want that? It's because otherwise it will take the humidity. This water will absorb all that much more flour. And the more flour you put, you remember in the regular gnocchis, the same thing, the heavier they get. And, of course, you want this to be light. Now, what is ricotta? Ricotta. Ri means again, done again, and cotta is cooked in Italian. So how is ricotta made? I made ricotta with my grandmother. And what happens is that you take milk. We used to make goat's milk ricotta, but you can make sheep's milk ricotta and, of course, cow's milk ricotta. And what it is after you make the cheese and the major curds, the big curds, are set aside to drain to make the cheese, there's the whey that's left. And in that whey, there's still some proteins and some salad. So you reboil that. And that, again, forms into another curd, which is looser than the curd for the cheese. It is leaner because most of the fat went into the cheese. So you get these loose curds of milk proteins. Casein is the milk protein. And they come to the top, and you drain them. And then you put them in a sack or in a sieve, and that's what ricotta is all about. It's very mild. It's wonderful. I will add some flour this time. And be careful not to add too much, because, again, we want them light. I will add some parsley, some chopped parsley. And, again, you can add to this any flavoring that you want. I'll add some Parmigiano Reggiano, grated Parmigiano Reggiano. Okay, here I have some margarine. And I think margarine is a nice mild herb. It goes very well with the ricotta. I use margarine a lot also with chicken. If you really want to get the flavor of an herb, let's take rosemary or whatever, just before putting it on this finished dish, blanch them in hot water or stock, and the heat will sort of break those oil molecules, and there's the flavonoids. The flavors will come right out. So here we are. It is a little bit soft, and that's what you want again. You don't want to overwork it, and you don't want a lot of flour because it just be heavy. Flour makes it heavy. And again, we want to work as we do the regular gnocchis. Make it into a cordoon. except these gnocchis are sort of a little lighter. We won't shape them. When you cook pasta, what you really want is to bring the boiling point up as quickly as possible, because if you don't do that, these gnocchis will stick at the bottom, and they will stick together. So you want them to enter with abundance of water, high temperature, they get scalded right away, they seal themselves, and then you finish cooking them. We finish the gnocchi, and just keep them separate, don't pile them, use two sheet pans if that's necessary, but you need to cook them right away. You don't want to leave them hanging around because they will sort of get wet and need more flour. But what you can do, you can boil them and just butter them and leave them on the side, and then you can reheat them somewhere. But they're best when you just cook them and serve them, and they're that easy. So let's begin with the sauce. Something that requires a little bit more work in making, the sauce requires less work because you don't want to complicate matters. In cooking, simple things and simplicity is best. The less ingredients you can put in a dish, the better it is. So for this dish, we're going to need a little garlic, pancetta, olive oil, and a little bit of stock. As simple as that. And again, Parmigiano, of course. Let me make some space here. So garlic. I love garlic, but sometimes I have difficulties in digesting it, and a lot of people do. So what I do, you can chop it up and leave it in the sauce if that's what you like, or you can do what I do. Just crack it, and what that does, again, it breaks those molecules of flavor. And actually the garlic, you know what happens in the garlic? In each cell, in the cell wall, there are the enzymes, and the flavors is inside in the center. Put in a pancetta, or when you cut garlic, and you know the more you cut it, the more flavor you get out of it, is precisely what you're doing, this interaction, this chemical interaction. Now, we'll do some radicchio. And you want to shred it. Just shred it. As I have it here. Let's put it right in. Now, the bacon fat, you can drain it out if you're sensitive, or if you have dietary restrictions, or you could leave it in for flavor because you don't have that much fat or flavoring, and that's good. I sort of like that flavor. And plus, this bacon was a lean bacon. It didn't really render so much fat. And what you want is you want to braise. Now, the radicchio has that sort of little bitter taste. The actual ricotta, and that there's a little sweet, so it's a nice sort of harmony at the end between the sort of bitterness of the radicchio, the complexity of the pancetta, and the sweetness of the gnocchi. Okay, I have a little stock, a little fresh pepper. And while this is simmering, we're going to put the gnocchis. Okay, the water is boiling. And when, again, you cook pasta, you need that water to be boiling vigorously. You need that high temperature, crank everything up, and just drop them in. Give them a gentle stir. Old tradition, we used to always put this, just so as it comes up fast, it doesn't overboil and get your whole stove sort of messy. Okay. I'm looking at this. It has flavor, but I think I would like to add a little bit of raw olive oil. I love drizzling olive oil at the end. And again, it's those flavors, because if you put them in the beginning, in cooking, you lose a lot of those flavors. Oh, okay, the gnocchis are done. You see how they grow, ricotta gnocchi sort of expand they grow in about half of the size of what you put them in. So I did them a little big because, you know, the show has a time limitation. And here my producer is always after me. But make them smaller. And again, gnocchi, the less you handle it, the better. So if you can flip, I think that's the best. Now we always put cheese, this is Parmigiano Reggiano, when the heat is off, because Parmigiano Reggiano is a finished product, and you heard this before from me. If you cook it, it will divide on you. The fat and the strings, you remember? Okay. So let's plate it. Nice hot plate. Let me get actually one unslotted because we want the sauce. Now, the gnocchi, when they're like this, they're pretty stable, so you don't have to worry about them breaking down any further. So you could make a big platter. I think that's always nice, a big platter in the center of the table, but you can even serve them individually. And do serve them in a sort of a soup bowl or something so that they stay all together and they maintain their heat longer, because if you put them on a white plate, they just will run out and will cool off much faster. This is actually lavender. And it just matches the color of the radicchio. Feel free to do that. It's so nice. I mean, I love working with vegetables, with flowers, with whatever. This looks great. Yeah, it really smells wonderful. You didn't think I forgot about strozzapreti. Well, here we are back to making strozzapreti. Wonderful ricotta dumpling in a different way from the gnocchi that we made. You make it just as quick. So in these, we include spinach. The spinach are blanched. And again, you want to get as much water as you can out of the spinach. You let them sort of strain or drain for a while, and then you press them just with your hands. You can put them in a cloth and just twist, dry them. Because again, if they have water, water requires flour, and they become heavier. And all we want is to sort of chop them up in small pieces. Okay, this is perfect. Let me just whisk some eggs. Here I have the ricotta draining. Again, you want it dry because you don't want to use a lot of flour. A little pepper, fresh pepper is best. If you don't like to see the whole grinds of black pepper, you can use white pepper. A little nutmeg, great flavor, especially in gnocchis. Ricotta, which has been draining also. And this will sort of densen up, not with flour in them, but rather with some breadcrumbs. And in here I used it, again, to pull all the water, if there's any, to absorb it so that the gnocchis don't fall apart. And, of course, the Parmigiano Reggiano. Now, you notice I haven't put any flour yet, but I will use flour to roll them in. You just flour your hands well, and you make sort of little balls with it. And then you roll them in the flour, and you set them on the side. This is quite simple. I think, you can get the family involved. I think children would love to do that. Now we need to put them to cook. And while they're cooking, the sauce will be made. And this is a wonderfully simple sauce. We'll take a little bit of butter. Fresh sage leaves. Now, sage is very intense and it really has a wonderful, paired with butter and Parmesan cheese, it's really wonderful for pasta dressing. But you don't want to chop it up because eating sage could be a little bit too much. So you want the leaves, let them float around and stay in there with the flavor. But if somebody wants to eat them, let them eat them. Now, I don't want the butter divided, so I'm going to put some stock right away. Okay, the water really vigorously boiling, a lot of water, it's salted, and we'll just plop these right in there. And again, you need space for these, they need to move in there. And these are sensitive, because as you notice, the only thing that binds them in there is the bread. Again, let me cover it, and let's get it back to boiling point as soon as we can. And this I'm going to serve, again, hot plates. Remember, pasta, hot plates, and bowls again, because you want to keep them contained. I serve a lot pasta in the bowl because of the same reason, because you sort of pile it in the center, you retain this heat as you're eating it. You know, in enjoying food, all of your senses really play a part. So you look at something, it looks good, you really begin, you smell it, it reinforces that sort of excitement and begins you salivating. The sensation that you feel actually on your palate is very important, that sort of tactile sensation that happens in your mouth. It really stimulates you, and you have certain expectancy out of certain foods. Can you think of eating celery that's not crunchy? So you might not have thought of that way, but there is. And these two, you know, being so big, I guess strozzapreti sort of just fills your whole mouth with it, and it sort of caresses you. I don't know, pasta caresses me when I eat it, and it goes down. So it's that feeling of being sort of hugged by these strozzapreti to the point of being choked. Oh. And you don't want to work too much. You don't want to mix them. Just shake the pan to get the sauce. And we'll close the fire, and then we'll add the Parmigiano Reggiano. Okay. How many proportion? I guess as a minestra course or a pasta course. In Italy, the courses go antipasto, minestra, or pasta. And minestra, even though it means soup, means actually in the sequence of courses, a pasta course. So this is a minestra course. And if you serve it as a minestra course, I think 4 would be fine. If you serve it as a main course, then I would double that, give 8. Should we make a main course here? Okay, let me just fill it up nice for you. What do we have? 4, 7, one more. A bit of sauce. And again, the decoration of the sage. And you know what I have here? The boragine flowers. The sage have the same color flowers. So I'm going to use just a little bit of boragine, if you don't mind. Okay. And they can eat that. Okay. This looks great. It has a wonderful aroma. And I truly understand why those priests were choking over this. Torta di ricotta. Ricotta cheesecake is one of those traditional desserts, Italian desserts, that's always a wonderful finish. Simple and delicious. I have separated some eggs here. Eggs, uovo. I'm going to teach you Italian, you remember? Uovo, one word at a time, uovo. And we put in sugar. Zucchero. Zucchero is sugar. Like to work these, as in most desserts, to get it really sort of a pale, ribbony-like consistency. I'll add the ricotta, which has been draining. You want a dry ricotta again. Now I'm going to add half a cup of cream. Just a pinch of salt. And again, we want to get it really creamy and homogenized. I'm going to add the orange and lemon zest, and that I want mixed well in. The rest is just folding in. Here what I have some raisins soaking in rum, and I'm going to put the whole thing in. I have some pinoli nuts. Always toast them first and let them cool. It just brings out the aroma in them. You know those oils? You want to sort of break those oils and let the aromas come out. And I'm going to work the egg whites separately. I'm going to just put a pinch of salt. Okay. You want it until sort of peaks form. But of course you know that. You've been cooking with me so long. We'll just fold the egg whites right in. And once the egg whites have been whipped, you just want to slowly fold it in and retain that airiness about it. So let's lightly butter a spring form. A spring form is good for this, although you can use a solid form. But since we're not using really a dough or crust, it is much easier to sort of demold it. And again, breadcrumbs. I love working with them and using them all up. You could use cookie crumbs. You could use shell, a pie shell or a tart shell. And basically, just pour this right in. And let it bake. It will rise, and then it will sort of fall in the center. That's perfectly fine. When you pull it out, you'll see it's nice and risen, and then it falls back into the center. But that's the way it is. Just like this. Maybe we want to settle it a little bit. So just give it a little tap so it settles in. And we'll cook it for about an hour at a 375-degree hot oven. Not too high the oven because you want it slowly to cook throughout. So here we are, ready to serve dessert, ricotta cheesecake. It's been baked and let out to cool at room temperature until it's really cool. But I like it at room temperature. I don't like it cold. You might want it cold, but I like it at room temperature. So just let sort of move the spatula around just to detach in case it is sticking someplace. And, of course, open the spring. Come right out. And you could serve it right out of here and cut it, but I think I'm going to just slide it on a plate because it looks so much nicer. Nice generous portion. It's nice and moist with the raisins and the pinoli nuts. And here is the raisins. We can make the same decorations out of the same ingredients. And I'd like to just pour a little bit and just sprinkle a few around the plate. While you were waiting for the cheesecake to cool, I made some candied lemon rinds. And all this is just sort of lemon rinds, cut shoestring, boiled in sugar syrup. You let them steep in sugar syrup until they cool. You drain them, and then you toss them in a lot of sugar. So this is ready, and I'm going to pour a little bit of the Muscadet wine to enjoy with this. Now, of course, powdered sugar is always an option, and it's a nice option. Gives a little bit of sort of different texture to the dish, a little bit of the lemon rinds. You know, one of my fondest sensual memory is a springtime in Sicily. And if you go there around February, Sicily is the land of the mandorle. Mandorle are almonds. And you have this whole countryside, all these white puffs of trees, and the aroma of almonds, the intense sweet aroma of almond blossom all over. So I went out here, just outside in front. Yeah. This is wild plum tree, but it'll do. It'll do for almonds. Here we are, simple, beautiful, and delicious. With this, I'm going to have a little bit of moscatel, as I told you before. It's made out of Moscato grape. The Moscato grape grows all over Italy, and it's a wonderfully aromatic grape, and it makes excellent dessert wine. So look for this Moscatet with this cheesecake. It just goes beautiful. And salute e tutti a tavola a mangiare. For those days when your house is unexpectedly invaded by hungry mouths, like when Joseph, my son, was going to BC, and Tanya, my daughter, was going to Georgetown University, and on the weekend, of course, all the kids wanted to spend time in New York City, they would camp out all over my house. And this is the dish that I would make to keep them hungry, to feed them, to feed their hunger. and keep them happy. So you stay with me, and I'll teach you how to make it. Buongiorno, benvenuti. Welcome, benvenuti alla mia cucina saporita. Saporita is flavorful. And you guys think that as professional chefs have some magic bag where we pull all our tricks of flavors out. Well, it's not so. They're all yours to have. And if I were to tell you any major secret, it's as simple as fresh herbs. Here today we're going to use fresh oregano. Now I'm sure that you know oregano that has been dried, and that has its own flavor. It's a different intensity. But try using fresh herbs. They really make a difference. So today we're going to make pork chops or pork scallopini. These are the actual chops taken away from the bone, and then I pounded them into scallopini because I felt I wanted a different texture, and they're much quicker to cook. And pizzaiola, what does pizzaiola mean in the pizza style, Neapolitan style? But it could mean adding peppers, capers, tomatoes. This dish, I'm going to put the pasta together with the meat. And it's fine to do that sometimes. As a child, I remember all the time having a big plate of gnocchi with 2 pieces of chicken braised in guazzetto. So let's go. The first thing, the time that it takes to cook the pasta, the meat will be ready. Okay, we'll let that one go. I have the boiling water here. It's salted, plenty of it, because cooking pasta, the pasta has to dance in the water. So this is, I have pounded this and ready for you. I have chosen some that have more marbling for those of you that enjoy, because you know, flavor sort of travels with the fat molecule, so this will be more flavorful but a little bit more fatty. Now again, you can buy them, the chop, and then debone it with this is. Let's just take out all of the excess fat. And I'm gonna butterfly it. Let's butterfly it. And you really don't need all that much, just to sort of, see, it looks like a butterfly. Okay. So pizzaiola has basically garlic as the flavoring base. You know, the Italian cuisine, you start with the garlic family or with the onion family. I'm just going to crush some garlic cloves. This way I'm able to pull them out. I want a lot of the flavors of garlic, but I don't want to eat the garlic. I have problems with eating the garlic, even though I love it. I'm going to lightly flour, salt, and then lightly flour, and shake off all excess. Let me just. And what you want, you just want to caramelize sort of the outside. That's why I have the high heat. I don't want to cook it at this point because I'm going to reintroduce it in the sauce. And as you can tell, it's still sort of raw on the inside, but that's how I want it. Let me add in. Now, If you sense that there's too much fat in there, you can drain it. I like that sort of flavor of caramelization, and I didn't think there was a lot of fat in there. No. And pasta water, very important. Now you see, these tomatoes were kind of nice and dry, but I wanted a little bit more liquid. So I'm going to go right to the pasta water. Again, I don't have any secrets out of my bag. I just go to the pasta pot. A little bit of raw olive oil, and again, that sort of leaves that fresh olive oil flavor in the sauce, because when you cook it, a lot of it dissipates. I'm going to put, and you know how I use herbs. I use it twice. I use it in the beginning to really get into the flavor of the sauce, and then I use it at the end to get the freshness of the herb. And in this case, I'm going to put the whole sort of little branches, and then I can pull them right out when they have changed colors and I don't want them to be in there. Since we're going to add peppers to this sauce, I'm going to blanch the peppers. And the peppers, I'm going to blanch right into the pasta water. You're asking why? Why not? You don't need another pot for this. You're going to flavor it anyway with this. This way, it saves you a pot. It even flavors the pasta. So let's do it. And why do I blanch them? I could put them right in here. I mean, you could do it. And again, a pepper have some repeating effects on certain people. And if that happens to you, then just blanch it before you're using it. Even when you're using the whole pepper, just blanch it a little bit, and it will take away some of that sort of element that returns when you eat raw peppers. So I'm doing it for this reason, but could I have thrown it directly into the sauce? Yes. And it doesn't take much. I'm just going to let it steam a few minutes. You can see it in this bubbling sauce like this. You can almost see when things fall together. For me, you know, after all these years, I just sense when it's right. But give it about 10, 15 minutes. The sauce with fresh tomatoes from a can will pull itself together like this. I think that the peppers should be blanched. There. Put them right in here. Okay. We'll make some room and we'll put the pork right in there. I have the capers. And they don't need to be cooked all that much. As a matter of fact, you don't want them to be cooked really until they fall apart. Okay, I think we're ready. Pasta is cooked, sauce is done. Now let's go for the main event. I'm going to saute the pasta. You know, again, I love to saute my pasta in the sauce. Okay, just give me a chance. I want to do the best job that I can for you. I want it to look really beautiful, so you're going to run out to shop. You know, I get that in the email. It says, you know, after I finished watching your show, it looked easy, it looked doable. I went right out and bought the ingredients and made it for the family. And there's nothing more rewarding for me than to hear that, to know that I have sort of touched you and your family and that you're going to cook this. I'm going to shut the fire. I'm going to add the cheese. And you see that the pork, it's nice and juicy. It's not dried out because we didn't overcook it. So let's add some oregano. Again, it's the same. And it's also because it gives it last minute flavor. When you put this in front of somebody's nose, just the whole thing comes right out. I'm not going to disrupt that, but I'm going to take a pasta out of here. I love eating out of pots. I really do. Even in the restaurant, you know, says, Lydia, you're going to sit down. I'm going to taste this. That's the problem. I taste this, I taste that. So they give me a little pot, whatever's left in the pot, and I eat right there. Very good. Very, very good. This is another one of those dishes that it's very flavorful. It's a traditional dish, and you can make it for many people. And it really is a favorite in the restaurants, at home, with the kids. It's chicken alla valdostana. Petto di pollo. Pollo is chicken in Italian. Petto is breast, so petto di pollo. Alla valdostana. Valdosta, after which this name comes, is a little sort of region of Italy nestled between Piemonte and France. And the fontina, the cheese that we're going to use for this dish, is also from that region. So it's a nice, sort of very flavorful dish. You take a breast of chicken, and this is kind of large. I'm going to just sort of butterfly it. It doesn't have much fat. If it does, remove the fat away. And with this, we are going to serve lentils. And it's very nice because it's a nice balance. The dish is rich. It has prosciutto, it has cheese. And by using the lentils, we put very little in the actual condiment of the lentils, but we flavor it with vegetables. And it sort of absorbs the sauce of the chicken, and it sort of balances. So the first thing, what takes the longest, is actually the lentils. We'll put them to cook. And these are the regular lentils that you can buy in the stores. You put it just in water. You sort of pick through them, you wash them a little bit, and then you put them in water. I put 2 bay leaves right in there. I'm going to put a drizzle of olive oil. And the vegetables here are just sort of diced. It's a little larger than a mirepoix. Put them in at the same time that you do the lentils, because you want them to cook together, and it takes about the same time for them to cook. Let's put the lid on. Do you know that if you put the lid on whenever you cook something, you serve about 1/3 of the energy? When you're pounding it, sort of cover it with a plastic wrap so you really don't break the meat itself, and just sort of pound it away from the center. Take a slice of prosciutto. This is prosciutto di Parma. And you take the back part of the knife and you just sort of make it adhere like this, attach like this. And then when you cook it, it's going to stick, you'll see. And if not, you'll help it, but it'll work just fine. And so I use olive oil and butter, which have low smoking points. Now, if I wanted to raise the temperature, I would use vegetable oil, which has a higher smoking point. And with this, as I don't want to bring the saltiness out of prosciutto, I want sort of a lower smoking point. And I'm going to put prosciutto face down. And again, we're doing these dishes, find a pan that gives you enough space so that everything can lay comfortably and really touch the bottom of the pan and get caramelized. I'm going to just slightly flour it on one side. You could have floured the whole thing, front and back, but I'm going to just do the back. And why do you use flour? You actually use flour because then the flour caramelizes it and melts into the sauce and gives you a nice a little denser sauce. So that's why you use flour but you can do it without. Absolutely can do it without. Let's just check it. Okay, there it is. I don't want it you see it sticks to the chicken, no problem, but I don't want it any browner in this case because the prosciutto really sort of hardens and gets salty. Now, what is prosciutto? Prosciutto is a cornerstone product of the Italian cuisine. Every part of Italy enjoys it, eats it, and makes some kind of prosciutto. It is the hind legs of the pig, and it is air cured, and it has only salt and air. There's no other element that is added to it. At this point, I'm going to raise the temperature because I'm going to add some wine. I'm going to add Pinot Grigio in this case because it has nice acidity. But you can add any wine, white wine. You can even add Marsala or sherry if you like a little bit more complexity to this. When cooking with wine, remember, you know, the quality of the wine that you put in just enhances the quality of what you're making. Here we're going to add just a touch of crushed tomatoes I have here. You know, the sort of the San Marzano peeled tomato crushed well or passed through a food mill. I'm just going to add a little bit for color, and also the acidity in it sort of helps to balance the sauce. Here we have the fontina, and I'm going to put this lay it just on top, and then we're going to put the whole thing in the oven. Now, that's why I say that it's a good dish to make when you have a lot of people over, because you can have one or even two pans. Why not two? And at this point, you put it in the oven and you'll let it finish in the oven. So when you're ready to serve, you just pull it out of the oven and everything is just perfect. Let me put some more cheese. I like cheese, so I'm going to put some. Okay. Let me just put a dab of tomato sauce on top of each, just to give it that color. Okay. Also sprinkle a little bit of the Parmigiano. I smell the bay leaves really coming through the lentils. All right. Take it like this, and we'll put it in the oven as it is. The oven not too high. All right, the lentils are ready. So let's drain the lentils. And we'll just put them in a saute pan. And as I said, I'll put just a little bit of olive oil since the dish is so rich in itself. A little salt. Put just a little bit of stock. And I'm going to add spinach just for freshness, because I like it, because it sort of lightens up the whole dish. But can you leave the lentils just like that? Fine. Of course, it's been washed, the spinach. And we just fold it right in there. I'll just put a little bit more oil. And here, I don't want the spinach to really sort of cook and disappear. I want it to sort of really remains as green spots between the lentils. All right. This is all set. All right. I think it looks just perfect. How about that? What I'm going to do is I'm going to just sort of reduce a little bit more of the sauce while I do the service. Now, at this point, you know, you could sort of spoon out some of the fat from the cheese will have come up to the top. And if you're really sensitive, you could really spoon it out at this time. Okay, let's begin the plating. Hot plate, hot food, and hot plates, because otherwise you lose right away the temperature on the food. I'm going to put the lentils right in the center. Keep it clean all the time. I think 2 pieces of chicken is a nice portion. Let me choose 2 nice pieces. Just like that. Now, since some of the cheese will have broken into the sauce, you can eat it like that. It's very good. But you know, this is sort of my restaurant eye working, where I want everything to be just sort of flawless or perfect. You see, if you put it without the strainer, you get those little specks. What do you like? You like the specks better? I think I do. Forget about the strainer. Okay. Now, a good herb with this is margarine. Just sort of, and you will get enough, just by laying it on the hot sauce like this, you will get enough when eating from the heat of the sauce, enough flavor, because margarine is very delicate, but it is very, very good with chicken and with fowl. All right, do we want just a little bit on the top? Ooh, that's a hot. Very, very nice, and it smells delicious. The prosciutto, you know. I mean, each dish has a strong odor. Like the lentils have the bay leaves, and then there is the complexity of the prosciutto coming here and the cheese. So those two harmonize right into my nostrils and really get my excitement and appetite going. And with this, a nice glass of Pinot Grigio, the same one that I put in. So, as we say at my house, tutti a tavola mangiare, mangiare alla valdostana. Cin cin.
When the weather heats up, it's time for family dishes that work on the grill or in the pan. I'm making a great summer menu with asparagus in butter sauce, a grilled steak with zucchini topped with anchovy butter, some curly dog for the kids, and I'll show you a classic way to cut potato. And finally, my patriotic raspberry and blueberry galette. Join me. I'm Jacques Pepin, and I'm cooking at home. I used to grow asparagus at some point in my life, and I love asparagus. Use them, a great deal when I find the right one at the market. What I won't eat the thick, heavy asparagus. When beefsteak, people think that an asparagus is small, is going to get grower and get bigger and bigger. No, it goes up. It depends on the type of asparagus. Those are green asparagus. What's important is this. Look at the head of those asparagus here. Head of those asparagus is like a tight head, a butt of a flower. You know, that's what I want, not this. This is already a flower which is opening with the petal, and this is an older asparagus. It's softer and all that. So I want a tight head asparagus as big as possible. The second thing is that the asparagus is going to be tender from here to here. When I grew mine, I took them even longer. But here it's going to be tough, so people cut it off and throw that out. No, you can peel that, and this is the way you peel it. I use a vegetable peeler here. And a mistake is to lift up the asparagus because it breaks. Leave it on the table, make it roll. Another mistake is to put your finger under the vegetable peeler. It's too high. No, leave it flat on the table like this. And you go on top of it, go against your finger. There is no chance of cutting yourself. So you just rotate the asparagus. This, turn it around. Okay. And this. That's it. So then I break the asparagus there at the limit. And we're going to cook that with water, about 1/4 cup of water here. This is for 2 people, you know, for my wife and me for dinner. So we have about 4 or 5 per person, or the first course, or as an accompaniment. So very often you would cook them whole. In that case here, I'm cutting them into pieces about that size. And then I have a dash of salt in there. Bring that to a boil. Water is boiling. Put that in there. And the idea here, I'm going to cover it so that it comes back to a boil faster and cook 2-3 minutes. I like them crunchy, but I like them cooked. I think they're about cooked now. Still crunchy. Okay. I'm going to put pepper in it. And as you can see, I have about a couple of tablespoons of water at the most in there. So 2 people, 2 tablespoons of butter, not even actually, and maybe a bit of oil. You want that liquid to come to a very strong boil, and coming to a strong boil together, it will emulsify and form a nice creamy sauce. We call a beurre moussant, a foaming butter. You see that? Get creamy like this. You test it. Yeah, that's good. And you're ready to serve it. And that's what I say, you should do that at the last moment because it took basically no time. Elegant meal. I want to have a little bit of the head here on top. Maybe a little dash of chive, you don't have to. And this is it. Asperge beurre moussant, asparagus with foaming butter. Easy to do, fast, delicious. You know, professional chefs very often use what we call compound butter. Butter mixed with, let's say, instead of sauce. And you can have it in your refrigerator, even in your freezer. Because the classic one is a maitre d' butter, which is parsley butter, lemon juice, salt, pepper, and so forth. And then you do what with a reduction of meat. And here I'm going to show it to you with anchovy butter. And I have here half a stick of butter and a good tablespoon of anchovy paste. To this I'm going to put a little bit of parsley here, maybe a tablespoon or 2. About a teaspoon of lemon juice, a good teaspoon of lemon juice, a dash of salt. Remember, this is unsalted butter, and cracked pepper. This is very good on top of fish, on top of meat, on top of poultry. on top of something grilled and all that, even on top of vegetable. So keep that in mind. We are going to mix it here. When I was an apprentice, we used to have 5 or 6 different types of compound butter, like that, which was used, fish as well as meat. So mix it well. Of course, very often we do a large quantity of this. And what you do with that conventionally, you put it into a piece of saran wrap like this. That's it. Yeah. You can mold this to the size you want. Yeah. Okay. And that's it. You keep that in your refrigerator for a week, but you can put it in the freezer too, and even cut a piece frozen, what you need. Great recipe to do. Occasionally I spurge with a big steak. I used to eat many more steak than I do now, but I wanted to show you how professionally the right way to mark the steak. So, salt, pepper on both sides, of course. A dash of oil. Again on both sides. And with this I'm going to cook a zucchini as a garnish here. And I'll probably cut it in 4 like this. 4 pieces like this. Again, a little dish of salt on top of it. And a dash of oil as well. So, on your grill outside particularly, notice that the things are going this way. That's how you start. So we put it there this way. And that's going to cook there for a good minute. And in that classic way, we turn it all the time. I have that too. So about a minute. Depending, of course, on the size of your steak and depending how you like it. More done, less done too. But probably a minute now. So you turn it from that position here. You turn it this way. It has to come this way. Exactly. So that it's equally cooked on one side, the other side, marked beautifully on both sides, and the red of the steak is right in the center of it. That's how classically we used to mark. Either that or even a fish, a sole, or even a piece of chicken, it would be marked on each side this way properly. Now, this way, this way. The line here should be the same than this. And of course, frankly, I like to do that outside because my grill outside is really, really hot, hotter than what it is in the kitchen here. You judge, of course, by touching in a professional kitchen. A piece of raw meat is soft, very soft. As the heat gets it, it contracts, and the juice of the meat is pushed toward the center of the meat. And as it bounces back like this, it indicates that it's pretty rare in the center. But a well piece of meat is going to be hot without bouncing. So here it goes, remember, this way, and now this way again. And as you see, I would have a perfect mark here, perfect mark on the other side too. Well, I would say that steak is a good inch and a half. So for rare, probably a good minute and a half, 2 minutes per side. And yes, important, as I say, the outside contracts and the juice is pushed out toward the center of the meat. For a steak like that, it should rest at least 5-6 minutes on a rack of lamb, maybe 10 minutes on a standing rib roast, like 35 minutes before you can cut into it. So it's very important. So that's basically it now. And you can see that steak, the marking there, exactly like the marking here. That will rest couple of minutes here, there. These are, if you like them a bit crunchy as I do, they'll be just about fine, there. As you can see, the steak has been resting a couple of minutes now, and you can see all the red juice, the juice which comes out of it. So this is the time to serve it now. We have our garnish. I will certainly use that juice. Yeah. And top of it, if you can, we have a tablespoon here of the anchovy butter. On top of it, will make it absolutely delicious. As you see, that piece of meat here will be rare. And I can cut it through it. You will see it will be just about the color that I like it. But as you can see, I cut it on purpose at the end of it. The color will be the same thing at the edge all the way through if it had a chance to rest for a little bit. And this is it. The classic grilled steak with anchovy butter and zucchini. I worked for Howard Johnson for many, many years, for 10 years, from 1960 to 1970. In the test kitchen, I was the director of research. And here I'm showing you one hot dog that I did here that I call the curly dog. I cut it this way and here. I don't even remember when we came out with this. It was for fun. And we never really use it on the menu. But I use it for my granddaughter who loved the curly dog. So here we are. I cut it about a quarter with each time, and you put it in a skillet like this. And another one here, and they kind of you help them to curl up a little bit as they cook on each side. It's just fun for the kids to do that. So I thought that I would do some type of relish to put in the middle of it. So I have a little bit of onion here. So here is some onion, a pickle, start browning. We put a little bit of scallion in there, a bit of hot sauce here, and some ketchup. I like to serve that on hamburger bun, half hamburger bun, or some English muffin here. So let's see the way. Yeah, they are curling up. And I think this is about it here. The curly dog, which I'm going to arrange right on top of that muffin here and fill up the center with my relish. And this is it. You do that for the kid, they would love you. It's the best curly dog you ever had. Today I'm going to show you some very basic technique, starting with a potato, peeling a potato. Now, as you can see, one thing that I do use my thumb to do that. Otherwise, if you do it without, you have no control, or other people do it this way. No, go the long way, this way, peeling a large potato. And of course, watch out for the eye, or parts like here, where you can see you need to take a little more. Okay, we used to have a potato like this, certainly when I was in apprentice and in plastic cuisine, and then after they would be trimmed. The trimming is this way: 1, 2, 3, so then you basculate the potato, 1, 2, 3. We would have potato peeled this way here. This, of course, was never thrown away. We had more use for this than for that. Mashed potato, croquettes, soup, and so forth. So that was kept into water, too. And with this here, usually, it was done in different way. For example, this way, the first one cut very thin. Often, we do that with a mandolin. And if you got it and put it together this way, you would have, well, often what we call a julienne, often when we use different type of thing. But in that case, we'd call that straw potato. That would be fried, washed and fried. Then after that, about that size, about that size here, and this would be so-called mashed stick potato. And the mashed stick potato, again, we have fried potato, but in a different way, as you can see here and there. And finally, the large one here would be done into so-called pont neuf potato, which is a large fried potato. So that's a classic way. Now, when you take any of those stick here, tube, and you cut them into little dice, so you have what we call a brunoise. B-R-U-N-O-I-S-E, this is classic, you will find it. So this is the brunoise referred to a way of cutting things, not to a side. So that would be a large brunoise, and this is a smaller brunoise, and this is how you cut your potato. A galette is a flat tart, you know, that I do very often in summer with different type of fruit. And here I'm doing a raspberry and blueberry galette. I'm going to make it look like the American flag for the celebration. And here, sometimes I make my puff paste, but very often I buy it. In that case here, I have 8 ounces of puff paste, and which I'm going to open and roll with sugar, you know. So puff paste is pretty complex to make, you know, and in that case here we do the puff paste very often by rolling it and doing little palmier, you know, so-called dessert. Also here I have 4 tablespoons of sugar that I'm going to use to roll that a little longer. So this is about, I want it about 9, which is about 9 here, 9, but by 12, by about 12 long. So a little longer. And this, you roll it gently. The puff paste is nicely. Let's see, now it's about, it's close to 12, it's about fine. As I said, 9 by 12 about, you do your puff paste. Best way to take it, you roll it on your rolling pin and directly unroll it here. That's about the best way to do it. And of course, I want an edge to this. And to do the edge to this, just run your knife about 3/4 of an inch from the edge, like this. I'm cutting halfway through, well, halfway or 3/4 to, doesn't really matter, so that by the time it puffed up, it will form a shell. Okay. And that goes into the oven at like 375, like 25-30 minutes. Now, prepare all of the ingredients that I have for it. I have a cup of cream here, a little dash of vanilla, like maybe half a teaspoon, 2 tablespoons of powdered sugar. That's going to be to decorate the top. I'm going to whip that. You can do that ahead too. I'll whip it in a little while. Down here, I have half a cup of raspberry preserve, seedless. I put them in the microwave oven for like 30 seconds so it's soft and it's liquid. And I put that onto 2 containers of raspberry. Those 2 containers of raspberry is 12 ounces of raspberry. And then here I have a cup of blueberry to put in the corner. On the blueberry I'm putting like a good maybe 1 tablespoon of lemon juice and a good maybe tablespoon and a half of sugar. So this I'm going to mix it ahead. I mean, this could be a dessert by itself, huh? Raspberry like that with raspberry preserve is delicious. Likewise with the blueberry like this. The blueberry, the sugar will melt in a few minutes. This will go there. And the decoration on top is going to be the cream that I'm going to whip. Which I'm doing now. When you whip cream, you don't go lift it up and beat it like that. You do that for egg white. Cream, you go back and forth. And usually when I do this, I don't do it on the table. I do that directly into the sink. That's it. Here is my puff paste here. And as you can see, there at the place where I cut, the thing here, what you want to do is to break it down here to do, I'm doing a border here, and at the base, and it's like a cookie because of the sugar. Nice and crunchy. And that will be the base, of course, when this is cold. So my puff paste is beautiful caramelized. I mean, you can see the bottom of it. It's like the palmier cookie, you know, that you roll in sugar. Very hard caramelized. And now we have to finish it up. I have everything. Maybe we'll start with the corner here to do the state. Okay. So I guess you have to put exactly 50 blueberries here. Can always push it down. That's what the puff paste is made for. Yeah, it should be about enough here. You don't want to assemble this like, well, as close as you can to the time you're going to eat it. Anyway, it's going to be a mess when you cut it because it's very, you know, it breaks, but it doesn't really matter. So here we have beautiful raspberry here. So I will use all my berry here. Now I have the cream here. I have a little pastry bag there with a plant tube. Put it in something high like this or a cup, so you can arrange that in there. So here we have 1, 2, 3 here, and I think it's 1. This 2 here. Okay. Now I can put a little bit of in there. So I can do the state. This is it. This is your 4th of July American flag raspberry tart. Could have been straighter than that, but anyway, enjoy and happy cooking. Gathering with family and friends around the table over a game of pool is life's greatest pleasure for me. Cooking simple food that can be made ahead means that you can enjoy a glass of wine with your company. Here are some recipes from chicken wing, cucumber soup, and my merguez sausage to some dips and canapé. I'm Jacques Pepin and I'm cooking at home. This is a nice and easy way to make chicken wing. I love chicken wing. And I buy them at my market. Sometimes they are attached together. There is the third appendage as well. Sometimes they are separated this way. And here I have about 1.5 pounds, well, close to 2 pounds. And I start them in a skillet. You know, skin side down like this on a non-stick skillet. I probably could have a skillet slightly bigger than that, but anyway, tie it together and cook them this way. Start them on high heat, a little bit of salt on top. As soon as it starts really frying, then I'm going to lower the heat. I cover it and I'm cook them probably about 10 minutes on this side. During that time I make the sauce. I am going to have a little bit of hoisin sauce. Again, on those type of barbecue sauce, there is hundreds of variations that you can do at home. I choose this one. I have hoisin sauce here, a little bit of dark soy. I'm going to put a dash of balsamic vinegar as well, a bit of sesame oil, just a touch, and a bit of hot sauce here, and a dash of sugar. So I am only going to put this after those are brown nicely on each side. I will add that to the end of it and then just finish them in the sauce to glaze them. Okay, it's a good 10 minutes now, so as you can see, are beautifully brown. So here I have 12 pieces of wings. So now I want to cook them on this side. Maybe I'll cover them. On the other side, I was halfway covered, halfway not covered. I'm going to put it on low heat. Well, as you can see, it cooked another 10-12 minutes on each side. Very tender, now it's cooked. Sometimes I have a lot of fat in it, sometimes not that much fat, but if you want to remove the fat, hold it with your, as you can see, I have a couple of tablespoons of fat here. And then on top of this, now we're going to use that sauce. And I'm going to cook this, reducing it a little bit so that it glazes until it's basically all reduced. Put a little bit of herb on top here for color. And this is it. Ooh, the glaze, the hot chicken wing, glazed hot chicken wing. Terrific dishes, easy to do, pretty quick and very tasty. Happy cooking. Another one of my favorite from my garden in summer is cucumber soup. When the cucumbers start coming, they come all over the place. They are not particularly beautiful too, but I do soup. Gloria makes a great salad of sliced cucumber, taking the seed out with sliced onion, and you cure the cucumber with salt, and it keeps a couple of weeks in the refrigerator. Then I have mint also in my garden. So some are pretty bad here, but I would pick up a good cup. You know, those proportions are not that important here. You like it with more mint, with less mint, with no mint at all. It's okay, but here, for about 4 people, I have a good 2.5 pounds of cucumber and like a good cup of mint here, which, as I said, you know, could be a little more. As you can see, I mean, loose mint in there. This is spearmint, is quite strong. I put it in there. About 2 or 3 cloves of garlic. This is small garlic again. It's from my garden too. My wife will peel it. It's a pain in the neck to peel. So put it in there. And I have a jalapeno pepper here. I think I'm going to put maybe, I don't know if I put till about half of one. Let's see whether it's strong. No, this one has practically no taste. I could probably put a whole one, 2, and the next one. So you have to test it because it does change. So, okay. And your tolerance also, you may like it with a lot or with not much. Okay, now here is my cucumber. What I do, I cut the end of it. The garden. And peel it, of course. So here with my cucumber, I cut the end of it until I see the seed here and around, a piece here, piece here. Even if you have a few seeds in here, it doesn't really matter, but I usually avoid all center with all those seeds here. Here it is. Especially, as I say, when those start coming in the garden, I can pick that up every day. Okay. All right. So here it is. I probably have 1.75 pounds here out of 2.5 pounds. And I like to do it in the blender or the food processor is okay. I have a cup of water here. I'm going to put about half of it to start. See, salt, fair amount of salt. And let's see now. Okay, let's see now. I tested this. Yeah, and I'm going to put a good cup of yogurt here. And that's basically it. Let's see now what it tastes like. I need a little more salt in there. I think I put a little pinch of sugar. I'm going to put there. And my pepper was not very hot, so I'm going to put a dash of Tabasco. But taste it. If your pepper is hot, you don't need to. Okay, so that's about here now. Let's see how much I have. Enough for 4, practically. Yeah, as you can see, I have a good 5 cup here. A good 5 cup. You can have it a bit thinner if you want. The taste of summer. Look at that. A beautiful soup here. But you know what? I forget the olive oil in there. Usually I put olive oil, a couple of tablespoons of olive oil in there. You know what? I'm going to put a little bit on top as a decoration, and I think it's going to be beautiful. Anyway, yeah. Even if you put it in there, maybe you should put some like this. It looks good. And then the little sprig of mint that I have here. And this is it. It's a nice, elegant first course for a summer dinner. Happy cooking. I want to show you how to make merguez. Merguez is a sausage, usually from North Africa or different part of Africa. Although the last time that I was in Morocco, I had it and it was done entirely with beef. And often it's done with beef. Conventionally, it is done with lamb. And here, of course, I am, of course, for someone which is practicing Islam, he would not put the sausage that I'm putting here, but here I'm doing it with Italian sausage. First, I have a lamb chop here. This is a shoulder chop. And as you see, there is some fat in it, and I want some fat in it to put. So I will remove the bone that I have here and put that in the food processor to do the mixture. So this is about 12 ounces, that chop here. Get as much meat as you can out of it. So it's about 12 ounces with the bone, so about 10 without the bone. And I have a pound of sausage here. Cut that into like half inches pieces. Okay. And I'm going to put that in my food processor. I want to chop it coarsely, like, and then I'm going to combine it with this. What we want to do is to cut the skin here, the casing. I mean, you can also buy those if you find them without the casing, so that's fine. I do that when we do party in the summer to grill those merguez, which are delicious, done this way, and I often do them and freeze them. Then I'm going to put a good half teaspoon of cumin and chili powder. Yep, a tiny dash of salt, probably half a teaspoon of salt in there. I think it's pretty well mixed. Make sure that it's well combined. As you can see here, the lamb is still showing a little bit. I'll use one of those here, which makes it about a quarter of a cup at the most size sausage. So you mold them, all of them this way. Use a little bit of water in your hand here after to mold them into a sausage shape, and that's how I would freeze it. You know? That's it. Yeah, I'll put some of the sausage to cook. Usually I would do that on the grill, of course, outside, and I'll do the rest of it, and that will take about 4 or 5 minutes to cook. Turn them. My merguez are cooked now. Cook about 6 minutes. Have 6 minutes on this, that size. So I put that on the, well, sometimes iceberg lettuce. Here I choose today to put it on romaine like this, crunchy. It's nice. So the garnish here, this way. Then pickled onion. Have pickled onion here. That go very well with it. So a few slices of pickled onion. And you can do that, of course, with regular sausage meat if you don't want to go through the problem of doing the merguez. I like to put at least one large mint leaves here, and cilantro. So a pickle of coriander here. Cilantro, of course, is coriander. Coriander here. Of course, you can omit the cilantro if you don't like coriander. Some people do not. Here they are, ready. And that's the one we pass around. Here, people grab it and eat like that. So this is my grilled merguez with pickled onion, cilantro, mint. Happy cooking! When I have people coming to my house, I like to do a little bit of a canapé sometime for drink. And I'm doing those with those type of baby zucchini. They are the best for that. And the baby zucchini, I'm going to cut that in about 1 inch at the most. 4, 5, 6, 7 about, yeah, okay. So that's the first part of it. 1. And this, I'm going to put about half a teaspoon of salt on top of it. Mix it a little bit, yeah. And I put that in the microwave oven, 2 minutes. And that's it. They're still hot. Usually I probably would let them cool off a little bit. But here what we want to do, see they are cooked, I mean they are crunchy. They are crunchy but cooked just the way I want them. So here, putting it this way because as you can see there is probably a tablespoon of the liquid which come out of the bottom. So basically, I will arrange that on a tray like this. Yeah. As I say conventionally, I would let them cool off a little bit. And on top of this, so I can start with the Parmesan cheese, I would say a couple of tablespoons of Parmesan cheese on top of this. Yeah. I have some piment d'Espelette here, which is a hot pimiento from the south of France. I use that, or I use paprika. Kind of smoky paprika, the Spanish paprika. I will put the paprika. So here about, I would say altogether like probably half a teaspoon. Yes. Then the poppy seed here, those are the black one. About half a teaspoon. The proportions are not that important here, you know, whether you put a little more, a little less, or whether you don't put this one more of another one here. Sesame seed, yeah, about a teaspoon or so. And a couple of tablespoons of olive oil on top. Or with it. And I have a beautiful little canapé of baby zucchini. Great with drink. Happy cooking. In summer, I love to do hummus for aperitif and all that. Sometimes I use white beans, sometimes I use black beans even, different type of thing. The classic way, of course, is with the chickpeas. I have a kind of chickpeas here. I'm going to pour out the water out of it. I may use some of the water back. I have garlic. I put a fair amount of garlic in there. 3-4 cloves of garlic at least. And I'll put that in the food processor first. Then I'm going to put my chickpeas. A little bit of the water, maybe 2-3 tablespoons. Lemon juice, about a tablespoon at the most. And in there, the classic way, of course, is to put tahini, which is sesame paste. I don't have sesame paste, so I use another nut, which is peanut. A couple of tablespoons of peanut butter will go well with it. Some hot sauce, of course, salt, and I would test it again at the end to see, and olive oil. I would use probably close to 1/3 of a cup of olive oil there. So let's turn that on. Let's see, I want to test it. That's good. I'll spread it out. I have a little bit of feta cheese here. So I'm going to break down some feta cheese on top of it. I think it goes well with it. About 2 to 3 tablespoons here. I have some chives. Couple of tablespoons too. I like a little bit of Spanish paprika, which is a bit smoky. Goes on top of that. Even a dash of oil on top. And I just had in my cupboard here some pepper here. So I put that as a garnish on top. Give it a bit of color. And this is it. I have a beautiful hummus of chickpeas. Try it. Happy cooking. You know, one of the best things that I do is what we call fromage fort, strong cheese. This is a recipe inspired by my father. He used to do that many years ago. At that time, we didn't have food processor, anything. So he used to get leftover cheese, from hard cheese to goat cheese to whatever, put them with a bit of white wine and some bouillon, some soup, and put them in a jar and let it ferment in the cellar. Then he mashed it up into a puree, and that's what we call the fromage fort. So that's what I do here. A lot of people throw cheese out. Look at all that array of cheese. I went through all my refrigerators here, freezer. So usually I would start with the hard cheese to do in there. So see what it looks like. You know, you may have to trim it. Like here, maybe I'll trim a little bit of the outside here. But I mean, even if there's a bit of mold, you know, cheese, especially like blue cheese, is what it is, you know, mold. So it's fine. So here I will cut it into pieces like this. I have that piece of Swiss cheese here. Maybe I'll take this out of it. Okay. I have a mimolette here. Mimolette is really hard. So I'm going to trim that skin on the other side. And of course, the recipe that I am doing will never be the recipe that you do. It's never the same because depending what's left over. And what you have to look how much of the hard cheese you have, how much of the soft cheese that you have. Because if not, you may even add a little bit of cream cheese or maybe a couple of tablespoons of sour cream or something like that to soften the thing. Although we are going to put white wine in it. So I have a piece of Saint-Albret here. This is a pretty strong cheese, and I'm trimming the outside a little bit. It's a bit strong. A piece of blue cheese here. I think this one is Roquefort. I'm trimming the outside. This one, maybe a little bit here. This is like a gorgonzola, so it's a much softer cheese. Ooh, feta cheese here, as you can see. I have a little piece of camembert. Well, I can even leave the rind in it. If the rind is not damaged, it's fine. And here a kind of Saint-Paulin, which is a very strong cheese, where I'm going to trim that also. So this is my soft cheese. I have a pound of cheese all together here. Oh, and I have a slice here of, you know, the American cheese. Well, that's good. Anything goes. I have like 4 cloves of garlic here. I'll crush them a little bit, put them in the food processor. I'll put my hot cheese in there. Well, it looks pretty thick still, so I'll put the rest of the wine here. I'm going to put a lot of pepper that I put in it. Usually, you don't need salt because the cheese is salted enough, but it's always good to test it. I'm going to clean that around. quite a lot of fromage fort. The best way, usually the way we use it is just like this, on toast, and that's how I like it, just like this. Sometimes we put it in the oven to brown it under the broiler. It's interesting because when you put it into the oven, it gets milder than when you have it untoasted. And this is going to take a couple of minutes under the broiler. And here it is, beautifully golden. And as I say, interestingly enough, this is less strong than this. That's how I like it. And that's how you save money. Use your leftover cheese and do something absolutely delicious with it. Happy cooking. With a well-stocked pantry and a few good cooking techniques, you can make a tasty dish or a simple meal. Potato flake for a simple soup, spaghetti for a quick main dish, lentil for a comforting stew, salmon for an economic gratin. Finally, a pound cake that can be transformed into a celebration dessert. I'm Jacques Pepin, and I'm cooking at home. We make soup at home. Winter, summer, don't make any difference. Cold soup, hot soup. I want to show you how to make a very easy one. I have a quart of chicken stock here. Of course, if you don't have a quart of chicken stock, you can use water and about a tablespoon and a half, 2 tablespoons of chicken base. So I want to bring that to a boil and cook that with a leek here. Leek is great for me in soup. As you can see, that leek is a little bit damaged. It's been around in the refrigerator for a while. So I will remove those first 2 things here. It's no good. Here, bit of the end here. What you want to do is to cut it in half this way, and that's when you rinse it under water. You know, all that beautiful light green color, that's what you want. So here it's clean. So now, of course, you could put scallion if you don't have the leek, or even onion too, but I like, and as you can see, I use a lot of the green too. I think it's a mistake to remove all of this. I mean, very often a leek may cost up to $1 a piece, and I've seen people just cutting it out just to keep that part. No, use the whole thing. Okay, so when my stock comes to a boil, I want to put this in there. I just have to wait for that to come to a boil and boil a couple of minutes. Okay, this has been boiling for like 3-4 minutes, and that's fine. So I'm going to add potato flake to it, and of course those are instant cooking, you know. I have about 1.5 cups here, so I don't know whether I'll need the whole thing. I want to taste it. Oh, no salt. I need salt in there and pepper. Remember, the stock that I had was no seasoning. Maybe I put a dash of Tabasco, like a few drops. So you can serve it just as is. But of course, if you want to put a little bit of cream in it, have some heavy cream, you could put light cream. You can even put milk, you know. And I think that I put here maybe 1/3 cup. At that point, that soup can be almost like a vichyssoise, a cold soup, you know, and you can be served this way. I have the chives coming out now, and even with the flowers of the chive, which sometimes I use as a decoration. So that's a very elegant soup. Maybe a couple of chives on top. And maybe those flowers here, which are edible, you know. It tastes a little bit like garlic. And this is this instant potato soup for a nice dinner. Happy cooking. I like simple recipe with pasta, spaghetti. I love spaghetti too. And here I have 1/2 pound of spaghetti for 2 people, my wife and so that's fine. I put that to cook, and you know, it will cook between from 11 minutes to 15 minutes, depending how you like it. So here, what you want to do is to extend your pasta so that it kind of melt into the water. And there are 100 different types of sauce that I do with that. This one is quite simple. I have one little container of anchovies here. This is 2 ounces. So I'll put the oil in there and put my anchovies on the table to cut it. I have 3 cloves of garlic that I'm going to crush. Okay, remove the shell, cut it in half. All right, so I have a good tablespoon and a half of garlic. That little can of anchovy fillet, there is about 10 in there. Here it goes. And I have half of a jalapeno pepper here. And when I use jalapeno pepper like this, I usually, taste it, because this one is pretty hot. So sometimes it's like a green pepper, and sometimes it's really hot. That in there. I'm going to put a couple of tablespoons of Parmesan cheese in there. I'm going to put like 2 tablespoons of olive oil. 1, 2, and that's it. This is my sauce. What I do when I'm ready, close to serving it, even now, I put that in the microwave oven. 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. That's enough to cook the garlic and stuff like this. Okay, my pasta is cooked now. What I do, usually I pick up about half a cup of liquid that I keep there, and I'll drain the pasta. I want it nicely drained. And now that was in the microwave for like a minute, so I'm putting the pasta in there, and of course stirring it. I have half a pound of pasta now. It's more than enough for 2 or 3 people. And depending how long I'm going to make it wait, if that stays there 5-6 minutes, all of that water will be gone. I want to put some parsley now on top. Parsley here. Certainly a little bit of this that I can add here. And all of those anchovies in the bottom here. Anchovies and garlic. Cheese on top. And maybe a little dash of oil. And this is it. Spaghetti with anchovy and garlic. Delicious. Happy cooking. I've always cooked on a budget. It's part of my background. It's part of my DNA, I guess. And it's the indication of a good cook to be able to use what we have. And in that case, today I have all kind of can here. I have some lentils here. I have a can of corn. I have a can of chicken flesh, and I'm going to do a dish with it. I could do, of course, a soup with all of that. I could do one thing or another, but at some point, you take a decision. So I have about 2.5 cups of water here. 2.5 cups of water. I have about 1.5 cups, which is half a pound of lentil. I'm going to put, well, a good cup of onion in there. And of course the lentil will take a little while to cook. A few cloves of garlic. You can never use too much garlic for me. Okay, this. I think a little pinch maybe of a teaspoon of Italian seasoning or herbe de Provence, one of those things, you know, teaspoon of it. Some salt, of course, not too much because I'm going to put, I think, a tablespoon of chicken base here to get more taste, so a good tablespoon of this. Now you bring that to a boil and you cook it about 40 minutes, 45 minutes, we'll see. Sometimes depending how dry the lentils are. And then I have a can of corn, so I will put probably, I should probably do it now, put most of the juice in there. And the juice of the chicken as well. I get some taste there. Okay, stir it. Good, and that should probably be enough for like 6 people, so very inexpensive. So, whoop, my lentils are cooked now. Yeah, that's it, 40 minutes. 40 minutes, and sometimes they take a little longer, and sometimes a bit less. They are tender, and then I'm going to put the can, so that will extend my dish quite a lot, and like the tendons of chicken. All of that, I'll bring that to a boil, heat it up, garnish it with a bit of scallion or parsley or that's it. And I have quite a lot of a big casserole here that I would serve easy 6 people. All right, so here it is. Let me taste it. The minimal amount of chicken here, I have 10-ounce can of chicken, but it will serve 6 people. A bit of pepper and a little bit of olive oil on top, like this. And I have a big casserole dish here. Again, tiny bit of olive oil, parsley or chives on top again, and this is it. The fricassee of lentil with chicken. Happy cooking. I'm going to show you how to make a gratin of salmon here. I have that can of salmon, which is 14-15 ounces, and I'm going to do a little bit of a white sauce here. So I need a tablespoon and a half of butter here, tablespoon and a half of butter. I have a tablespoon and a half of flour and a cup and a half of milk to do a white sauce. And then I have 5 cups of spinach here, and those I'm going to put them in the microwave oven, covered for a minute or so. So here is my flour. Mix it together to have that little roux we called, and then you put your milk. Here I have a cup and a half of milk. You can have half and half. You can have cream if you want it richer, but this is fine. And in this, with salt, pepper, that's it. And I'll have a nice cream sauce here. Let's see what my salmon is here. I think I'm going to remove a little bit of the skin here. And even the juice, I don't think I'm going to use it. and I crumble it. Okay, let's see, this is a nice bowl now. Okay, so that's basically it. Okay, the spinach are cooked. Now I would want to put maybe a little bit of salt on top of it, maybe a little bit of pepper. If you don't have the fresh spinach, of course you can use frozen spinach. If you have it, perfectly fine. And maybe a little dash of olive oil. So you have a bed, you can use another vegetable to put underneath like this. Okay. Okay. I could do the same thing with eggs, you know, hard cooked eggs. Do a gratin like this. That's it. I have a piece of old bread here, so I'm going to cut it coarsely, kind of coarse breadcrumb. Never throw out any piece of bread. Can do crouton with it, crumb, and so forth. In a case like this, when you're going to use this, it's a good idea to moisten it with a little bit of oil. Put that in there. If you put that on top directly, it tends to burn. So, oiled breadcrumb, a bit of olive oil, or any type of oil. Not enough to get it gooey, but enough so that it's now going to brown. I have a good tablespoon of Parmesan cheese here. Mix with that. If you do it ahead and it's cold, then you can put it in a hot oven, like 375 for 20 minutes too. If it's hot like mine, it's still hot, I may put it directly under the broiler. And this is it, about 5-6 minutes under the broiler. And you can serve it just like this, or individually. As you can see, this is pretty rich with the, with the spinach underneath, salmon cream sauce. And this is it, a gratin of salmon with spinach. Happy cooking. I try never to throw anything out. My mother was a very miserly cook, and I am too. So the other day I did a fennel salad with a bulb, and it came with this. So I want to do a soup with the top of the fennel. Likewise with a cauliflower. I had a cauliflower there that I used the top, so I'm going to use that again in the soup. I can use the top of turnips, for example, even of carrot and all that. I kind of use it rather than throwing those things out. There is nothing wrong with it, and I do a lot of soup in winter as well as in summer, for that matter. I do soup. So here, this is the top of the cauliflower. I have 4 cups of chicken stock here. So you can have fresh chicken stock, your own, and you can also use the powder, the paste. I like to use the paste like the bouillon cube with the water. It's fine, one or the other. That will determine, however, the amount of salt that you put in it, depending on what you have. So here I have the fennel top, and I can smell the smell of anise, from the fennel top. So it's pretty assertive taste. And I guess I put a good cup of onion in there. Yeah, I have a cup of onion here. That will come to a boil. Cover it, let it boil gently, about 15 minutes. Okay, my fennel top soup here has been cooking for 15-20 minutes. It's not that important, the amount of cooking. I'm going to thicken it with this now. You know, when you sprinkle that on top of it, very often you get lump. People get problems. So what I'm doing here, 3/4 of a cup of cold water, 1/4 of a cup of cornmeal or polenta. Usually in the cold water there is no problem. It will mix gently without. So you mix that in there. Okay, the whole thing in this. Bring that back to a boil. Cook it about 5 minutes at the most. I guess my soup is ready now. You can see it. Nice and thickened. We taste it. I think I need some pepper in it. I don't really need any salt because the stock was salted. So here is the fennel, polenta soup, whatever is left over. We have the top of the cauliflowers here as well. Beautiful soup. Maybe I put a dash of olive oil on top. Give me a bit of richness. And a little bit of Parmesan or Romano cheese on top. And this is it. The fennel top and polenta soup. Happy cooking. I love pound cake, good butter pancake, and I love raspberry jam. One time my granddaughter came to my house and she said, I want to do a little cake for mom for her birthday. I said, I'll show you how to do something really easy and quite good. So here is a 1 pound cake. So I'm going to trim it, trim the outside with a big knife like this. Okay, the bottom part too, and the top part. So I have all of those here, which I'm going to use, make breadcrumb, or I mean cake crumb rather. And I'll put that down here. And now I have to show Sherry how to cut that cake into 4 slices. And it's not that easy, so one way of doing it, I told her, is to do 2 pieces of wood like this. You find the same size and put that on top and keep your knife right on top of it like this, so that you're sure that your slice is just about right. Right. That's it. So she learned how to do this. I think it was a bit thinner than that even. But here, I guess I'll do 3 slices here. You can do 3 slices, even 4 slices. It's good. Okay. Bottom part of it, I will be very generous with the raspberry. Love that raspberry jam. I need about probably half a cup of that. And put that on top. Again, you can of course stuff it with a buttercream, but I really like the raspberry. And what I did here, actually that raspberry jam, this is a seedless raspberry jam, but I put it in the microwave oven for like 30 seconds or so to get it a bit soft like that, the way it is here. Yeah, now we want to put some on the outside. You can hold that on your hand. Put but a little bit here. Don't worry if some fall on the table, it's all right. Maybe I should do that on top of a plate. And a little bit at the end here. So here now, I can put this on the side and you bring it with your hand like this. What glue to it. So on the other side. And we can put the rest on top. Now you have a beautiful little cake. Probably better now to let it rest for half an hour before you cut it, but I'm going to cut it now. You have a nice tray like this. You know what? I may use this. I don't like to throw that out. How bad can it be? Yeah. So I'm cutting it this way. It cut very nicely. You don't have to cut the whole thing. What I like to do is to cut like 5-6 slices like this and put the rest of it right there to present it. I think it's spearmint on top, just to finish it up a little bit like that. And here it is. Happy birthday to your wife or to your kid and all that. And happy cooking. Most of us want to eat a healthy diet that includes lots of fresh organic products. So much is available at farmers market and in grocery store. In full season, the food is the best, the prices are the best, and the nutrition is the best. So eat what's in season. But in a hurry, it's okay to grab pre-washed spinach, frozen vegetable, pre-cut mushroom, or sliced squash to make your life easier. Here are some of my favorite vegetable recipes. I'm Jacques Pepin, and I'm cooking at home. Years ago, we used to do spinach differently than now. We used to boil the spinach in boiling water. When they were cooked, drain them out, cool them up, press them into a bowl, and they were ready to be sauté or whatever. We don't do that anymore. We also used to remove, but those are pretty small, as you can see. Those are not baby spinach, but small enough. The big one, we used to remove them by putting your hand this way and pulling out the stem like that of the big spinach, and that would be kept to do spinach puree or put it into a soup. But here what we are going to do, I have half a pound of spinach here and garlic is what we do with it. I'm going to do finely chopped garlic, and I like a lot of garlic. So as you can see here, I have like 1.5 tablespoons of garlic, which I'm going to put into that skillet with a good tablespoon, maybe 1.5 tablespoons of oil. So I want to cook my garlic a little bit here, but I don't want it to burn, of course. As you see, my spinach are a bit still wet from being washed. I will start putting a bunch of spinach inside this way, right on top of the garlic. And then here, remember, this is cold, so I can grab those spinach and turn them around this way to put my garlic on top, so I don't burn my garlic in the bottom. Okay, then put the rest of it here. There is enough moisture, as I say, in those spinach, so they go down to basically nothing. This would be for like 2 people, 3 maybe at the most. Dash of salt, I'm going to put now. Dash of pepper, of course. And that's about it. The spinach are going to break down within a minute. So covering it will increase the moisture. They start breaking it down. So you can check your spinach occasionally. As you can see, they're all getting very wilted underneath. As you can see, there is liquid in there from the spinach. I'm going to spurge a little bit and put like a couple of teaspoons of butter in there to finish it up. And now I leave it up like this to evaporate a little bit of the moisture, and that's it. I will test it. Well, good. And this is about it. I don't mind if there is a little bit of juice left over. It's good to dunk your bread into. Okay, so this is half a pound of spinach, as you can see, with garlic. Just enough for my wife and me for dinner. Happy cooking. This is a kabocha, K-A-B-O-C-H-A pumpkin. A friend of mine, Cesare Casales, grow it upstate New York. He sent it to me, and I want to show you what I do with it. I never had pumpkin with sugar on top of it until I came to America. In France, the pumpkin and all that is used like a squash. This is probably the hardest part of doing it here, cutting the top. Okay, so I'm going to take the cover off here, and I will empty those here. We used to roast those nuts, but and there is a specialty in Lyon, where I come from, where we do that pumpkin soup by putting the whole pumpkin into the oven, which is what I'm going to do now, and eventually finish it with, well, in Lyon actually we did it with only with cream inside and Swiss cheese. No more seed. I'll put it in this to make sure in case it breaks. I'm going to put a cup of chicken stock in there. Yeah, and of course we'll need more at the end. And then I'm going to put that in the oven now, around 350 for a couple of hours. We'll see. Okay, and now here is my pumpkin. I cover it at the end for about 30 minutes because it was getting a bit too dark. And it cooked a good hour and a half. And now it's been out of the oven for like half an hour. And here is the cover. Whoop. Now I have the juice inside, as you can see. I'm going to start getting as much of the flesh that I can get here. As I say, we're doing the pumpkin soup here. You could have just peeled the pumpkin and cook it with some chicken stock and the same way, but I wanted to show you that for the presentation. So here, whoop, it's still hot. I have the juice, remember, that I put in there, and I'm going to try to get here also as much flesh as I can. It's a long time in the oven, when in fact, if you were to peel it, cut it and put it with stock, it would cook in like 30-35 minutes. It'd be tender. You want to make a hole in it, because of course you want to use that as a presentation. So I think that I get everything that I needed here. Put back on the stove. I think I'll put another cup of chicken stock in there. See what it looks like. I may even have to put a little more. I think another half a cup maybe. Okay. You can use one of those things, you know, just to make a puree out of it, and it'll be perfectly fine. It won't be quite as fine, but of course, if you have what I have here, the emulsifier, or you can put it into the blender, or into the food processor, or use the immersion blender here. I want to bring it to a boil, and we want to put maybe half a cup of cream here. And you don't have to add this, but in the original recipe, we add a little bit of Gruyere cheese, you know, but if you don't put it, and if you don't put cream, you can put a bit of a half and half or whatever. Here I have about, well, half a cup maybe at the most of Gruyere cheese. And see now, I'm going to it. You can see it's very creamy, beautiful. Let me taste it. No salt. A dash of salt and a good dash of salt. It's very sweet. I will put, of course, some pepper. A good half a teaspoon. And this is it. Just like in Lyon. The whole idea, of course, of presentation, of presenting that on this, but otherwise you can do it just as well, less complicated. And you can see you have almost the same amount to regarnish that if you feel like it. If you want a little bit of color on top, get a few chives. So you will come into the dining room with your guest with this there. I think I'll put it on the side here, ready to serve. Here is my pumpkin soup, Lyonnais style. Happy cooking. I want to show you how to cook string beans, haricots verts in France. We refer usually to the haricots verts, to the very tiny one. Those are okay. They could be finer than that for the haricots verts. When I was a kid, you know, you had to take the haricots verts here, and this is the end which is hanging to the plant. We would cut this one and that one. Like the end, the long one here, you would cut it this way and run it, and you would have a string right up. We get to the end, we break it on the other side, and you'll have another string on the other side. String beans don't have any string anymore. You still have to remove at least that piece. By habit, I still remove the other piece as well. But in any case, I remember years ago we cooked that a long time. Then we cook it less and less and less, to the point that now people call blanched it. That is, put it in boiling water for a few seconds, remove it. That's not enough for me. So water, a good amount of salt in the water. Put your string beans. We used to do that in large baths in professional kitchens, which were in copper. And the copper itself tends to keep them green. But of course it's not done anymore. I have enough water here. Theoretically also you're told not to cover it, but I cover it, and the only reason is that it comes back faster to a boil, otherwise it takes too long. Coming back to a boil, and we will boil it for a few minutes and taste it. For the time being, that string beans is raw, as you can see. And if I go like this, it breaks. Textures change as it goes along. We're going to saute that with some shallots. I have the shallots here. The shallot, of course, is a type of onion. You know? And you peel it on each side. It's classic to have the string beans sauté with shallot, of course. But first, you cook your string beans. You cool your string beans. You cool your string beans. And when you're ready, up you start sauteing it. So here I have a shallot which is cut in half. To cut that shallot, again, I will use my finger. Notice that I put them flat, so it's easier when it's round. And here I would go this way. So this is, it's all cut here as you can see, but still attached to the end. So I go on the side here, cut a little bit this way, again this way, maybe twice, and again the same idea here. This is finely chopped shallot, which I use. Finely chopped shallot, finely sliced shallot. So here, this is usually the two ways those shallots are used, sometimes whole also. You have the chopped shallot, sliced shallot. And for the string beans, you can use one or the other. Now, as you can see, it's boiling, so you can uncover it if you want. It's about 2 minutes now, and a lot of people will remove it at that point. And at that point, yeah, it banned on that. But for me, no. It depends also, of course, on the side of your haricot vert. Your string beans sometimes are very, very thin, very fresh out of the garden. All of that changes. But we're at 3 minutes now, and for me, it will need, with that size string beans, at least another couple of minutes. I don't like them mushy, like them slightly firm, crunchy under my teeth, but with the taste of string beans. When they are undercooked like that, for me, they don't really have the taste of string beans. Another thing too, as we used to do very large quantity of it, as soon as they are cooked, we would transfer them to ice water. That stops the cooking, and it's fine. Especially in a professional kitchen, when you do 3, 4, 5 pounds at the time. I have half a pound of string beans here. And at home, what I would do, I would drain the water out and keep them here so that they dry out, because of the hotness, they dry out very easily. And then right away, I take a skillet, a little bit of butter, and I saute them in there. So I think my string beans now are about 6 minutes. If I see the small one here, the small one is perfect now. Just slightly crunchy. So at that point here, I would put them under cold water. Of course, I'll cool them up, but just to show it to you. I could actually continue cooking in there if I need it right away. It would be fine. But if I don't need it right away, I may refresh them a little bit so that, and then leave them here ready to be sauteed. And as you can see, they are beautifully green. To saute the string beans, I will use a skillet, like a tablespoon of butter. And always, I put a little dash of oil. That prevents the butter from burning also. You want to saute that? For different tastes in your string beans, you could let the butter cook enough so it becomes slightly hazelnut in color, slightly brown, and it will have a different taste. I have the chopped shallots here, and actually I'm going to put a bit of the sliced shallot too. So this, remember the shallots are raw, this is cooked. So let that cook for 30-40 seconds on high heat. So even though I add salt in the water, we still need a little bit of salt here. So here it goes. This is cooked enough now. And put that in there. And of course mine are still hot, but otherwise I would let them. Dash of salt, salt and pepper. All right. This is a classic garnish for a rack of lamb or a steak. And here we are, string beans with shallots. Haricots verts aux échalotes. Perfectly cooked. I'm going to make a ragu or a stew of vegetable today. And I have those frozen mixed vegetables, they're still frozen. I have a couple of slices of bacon here that I'm going to start with, but frankly, if you want to do that totally vegetarian, then you don't have to use the bacon. You can use a little more olive oil. Here I'm going to put this to cook in there with a little bit of olive oil. Okay, so here I will start with the onion. Okay, coarsely chopped. Well, I could have less onion. I always love put a lot of onion, and those type of recipe doesn't really matter that much. Okay, here we'll have 3 cloves of garlic. Okay, the bacon is frying nicely here. We can add garlic and onion. So let's cook that for a couple of minutes. And during that time, I'm going to peel my potato, because I want to put potato in there. I can rinse that potato. I can see in the bottom of the pan here the crystallization and all that. And they are called glaze or solidified juice. And when you put liquid in it, it deglazes, that it releases those juice and give you the taste. That's why you have to have thick, heavy pot, aluminum or whatever. This happens to be copper, but it's stainless steel inside. So the potatoes are about 3/4 of an inch dice. So I think we're ready here. What I'm going to do on top of that is to add like 2 teaspoons maybe of flour. Okay, and then now I have a cup of water here. The whole cup of water should go in there. And then my potato. Let me taste it now. Remember, there is bacon, there is salt. See, there needs some salt, some pepper. Bring that to a boil. We're going to cover it and cook it like 5-10 minutes. So let's see my potatoes are cooked. Yeah, potatoes are cooked. Good. So now I can put the rest of my vegetable. This doesn't really need to cook very much. So this will come back to a boil. It's going to get a bit looser because of the water in the vegetable. Boil it and it's ready to be served. Well, that's it. Came back to a boil and it boiled 5-6 minutes now, and I have a beautiful stew. And that's great with a steak, with a chicken. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Happy cooking. I often make pasta at home. Any type of pasta I love, and rice too. My wife adores rice. So this is pasta fazool. It's called fazool with an F, pasta and fagioli sometimes, that is pasta and beans. So pasta and beans, we start with a couple of tablespoons of good olive oil here, I'm going to put, and then I have about 3/4 of a cup of pancetta, which is unsmoked bacon, really, just cured pork like that you can get at the market now. So we're going to saute that a couple of minutes with onion. It's not that important whether they're exact. I would say a good cup. So maybe I put the whole onion. Just put in there. I have 3 cloves of garlic here, crush it. And I would say I have there probably a good tablespoon of chopped garlic. Coarsely chopped is fine. This should cook for 2-3 minutes. As you say, start browning now. So I put a cup and a half of chicken stock, cup and a quarter of tomato. Tomato, diced tomato, puree of tomato, a mixture like I have here is perfectly fine. Rinse it out. Of course, salt and pepper in there. Probably at least half a teaspoon of salt, half a teaspoon of ground pepper. The beans, better to drain them, so maybe I'll put some of the juice of the beans here. And this is a can of cannelloni beans. It's about a pound, not quite. Okay, so that has to come to a boil first. Okay, as you can see now, nice boil, and this is a good cup of, a good cup of penne, which is about 4 ounces. So here it is. Continue boiling. I think my pasta is cooked now. As you can see, I cover it. I cook it covered. The reason is that if you don't cover it very often, too much liquid evaporates, and it makes it very difficult for the pasta to cook. So check it out when your pasta is cooked. This one, about 20 minutes. Then I got the beans. All of that has to come to a boil now, and that's about it. I like to put a tablespoon or so of butter at the end here to enrich it a little bit. A couple of tablespoons of chives or parsley. Now it came back to a boil. Let me taste a little bit for seasoning here. And good, maybe a bit of pepper. And that's it. You know, a very delicious Italian specialty here. Parmesan cheese on top of it. Maybe a little extra green. And this is pasta fazool, inexpensive and delicious. Happy cooking! If you really want to save time in the kitchen, you should take the time to master some simple skills and technique. It will make your life easier, and when you are comfortable, you'll be more creative and cooking will be more enjoyable. I'm going to show you how to work with a knife, cook perfect eggs, blanched tomato, and make a gratin of eggs with a bechamel sauce. Easy. I'm Jacques Pépin, and I'm cooking at home. The most important thing for a cook in the kitchen is the knife, for me. I have 3 knives. No, I probably over 100 knives, but I have a big knife, you know, to cut large things, to chopping knife and so forth. Utility knife, about 7 inch, and a paring knife. It's basically those 3 knives that I need. But they have to be kept sharp, and that's not easy. First, buy good quality knife, easier to sharpen. Secondly, what people don't realize is that if you look at the microscope to the end, the cutting edge of a knife, it's made of teeth. Anything which cut from a saw to a scalpel is made of teeth. So those teeth here, when I bang it on the table, back and forth, the teeth get out of whack. So you use what we call a steel to realign the teeth. It does not really sharpen the knife, it realigns the teeth. So you run it on top and it realigns the teeth. The mistake often people do, they go very fast like that in the center and cover only 1 inch from the center. No, you have to start at the heel, finish at the tip. The second thing, you have to apply pressure. And the thing maybe more important, don't move your wrist. Keep it constant, because people move their wrist, they do this, and they scrape out all the teeth. So keep it constant. That will realign the teeth and keep your knife sharp. If you don't have this, sometimes I use the back of a plate. On the place here where it hasn't been glazed, that will abrase your knife. Porcelain like this is much harder than steel. On the Rockwell scale, it's much harder than steel. That's why there is many sharpening tools which are made of porcelain like this. After a year or two, the teeth are worn out. So you can use this, you can use that, won't do anything. You need a new set of teeth. You have to sand your knife out to someone do a lawnmower or thing like that, or you can do it yourself. I often use a thing like that in between two. That's what I use in front. I use it like this one, and it abrades a little more than that. And that's good. But ultimately, you need a large stone like this, and I used to have a very large one. As you can see, there is 3 stones here. 3 stones. One rough, this one, the other one less rough, and this one to finish, finer and all that. Those have to be either wet or oiled. If you wet them, often we used to keep that in water. If you wet them, eventually you can put oil on it too. But if you start with oil, you cannot go back to water. So the point is that this used to be a container underneath. You had a container underneath here that was full of oil. And then you run your knife on top of it. Again, about 20-degree angle. And you have to take time to go to the rougher one, and eventually to go to a finer one. You have to spend 10 or 15 minutes too. And the oil here will keep this clean. As you can see here, if I clean that up with my knife, and if I set it up here to clean that up, you see that. If I don't keep it clean with the oil or water, those segments of stone here get reincorporated into the stone. You rub it on top, and you end up with a piece of marble, glaze, and it has no more abrasiveness. So in order for that to be abrasive, it has to be kept clean. So either you sand it out or you do it yourself. You have to spend 15, 20 minutes on a knife to really create a new set of edge. Then you can use your steel again for another year or two. On the market, you also have some electric one. And again, those have different level of grindiness. So for example, here, this will be you can hear it. Run your knife very gently on each side. 4 or 5 sides. And you move to the second one, which is a finer stone. And finally to the finishing one, which is like a finishing stone, very, very fine. And that do a decent work. The best one is to do it by hand. And remember, a sharp knife, it's very rare that you cut yourself with a sharp knife. And if you do, you have a nice clean cut, so it's good. But you should always have a sharp knife in the kitchen. And you will enjoy your cooking more. Happy cooking. As an apprentice, one of the important things was how to cut your vegetable the proper way, in a classic kitchen, of course, and I want to show you some of this. For example, on a carrot, when you have a long thing like that, the first thing you do, you cut the end of it before you peel it, so that you establish a platform here. Then you hold your carrot this way, not higher than this, it's in the way. You have to hold it this way and make it pivot on your hand. The small hand here, and it's one streak. One streak as you put this flat against it. Some people do it even this way and go back this way. This way. If you do it this way, cut the end of it, finish it up, ultimately the same thing, but it takes you twice as long. Now, when you have a celery like this, very often you look, this is the outside of the celery. See the first one. This is the inside. This is standard. You can feel it with your thumb. This, you know that there is some fiber. So again, here you may want to cut those fiber off largely before you use it. In a case like this, I can use a carrot. Now very often this is pretty tricky, so very often we cut a small piece here so that it is a little sturdier in your hand. Remember that the knife is always against you. The thumb is always inside, never this way. And you use the thing to go down, forward, down, forward, down, forward, and so forth until the end. Okay, out of this here, you pile it up together, usually 2 or 3 slices like this, to go on what we call onto a stick like this. If you do it, of course, finer, then finer is going to be more of a julienne, you know, as you would have here. And this is used as a garnish for fish, for meat, all kind of thing. This again is cut, those long sticks are cut into tiny cubes, which again we call a brunoise. All of those are different ways of cutting the vegetable. Another thing which is very classic is what is called a mirepoix, M-I-R-E-P-O-I-X, and it refers to a way of, not a way of cutting vegetables, but rather the trilogy of vegetables: celery, carrot, and onion. The normal mirepoix is cut very coarsely because you put that in a stock with chicken bone, whatever, to do a chicken stock, fish stock, as a garnish around a roast, braising, and so forth. So the mirepoix very often is this. So it can be cut very coarsely, doesn't really matter, because usually it's going to cut a long time. So you have your mirepoix here. This. And again, for the mirepoix, you don't have to peel your celery. It doesn't really matter there. Okay. So that would be that mixture here. Again, flat. So that's a classic trilogy of carrot, onion, celery. Your mirepoix give a lot of taste to chicken stock. I want to show you how to make properly hard-cooked eggs and off mole, that is a softer one. The first thing that you do in the round part of the egg, you make a little hole, because there is the air chamber, that releases the pressure. Very often you put that in boiling water, the egg will crack. That will release the pressure. So that you can see it, I'm going to stop the boiling here and show it to you. You will see that when I put that in there, the pressure will be released because of that. So here we go, here, you can see it going down. And the second one here, so I'm putting the heat back on, very, very gentle boil. If it boils too fast, it toughens the albumin, the egg white will be tough. 10 minutes for the large eggs, 10 minutes, and 7 minutes for the egg mole. When you put the eggs into the boiling water, the sulfur in the eggs, you know what smell of rotten eggs, it gets away from the heat, it goes toward the center of the eggs, and there is a reaction with the yolk, the iron in the yolk, and it creates that blue tinge that you have around your yolk and that strong smell of sulfur. So what we'll have to do, as soon as the egg is cooked, we take it out, put it into ice cold water. Then the sulfur fills the coal, cross the egg white, and dissipate in the water, so you have an egg without any of that green tinge around the yolk, and very nice and tender. Okay, I remove this one at 7 minutes, this one 10 minutes. Ice cold water, I let it cool in there. And now for the poached eggs, you do in water with a little bit of vinegar on top. The vinegar, of course, prevents the egg white from spreading out too much. We used to break 10 eggs in a row when I was in the apprenticeship, but if you do 1 or 2 eggs, maybe it's good to break one directly in there and then place it into barely boiling water like this. Okay, so the eggs usually will come a little bit to the surface. You help maybe with a slotted spoon like that when it starts going up, and of course it goes between 4, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, depending on how you like your eggs. It's important also for the eggs, you have your eggs cold. Rather, if it's at room temperature, the egg white tend to spread out more. And here, as I said, you can pull it out gently like this, just by running it. That make it move. That's it. Every couple minutes you can lift it up and test it, see the way you like it, usually about 5 minutes. This is the hard cooked eggs. You want to eat it with a spoon like that. It goes into the ice water. And frankly, the best way of peeling it is under running water. Under the shell, you have a skin. You have to break through that skin, and the running water in the thing go under, and it makes it easy. Yeah, the egg is soft now, and then again you would put that into water and ice. That's to cool off your egg and also to wash a bit of the vinegar. In a professional kitchen you will poach 2 dozen eggs this way. Now usually your poached egg you trim some of the hanging white like this. You look at it, there is one side. Well, look a bit better than the other side. That's how you present it, either this way or this way. And then you keep them in cold water. When someone has an order, you grab that egg, lower it into hot water for 20-30 seconds and serve it. This is our egg mole, which basically is another way of doing a poached eggs. I very often do it this way rather than this, same texture. And this is the hard cooked eggs that I have here. You can see that the hard cooked eggs I will cut right through, and the yolk will be absolutely beautiful. No green tinge around the yolk, no smell of sulfur. For me, going to a restaurant and having a perfectly cooked, hard cooked egg is an indication of knowledge in the kitchen. This is the egg mole, very soft, which is about 7 minutes, 6.5, 7 minutes, and as you can see, it's basically like a poached egg. Sometimes easier to do than the poached eggs. And then finally the poached eggs here, again the texture will be about the same here. Poached eggs, off mole, and hard cooked eggs. There is another egg that I've done here, cooked at low temperature. Usually people do it when you cook sous vide with a circulator or an agitator where the water is mixed. It's cooked at 150 degrees, much lower than the 212, which is boiling water. And it's cooked I cook this one for 1 hour. And as you see, it comes out, you don't shell it, it comes out this way. The texture of the yolk is almost like the same texture of the yolk and the white together. Different texture, quite moist, and a different texture than those. So there are 4 different ways of cooking your egg. I love to do that with the kid. I have 2 eggs here. Which one is hard cooked? This one is raw. One is raw, one is hard cooked. And what you do, you spin the eggs, like this one here. Basically doesn't spin. This is the raw egg. This one here, it goes so much that it stands up like this, because it's totally solid. So the kid loves to do that. So whoop, again, here is the hard cooked eggs, and here is the raw eggs. And the more it cooked, if it's halfway cooked, it will spin more, and more, eventually standing up like this. Happy cooking. I want to show you how to blanch tomato and to make tomato concassé. That is a very simple, very fresh kind of tomato sauce. First, you remove that part here. Notice that my thumb is touching here, and I cut around. If your thumb is not there, you may hurt yourself. So to blanch tomato, we drop them in boiling water. They should be covered by the boiling water, so I should have a little more here. Anyway, but the riper the tomato are, the less time it needs to. But basically 10-15 seconds is about enough to blanch the tomato. So we remove them. Very often a recipe will tell you to put them in ice, water and ice. I don't. I think it changes a little bit of the taste, remove, and I leave them on the table for a few seconds. And then from here, as you can see, the skin will slide very, very easily. So here, I have a totally clean tomato. As I say, if your tomatoes are not ripe, they will take a few more seconds in there, but eventually, yes, just like this, the skin comes out. In that case here, what we do, you cut them across to expose the seed. I have a pound of tomato here, 3 small tomatoes, a pound. And then I want to press the seed out. The seed and the juice be spread out like this, just to have tomato flesh. Now for the concassé tomato, I want to put, for that, a good tablespoon, maybe a tablespoon and a half of olive oil, maybe a quarter of a cup or so of coarsely chopped onion, a clove of garlic, crush it, it's about a teaspoon so of garlic, saute in there, and I leave it a fresh thyme. Feel around. That's it. This is the base of my tomato sauce. And then to this, we're going to add the tomato flesh. I will reuse the juice in there. Just to have the seed. I'm going to put salt in it. Good dash of salt. A dash of sugar. And a little bit of fresh pepper. This will boil 3-4 minutes. A little piece of butter to it at the end. And this is it. This is a tomato coulis, so called. And very often I will do a standard tomato sauce where you cut your tomato whole, onion, carrot, tomato paste, stock. You cook it like an hour, and then I strain it very smooth, and then I do a fresh tomato like this to add to it. That's one of the way it was done years ago. But for me, that fresh tomato coulis here is just about the best. See, now it's cooked enough, it has a taste of fresh tomato, and it doesn't need more cooking than that. That on top of fresh pasta or whatever, here is what a tomato coulis is. Delicious. Happy cooking. When I don't know what to do for dinner, I very often end up with eggs. I want to show you there a gratin of eggs, how to do it with a little bechamel, a cream sauce. So here, I need about a tablespoon of butter in there, and a tablespoon of flour. So this is what you call your roux. You know, when you have the flour and butter together. Usually you mix it, and here I cook it, what, 10, 15 seconds, 20, 30 seconds, that's it. And then a cup of milk. The milk is cold, as you can see. Dash of salt in there, dash of pepper. And you want to bring that to a boil. That's a cream sauce. Occasionally you mix with your whisk. Make sure that you put the palm of your hand on top of it here to go into those corners here. Yeah. As soon as it comes to a boil, it's going to thicken. So at that point, what we have here, I have eggs here. As you can see that I slice. And those eggs are perfectly cooked. Totally yellow, no green around the yolk. I have 5 eggs here. I can, any type of garnish that I want to put on top. Let's see that. Will come to a boil pretty soon. So what I want to do, I have mushroom here. I am going to garnish. That actually one mushroom, I think maybe enough. I'll put it in my sauce to bring it to a boil. Now it's boiling, as you can see here. And now I will put a little bit of cream in there, probably a quarter of a cup or so. And that's it, that's my cream sauce. Very rich and delicious. So in the garnish of this, in that case here I'm putting a few corn, because I happen to have corn here. I'm putting about a third of a cup of mozzarella cheese. You could put Swiss cheese, you could put and I have a little bit of ham here. 2 small slices of ham. I put also as a garnish on top. I'm going to put some cracked pepper on top of that. I think I'll need it more. I can do that ahead. If you do it ahead, you want to cook it in the oven, a regular oven, 400 degrees, probably 20 minutes. If it's boiling hot when I put that on top, then I can do it under the broiler. Some chives. And of course you can do the same idea with a gratin of cauliflowers, a gratin of different type of vegetables. So here, move it a little bit to have some of the sauce going in between. Here we are here. Maybe a teaspoon or so of Parmesan cheese on top of it. Ready too. And now I'm going to put that under the broiler for a few minutes. Of course you can prepare that ahead and put it in the when you're ready. Here is my gratin of eggs. Now 3 minutes under the broiler makes a delightful dinner or a lunch. Nothing like eggs. Making a mess with the cheese. Okay, here is our gratin of eggs with bechamel, a little cream sauce, and a little bit of ham in it and corn. Happy cooking! Trends come and go. And through it all, we still crave those dishes that comfort us. There is nothing like a bowl of cheesy onion soup on a cold, damp night. Or a classic roast chicken can be a family dinner, or the center of an elegant meal with friends. For most of us, these dishes will never go out of fashion, just like my apple galette. I've been making it for decades, and it's still a favorite. I'm Jacques Pepin, and I'm cooking at home. Today I want to show you how to make the real onion soup gratiné, you know, the real. So you can do an onion soup, just the onion, saute and with the chicken stock or beef stock and serve it like this by itself, and that would be an onion soup. But when you add the word gratiné, that is gratin, it is done with a crust of bread and of course cheese, and usually the cheese used is always a good Swiss cheese like Emmentaler or Gruyere or something like that. So here I have an onion. I have about half a tablespoon of butter and a tablespoon of oil here, olive oil. I'm going to cut that into coarsely. Probably have enough with that 6 ounces onion. It's a bit too much here, so I have a cup. See, a cup and a half about of onion. Good cup and a half. And this has to cook for a while. I would say 10-15 minutes until it's nicely brown before you add the stock. You stir it occasionally. So I have a baguette here, and of course you can use any bit of stale bread usually. I have 3, 6, 9, I would say at least 10 slices for this. I'm going to put that into the oven. I have 3 cups of chicken stock here and Gruyere grated. About a cup and a half of grated Gruyere here. I may not use all of it exactly. And as you can see, those are the bowls that I use for the gratiné. There is one and the other. My favorite one is this one. Why? Because there is a lip here, and you see the lip here. So when you put the bread, the stock in it, you finish, the bread will come to the stir fast, you finish with the cheese. The cheese will tend to glue here, make a crust. And even if you do it ahead, it doesn't sink in. This one, when there is a straight side, the crust may sink it after. So preferably you have this one. Those are a cup and a half each. So as you can see here, they are beautifully brown, nicely, and it cooked about 12 minutes on medium to low heat. Then I have my 3 cups of stock. Good stock here. And depending on the seasoning of your stock, also you have to taste it. Add salt and pepper to taste. Yeah, there is enough salt in this one. I need some pepper. So this will come to a boil and boil about 5 minutes. That's enough. Okay, so this has been boiling like 5 minutes. Seasoning is good. Here is my cup now. My croutons are ready. So I'm putting like 5 croutons. Depends, you can do it a little less, a little more. We're putting the whole thing, 6 croutons, right. A little bit of cheese on top here. A bit of cheese here. I may need a little more when we have that at home. Usually it's dinner, you know, with a salad. So here, you want to fill that up. You know, you want to fill that up basically to the top, and cheese on top. And you have to be very generous with the cheese. And I say this one is going to stick to the other side here. So I think I'll use all of it. So 1.5 cups of cheese, which is about 4 ounces of cheese at the most. Okay, and that goes into the oven 4 to 425 for like 25-30 minutes. And this is it, like gratiné lyonnaise. As you say, the onion soup is the base. If you say gratiné, it's the gratin on top, that with the cheese and the bread. And I did it on the aluminum, non-stick aluminum foil. There is already a bit of spoilage. And that's a whole meal, and that's really, really hot here. I got a hoop. Yeah, it's hot. A real gratiné lyonnaise. Happy cooking. I want to show you a very simple but very straightforward roasted chicken. Simple. I have a beautiful chicken here, 3 pounds, 3.5 pounds. The first thing that I do when I roast it, I remove the wishbone, which is that triangle here that you have on each side here. You can't feel it. You cut on each side, then after with your hand, your finger, and you just push it forward to get to the end of it. Then put your finger on the back of it, your thumb in the back of it, and bring it back down, you know. So this is that wishbone here, which is really here, and it's a pain in the neck texturally. When you do the carving in the dining room, it's in the way, so I always remove it. Same thing with turkey, duck for that matter. Make sure that when you buy it, you have enough that you have a bit of a skin here. The wing I can bring in the back like this, and I can cook it this way, although I tend to like to truss it so that it holds a better shape. And what I use here is butcher twine, you know, don't use something in plastic. There is about 5 different ways of trussing, with a trussing needle and so forth. This is without needle, and it's relatively simple. I go underneath like this, and you cross above. Then here you go under the drumstick and close it. Then put it on the side here, turn it around, and bringing behind the wing to anchor it. You always do a couple, 2 or 3 turns like this, because when you tighten it, it doesn't open, you know. So a second thing, and that's it. So my chicken is trussed, just like it holds a beautiful shape like this. So I'm going to put a tablespoon of butter there in that, and then the seasoning, just salt and pepper. And I have about, you know, the salt inside, salt it all around. Likewise with the pepper. I will do some inside, and then a little bit on the other side. And I like to start it on the side. See, this is the leg is always longer to cook than the front. So I like to cook it this way, like 20 minutes on this side, then 20 minutes on the other side. And finally, 20 minutes turning it, and at that point I can baste it, you know. So here, this should be here. So here I would start it on this side here, roll it a little bit in butter, then turn it around, go it this way, and that's going to go 425 degrees, 20 minutes this way to start. So my chicken is 20 minutes now. Never go into the breast or whatever, but at the junction here, I go from this side to this side. And as you can see, this side is now beautifully brown. Yeah, so I'm putting on this side for the next 20 minutes. 20 minutes on the other side, and now again I go on the side. And now here is my chicken. Now I put it on the back. Remember, all that time it was turned upside down. I didn't really have to baste it because the juice was going down. And that's why I put it this way. Now, from the gas, so now we start basting it. So, start basting it. So every 3-4 minutes, 5-6 minutes. So you want to baste it a couple of times. It will go there for another 20 minutes. For a total of 1 hour. Beautiful, right? Okay, now my chicken is cooked. As you see, I glazed it a few times. Glaze it like this. Perfect roast chicken. One thing that you don't do now, often people do, they cover it, you know, with a piece of aluminum foil or whatever. For me, it tends to put moisture in it, and the moisture kind of soften it, and it ends up being kind of reheated. So here, as you see where I put my fork here, there, but never, and I look at the color of the juice. The color is white. Okay, the chicken is cooked. So I put it there and leave it to rest for a couple of minutes before we carve it. Now we do the juice. And of course, I could have done it in a pan which is not non-stick. In a sense, it would have been better for the sauce because on a non-stick, the crystallization of the juice, it doesn't stay in the bottom of the pan, it separates. So here I'm going to remove, well, most of the fat. Maybe I leave a tablespoon or two of fat. And I will deglaze that with half a cup of chicken stock. But remember that what you have in the bottom, those things here, that's the glaze. That is the juice of the chicken who solidified in the bottom of the pan. And the process of deglazing is to add liquid to melt all of that type of thing. You know? What I want to do here, again, removing the clear fat, and that clear fat is great to saute potato or anything like that. But the bottom, if there is any juice, I add it to this. So let's see. I could have a dash of salt. Instead of salt here, maybe I will have a dash of soy, just to give me a little bit of color. Okay. So here I have about a good half a cup of natural juice, and I'm going to thicken it with a bit of potato starch. I probably won't use all of that. A little bit of cold liquid you have to do. I have stock here. You always dilute it. As soon as that mixture touch the liquid, is thickened on contact. That's why you don't really have to worry that much about how much you put. I put some in it, stir it, and I look at it. Maybe a little more. Okay. And now I want to show you how to properly carve the chicken. First thing, of course, don't forget to remove the twine, you know. This used to be done in the dining room, you know, with a fork and a spoon. At that point, you would go on the side, cut the bone here, the skin rather, break it at the bone, it comes out. As you can see, the chicken is perfectly cooked. The other leg, in the same way. You cut there and you pull out this. Now here you have the joint of the shoulder. So I look for that joint here, which I have right there, and I cut a piece of the breast. I mean, most of the, and again, you pull out this. Same thing on the other side. Again, the joint. I go down. You do the same thing with a uncooked chicken, you know. Be exactly the same thing, the same process. And then pull out. Yes. So the two legs, the two breasts. Now we have what we call le brechet, that is the white meat here. You cut on this and you pull it out. You know, it should come out of the bone pretty easily because it's cooked. You know, as you can see, it will come out, and you're left with the whole carcass like this. And the presentation used to be this, you know, it would be presented this way. The carcass back in, you know, the bone back on top, the wing, the other wing, one leg, the other leg. That was a nice presentation. Usually served with a bunch of watercress, presentation of watercress this way. And of course, we have the juice that we have here, the classic. And this is it. Perfectly roast chicken with natural juice. Happy cooking! I want to show you how to make really a very classic French apple tart that I've done all my life. And the first thing is to do the dough. And the dough here for a tart for about a pound of apple, 2-3 apple, for 4-6, I have a good cup of flour. And as you see, if you take the flour this way and level it up, that's about 5 ounces. Then 3/4 of a stick of butter here. So cut into pieces like this here, and cold butter preferably. You can of course do that by hand, which we always, but it makes it so much easier to do it with the machine. I'll have a little dash of salt in there, a little dash of sugar, and I will put the machine on for about maybe 5-10 seconds. I can see inside here all kind of pieces of butter, and that's what you want. Then with that I will add about 1/4 of a cup of cold water, ice cold water. See, I have at the most. And again, turn it back. For 5 seconds. Now it's not even holding together as you can see here, but I will take it this way. And doing it this way, it gives you a little bit of the texture of a puff paste. So here is my dough here, which is basically, see, I'm going to make it all together by pressing it a little bit like this. That's it. Now, when you work with flour, the more you knead the flour, the more you develop the protein, or what we call the gluten, and the more elastic it gets. So, the example would start with bread, which is water and flour, and you knead it a lot, and you end up with a piece of dough which is very elastic, and that you have to let it rest and so forth. Bread and water. Then the example at the other end of the spectrum would be flour and butter. Basically, dash of sugar, almost all of that. That would be a cookie dough, and at that point, it doesn't have any elasticity. We are somewhere in between here. The more I work it, the more elasticity I will get. But as you can see, I did that in 5-10 seconds, 12 seconds. So I can roll it right away now, and that's what I will do. So now I will need a little bit of extra flour here to roll it. Okay. So that dough, I do all kind of dough, but that's probably my favorite dough of all. Okay. So here is a little more flour if you need to. As you can see, this is 12-inch, so it's at 11, close to 12-inch across, And you can see there, if you look carefully, tiny little pieces of butter. That's why you have to try to do it pretty fast. Now I will roll it back on top of this. Whoop. Stick a little bit. All right. That will go into this, which is lined up with non-stick aluminum foil to do a roundish tart. As you can see, the pieces here, I'll put it on the side. Now I'm ready to put my apple on top of it. And now we go on with that. Use whatever apple you find at your market. As you can see, I take the core of the apple here using my thumb. Be careful of that. If you don't put your thumb here, you may cut yourself. You can do it with the knife, and you can peel it if you want with the knife as well, as I'm going to do here, or with a vegetable peeler. Cut the apple in half. Again, with the same technique, put your thumb here to remove the center here. So I have a pound of apple here, 2 apples, sometimes it may be 3 for a pound. Now I'll slice the apple. I'll keep the end of it like this. And now I'll take all that hand, cut it coarsely. Okay, that will be the base of your tart. So here I'll start from the outside, about 1 inch, maybe 1.5 inch of the border, as you can see here. I have place where there is a little hole. Just plug it like this. Set. Bring back that dough form. Use the aluminum foil here to lift up the dough. Bring it on top. To form like a natural casing. As you can see, sometimes you have a lot of dough like here. I'm going to take a piece of that to add here. You want to try not to see any hole so that it doesn't leak too much during the cooking time, but it may leak a little bit. So on top of that you have about a tablespoon. I have 2 tablespoons here, so a tablespoon and a half of butter at the most. And of course, in the French tradition, the seasoning is butter and the sugar. But you can of course add a little bit of cinnamon, mix in your sugar. Here I need a good tablespoon and a half of sugar. I want to put a little bit even on the dough on the outside to give me some crystallization. So 1 1/4 maybe of a bit, and that will go into the oven like 400 degrees for a good 45 minutes. My classic apple tart is finished now. Apple galette we call that. As you can see, it slides beautifully on top of this. It didn't leak really. And you can leave it this way or serve it with a bit of apricot. I have a good apricot jam here, which I love. What did I do with that? You know what I did? I put the whole jar in the microwave oven for like 30-40 seconds. So it just soften it a little bit. And you can glaze the top like this. About 4 or 5 tablespoons of jam. So that's the apple tart. As you can see here. It's cooked now. It cooked for 15 minutes, which is a long time. And what I want to have is a crust. Wow, the crust is just falling apart here, which is the way it should be. But I wanted to show you how beautifully brown it is in the back, you see. And that's what we have. Apple tart or apple galette, my style. Happy cooking. I love seafood, and I'm lucky enough to live close to the sea. The Long Island Sound with its wonderful stocks of fish and shellfish. The great thing about seafood is that it can be eaten raw, as in my Asian scallop, or beautiful tuna tartare, fried like my crab cakes. All these dishes are quick, simple, delicious. I'm Jacques Pepin, and I'm cooking at home. Gloria love, raw fish, raw scallop, sushi, sashimi, and that type of thing. And I have beautiful scallop here. So I will show you how to make one of my recipes that I do with scallop. And I have all of those ingredients in my refrigerator, So I did that. This is a chili garlic sauce, and I have a teaspoon of that. You can vary this a little bit because those are pretty strong in taste. I have rice vinegar here, 1 teaspoon. Also, I have sesame oil, and this is the dark sesame oil, the roasted sesame oil, which is strong, and I have 2 teaspoons of that. This is for 2 people, 1/4 teaspoon of sugar, and I'm going to have 1 tablespoon of fish sauce. If you don't have the fish sauce, you use soy sauce, a good tablespoon of that. So, I have a mixture here, which is pretty potent in taste, and I have 4 beautiful scallops here, 2 scallops per person. So I'm going to cut those scallops in third. To start with, I will put a bit of the sauce in the bottom, and my scallop here, 1, 2, 1, 2. So that's 6 little pieces of scallop like this. That's it. Yeah, there. Have the rest of it I'm going to put on top. You can eat it right away, but it's good maybe to let it marinate for maybe half an hour or so. I like to put some poppy seed on top for color and all this. I have the white poppy seed or the dark one. Here are the dark one. They give a little bit of a crunch too. So about a good teaspoon of this. And I have some cilantro leaves here, which I could cut or leave whole like this. If you don't put cilantro, put another herb or put no herb at all. Or put maybe a scallion, would be good too. This is it, the scallop Oriental style. Gloria will love that one. Happy cooking. Crab cake. I want to do crab cake, one of the glory of New England. I didn't know crab cake when I came to this country, and I want to show you how to do it very simply. I have 2 little slices of bread here, and this is thin bread with fresh breadcrumb. Fresh breadcrumb is always better than the dry one. That is, it's not really better, it's only that with 1 little slice of bread like that, you do like half a cup, 3/4 of a cup of breadcrumb. If I were to do crouton with that and put the crouton in there, I would have 2 or 3 tablespoons of breadcrumb per slice of bread. As you can see here, with my 2 slices of bread, I have over a cup of breadcrumb. Yeah, so I may not use all of it, but... So here I have 8 ounces of lump crab, and those are very expensive lump crab, those large pieces like that, but it is the best. They're very, very good. With that, we're going to put like 1, 2, 3, like 4 tablespoons of mayonnaise. A little dash of salt and some scallion. fine thin. You can put another type of herb if you want. So here I have 2 large scallions, which is probably at least 1/4 of a cup. So I am going to mix this in there with breadcrumb. And that should do, 4 crab cake. Well, so I put a little more breadcrumbs, so that would be about 3/4 of a cup here. Okay. And then, of course, we can do that ahead, mold them and have ready whenever you're ready to saute them. I will have a couple of tablespoons of olive oil, one at least, maybe a tablespoon of butter, go with it, and I can start molding those. Let me see, 1, 3, 4, okay. Of course, you can do larger one at the first course. That would be more of a first course. Yeah. And here, I'm going to saute them like this. I could even put more breadcrumbs here, and I have some left. When you mold it like this, you could mold it and dip it in there. Okay. Remember that everything is basically cooked in there, so you just want to get them hot, nice and crusty. Yes. I will even lower the heat a little more. Because there is many variations. You put eggs in it, you can put all kind of stuff. Then we'll do a sauce with that. I will have about, I would say, 1/3 cup of mayonnaise, a good teaspoon of horseradish in there, like 2 or 3 tablespoons of V8. Give me the color and a bit of spice. If I want it more spicy, I can even put a little bit of the hot sauce at sambal, like 1/2 teaspoon maybe. This would be cooked enough. I would stop it. Mix that in there. Good. I think I'll add a little bit of lemon juice to that too, for acidity. A couple of tablespoons of chives, and that's it. So, I would probably, as I say, serve that at the first course. When you spread out a sauce like that, it's always better to put it right in the center and spread it from the center out instead of often trying to come to do it on the side like this. Here we are. This is beautifully brown on both sides, as you can see. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That piece is for the chef. In the center of that, the sage is just coming out, so a little bit of shade for decoration. And here it is, the crab cake with a hot sauce at the first course. Bon appetit and happy cooking. I want to show you a very easy way to cook fish. And I like any type of fish. The freshest possible is important. This is cod. Actually, it's not really cod, it's crud, which is a type of cod. And as you can see, that piece from the center is thicker. That piece is at the end longer, so I fold it in half so it has about the same thickness. That's important. So on top of this, I'm going to put salt on each side. Pepper, freshly ground pepper, and basically a little bit of oil on top of this, that's it. Just because I'm doing it in a non-stick pan, so I will cook it this way. That's it here. Just on this side, and I cover it. By covering it, I create steam. Again, to cook the top of it, I don't have to turn that fish. That fish will cook only on this side, about 4 minutes, 5 minutes. And for the sauce here, what I have about 3/4 of a cup of tomato, fresh tomato too. I'm going to put salt on top of it, good dash of salt, again pepper. And I do that sometime in full summer as a soup. Half a tablespoon of butter in there, in the blender here, with a good tablespoon of an extra virgin olive oil here. Okay, that's it. I want it very smooth, and here, as I said, in summer, I use that as a soup. So here it is. I don't like to serve it ice cold like this, so I put that in the microwave oven for like 1 minute. Won't be boiling, but it will be warm. So during that time, I'm going to put a little bit of chives. Chives are just coming in my garden. They are all over the place, and I use it all over the place. I love chive. I love all the herb. So if you don't have chive, use parsley, use chervil. Now let me check. My fish is cooking there, and as you see, the steam going on top, just the moisture in the fish is cooking. I mix that in there. I'm going to taste it. Delicious, fresh. As I said, sometimes without putting it in the microwave oven, I do that in full summer as a type of gazpacho. And I wanted to show you that this is barely cooked. As you can see, the inside of it here is barely cooked. This is the way my wife likes it. So here we are on this here. Here. Right on top of it here. Whoop, it is hot. And now a lot of chive on top of it. I love the chive. And this is it. 2, 3, 4 minutes to do that dish. This is fit for a king. Happy cooking, and cook with your friend. When I find a beautiful piece of tuna like this, very often I decide to do a tartare with that. And sometimes I cook it, of course, but I like to do the tartare now. One of the biggest, I think, a mistake that people do, they try to chop it, and don't chop it like in a food processor, because the thing becomes kind of mushy, mushy, pasty, and all that. See that beautiful piece of fish here? I'm cutting it into like a 1/4 inch dice. And that piece is half a pound, 8 ounces, and it will be 2 beautiful tartare. So in there, I'm going to put this a good half a teaspoon of salt here, and probably Tabasco, maybe a little more, like probably close to a teaspoon of Tabasco, like a tablespoon of olive oil, and then some onion. Keep it pretty simple. Again, make sure that those are, Vidalia type of onion, so that they are not strong. And if you think they are too strong, you can take those onions, put them into a sieve, rinse them under cold water, and that will remove the compound of sulfuric acid in there. So what I have here is a good, I think 1, 2, like 3 tablespoons of onion. Yep. You can add a lot of other things. And probably I have a scallion here, which is beautiful. I'm going to use the scallion as well. And you can do that ahead. Very often in those type of things like ceviche or tartare, you put some acid like lemon juice or vinegar, but I would not put it now. I would serve it with it, but not put it, because otherwise the citric acid kind of it cooks the fish, and it looks sometimes, you put a piece of salmon and lemon juice on top, it changes color, it becomes all whitish. So you do it at the end, not now. And so basically, it's a very simple seasoning, like it's simple, and it will take 15 minutes or so, and that's going to be, let me see, enough salt, beautiful. With that, I want to serve some bread, black bread that I have here. So what you can do, we're doing this, bread and butter, with one on top of the other. Another slice. You can do that for any garnish. Black bread or, okay, that makes a nice garnish. Oh, I want to put a little bit of cucumber as a garnish outside, so I'll peel the cucumber. You don't have to put the cucumber, those type of recipe, you can always vary it. So what I'm doing here, I'm cutting it around the seed in the center, which I discard. Cut that into little dice again. I would sprinkle a tiny dash of salt on top of it, a bit of sugar and salt on top of it as a garnish. Now I can serve my tartare here. Well, that will be plenty, and that's 2. I think you can probably serve 3 people in there with this. So this, your tartare here, a little bit of the garnish around like this. A couple of the black olive. Take the pit out, of course. We want to put nice dash of olive oil around. Maybe if you have a few sprig of chives, we could put that around like this on top. And our bread garnish. Now you have fried bread, so you cut that into thin slice like this. So you have your buttered bread. Makes it elegant. And this is my beautiful tuna tartare. Do it for your friend or your family. And happy cooking. I want to show you how to make a beautiful fish dish here, a beautiful cut steak here, about 5 ounces each, in a potato crust. And I remove any blemishes from the potato, but I don't need to peel it really. And I want to grate them with this. I already have a little piece of skin here. Those are large Yukon Gold. I like Yukon Gold potato, but I mean, any potato will work with this. You can also use your food processor if you have the attachment to grate the potato. It goes much faster. Make sure you hold the potato with your whole hand like this at the end, so you don't scrap your finger. You can stop earlier than I do if you in a bread. So I have 2 potatoes here. She's about a pound of potato at the most. Pieces here. Okay. All of the potato there. Okay. I want to remove some of the water from the potato, and I press that in there, and as you can see, I will get a fair amount of liquid out of it. I can let that liquid rest for a while. The starch will go to the bottom and the liquid to the top, and you can use it as potato starch. I often use potato starch in my cooking. So here I want to put a dash of salt in my potato, a dash of pepper, right, and I'm going to put a couple of scallions in there. Put shy of scallion. You can see that my knife is catching here, needs sharpening. Oh boy, you almost never cut yourself with a very sharp knife. It's always with a dull one. Okay, we mix that together. And in that case here, I'm going to have olive oil, and I will probably have a good 2 tablespoons of olive oil, and I'm going to put a little cushion here of potato, another cushion of potato here, and then salt on my fish on each side, bit of pepper. That will go right on top of it here. On top of it, I've done it sometimes with sliced potato rather than shredded potato, but I think this is a bit probably easier. I put that on top. You could actually wait to put it later, but and it's good, of course, that I have here a non-stick pan. Yeah, I have plenty potato here. Okay, so that has to cook 4 or 5 minutes on each side. I cover it and I'm going to lower the heat to medium. Okay, this has been cooking for 5 minutes now. It's not cooked, of course, but ready to be turned over. Whoop. Here's the crust of potato here. As you can see, the fish is cooked there, it's flaking. Look like a large piece of fish. It is because there is a layer of potato on each side. But it's beautifully browned. So again, I'm going to cover it again, lower the heat, and cook it another 5 minutes. Okay. My fish is cooked now. Let it rest a couple of minutes there, and as you can see, two beautiful fillet of fish. Be careful to grab it. Ooh, still hot, but it's very flaky. You know, that type of course, cod is a very flaky type of fish. Okay, voilà. Maybe a bit of chive on top. And here it is, codfish in a potato jacket. Enjoy and happy cooking. I love eggs. Eggs cook always fried, scrambled, into an omelette, in cocotte, hard cooked or baked. They are perfect for breakfast, lunch or dinner. I buy organic eggs from my friend, and I recommend that you buy the best quality, the freshest you can find. I plant a lot of chickens, and I've included some of my favorite chicken here too. I'm Jacques Pepin, and I'm cooking at home. There is nothing as simple and as good as just a fried egg. There is a way of doing it. I mean, my way of doing it, not everyone's way, but mine. So, a tablespoon of butter in there, 2 eggs. Always break the eggs on something flat like this, up to open your egg. Otherwise, when you do it on something pointed like this, it pushes the shell inside, often break the yolk and introduce bacteria. So something flat this way. Okay. So the idea here is to do it at relatively low temperature, which is not exactly what you do in a cafeteria, because cooking it at low temperature will give you an egg with very tender egg white. And that was the idea when I was a kid. You were taught how to do it, so it was very tender, the white, no crustiness around, and cooking slowly this way. So it's very tender. So just melt the butter, and a couple of eggs will go in there. A dash of salt on top of it. The rest of the seasoning will come later. And here, now I'm going to reduce the heat to very low. And I want to cover it. I want to glaze the top of the egg. What we call off miroir, a mirror, you know, it glass on top. Sometimes to help a little bit on that, what I do, I put like a teaspoon of water around. Not much, but that, with the lid on tip, that creates a steam, a little bit of steam, and it will glaze the top. And that will take about 2 minutes. It's about ready, of course. I like my eggs, you know, runny in the center. Of course, you can leave them longer if you don't want to have them ready. But as you can see here, the whole top is glazed. Now, and it cooked very gently. Whoop, this way. And that will go onto my plate. This way. I like to put cracked paper on top here. Again, question of taste, maybe a few chives too. And here is the way I like my eggs. So you can see here that that thing is still very runny. This is thick, but that egg white here is going to be very, very tender and soft. And the center here will be this way, just the way I like it. It's my way of doing it. Try that one. Happy cooking. You know, when I don't know what to do for lunch or dinner even, I usually end up with eggs. And I wanted to show you here how to make a kind of country omelette. Very easy to do, very inexpensive, and always great to eat. So the first thing on this one, I would start with a couple of tablespoons of oil. This would be an omelette for 2 people. I mean, very generous. And there I'm doing it with potato. Here I have a medium potato, half an onion, and you want to saute your potato and your onion first. Okay, so here they are, potato and onion. It's going to take about 4 or 5 minutes to cook, a dash of salt on top of it, of course. I may even cover them and cook them gently. Then in there I'm going to put 4 eggs, or else break your egg flat like this. Inside salt, pepper, chives. I do use a lot of herbs. I mean chive, parsley, and one of the reasons is that I have a garden and it's plentiful, and at that time of the year I always use it. When you have to pay a small fortune for the little bunch of it, I use it less. See how my potato are doing here. They're starting to brown. Make sure when you beat your egg like this that you just don't go in the center like this, because it's like a wet mop. Go from one side to the other to really break the white. So you don't have long streak of egg white. And here I'm putting about 1/3 of a cup of Gruyere cheese, or mozzarella, or jack cheese, any cheese, or no cheese at all if you decide. What we're going to do is cover the omelette with a tomato. So I'm going to cut a plum tomato here, about 5-6 slices of tomato that should cover. Let's see. Yeah, the potato are cooked now. So you want to go on. This is a small pan, a 7-inch total pan, and for an omelette for 2, it's great. I'm going to finish that omelette under the broiler. And as you can see here, I'm going to bring them around to mostly cook them. But I still like it slightly wet in the center. That's purely a question of preference, So now I'm going to put my tomato on top. And basically, yeah, 1 tomato should cover about the whole thing. Maybe a dash of salt on top. And a little bit of oil too. And then I'm going to put that under the broiler. I have my omelette now underneath, as you can see, so that I could unmold it, or make it slide. Usually, with a good non-stick pan, it should slide out. You can put a little bit of oil around on the edge. Okay. Yep. I could unmold it this way, or as I said, if you want it the other way, it should slide around this way. If you like that look better. So here you cut that omelette. As you can see, that omelette will still be a little wet inside, and that's how I like it, especially how Gloria likes it. So this is the country omelette. Makes a beautiful little light dinner with a salad. It's terrific. Hope you make it. Happy cooking. I do those eggs, scrambled eggs, for a special party in summer when we play pool. I want to just show you how to do it. I have 3 eggs here, dash of salt, of course, pepper, and 1 tablespoon of butter. There, and put 2 milk here, and beat your eggs. Beat your egg with that. I like to beat it with a fork like this. You have to be careful when you do that. Often people just turn the eggs and you have long streak of white. No, you have to beat it from one hand to the other to break that white, you know. That's it. Okay, 3 eggs. And then in the French style, eggs are done with a whisk, and you really beat it a great deal to prevent it from cooking too fast. If it goes too fast, I remove it from the heat, go back again to get the smallest possible curd. Very tiny curd I want. Scrambled egg. This is also the style that we do an omelette. So you want a very creamy mixture. Watch out, because at the end, especially on a small quantity like this, the pan is going to be continue getting really hot and it continue cooking. So sometimes if I do a large quantity, I keep a little bit of the raw eggs, and the raw eggs I put at the end. You see, I can see the bottom of my pan now, so I know it's basically cooked enough. And this here, okay, but I have it this way. I remove it so it doesn't continue cooking more. And as I say, I can cool it off with a little bit of raw eggs, or basically we use a bit of cream here. 2-3 tablespoons of cream. That will stop the cooking. Stop the cooking a little bit, give some creaminess and so forth. So the eggs are done in second there, and they want to be very soft and creamy. This usually I season with a little bit of chive. Here I have a tablespoon of chive. I like tarragon sometimes. And we serve that at room temperature, and for the special party, I use those Chinese spoon like this to serve the eggs. Like that in this. You pat those eggs around just like this, it's perfectly fine. 1 degree even better, a little bit of that truffle oil, white truffle oil, like 1 or 2 drops on each, is going to give it really a very special taste. I mean 4 or 5 drops in each. This would be the second one, and of course, for the ultimate, you may want to put a little bit of caviar on top. This is a caviar from Oklahoma, done with the paddlefish hackleback, which are the sturgeon, which grow, as you know. Caviar, anything which is called caviar has to be done with the egg of sturgeon. Otherwise it has to be specified, like salmon caviar and so forth. But for that, that's another way of presenting it, which is of course the ultimate, with the truffle oil and the caviar. Very elegant. Serve that to your guests. I think they'll be very happy. Happy cooking. I love eggs, and often for my dinner, I cook an off cocotte like that. I'm going to show you with seafood sometime. When I peel the shrimp, those shrimp, make sure that very often you get the end of it, and very often I press the bottom like this to pull it out, so that I get the tail also here, you know. Okay, a little bit of saving. So here, I cut that into 3 pieces, let's say. I have 2 scallops here that I'm going to cut in half, and 1 mushroom that I'm going to cut in 2 pieces also. Okay. And all of that, I'm going to bring that to a boil into a skillet like this with a little bit of cream. Okay, just to make it set. Okay, I have a couple of scallions here. Give me a bit of taste and color. Okay, dash of salt there. I'm going to put a dash of, the hot sauce here. A couple of drop if it comes out. Yeah, here it is. And like a 1/4 cup, 4 tablespoons of cream, which is basically what I have here. I just want to set up the shrimp. See, the shrimp are turning red, like this. So that's all I want, to cook them just a little bit. Of course, you can do that with salmon, with other fish, and so forth. Okay, so I put it into my bowl. Okay, and my eggs on top. 1, 2, and basically that's it. You don't even have to put salt on top of it. A double boiler. Your pan has to be high enough so the cover can go on top, and there is enough of the steam to come and cook the top here. That will take like 5 minutes, 5-6 minutes, depending how you like it. I like the egg white to be set, but the yolk to be pretty runny. And that's about it. Let me check it out. Yeah, it's a question of taste too. Some people like their eggs much more cooked than others. And you will see this one. And of course, there is a mixture of cream and, let me see there. Whoop, it's hot. Usually I put herb on top of this. Of course, in that case here, went into my garden and I asked some chervil. That would be one of my favorite herbs to put on top like that. But what I wanted to show you is that when you eat that, the yolk is going to be, the white is set up. You see the white, this is the egg white is set up. The yolk, however, as you can see here, the yolk is running like that. And of course you have all of the seafood underneath. It's a delightful dish. And I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. Happy cooking. I love eggs in any form and shape, whether it's omelets, scrambled eggs, gratin of eggs too. I have hard-cooked eggs here that I wanted to explain to you how we do it. You see, first it's eggs of very good quality. I have a friend of mine who raises chicken close to my house and I go there to pick up the eggs. Otherwise, buy organic eggs in the market now. Frankly, it's a little more expensive, but very minimally for the quality. You have a round egg. On the round part of the eggs here, I make a hole here with this, with a thumb tag. And what it does, there is that air chamber. When you put it in boiling water, the pressure releases here and it prevents the egg from cracking. If you don't do it, it's fine. You lower it in boiling water and bring it to a light boil and boil it for 9-10 minutes for that size of eggs. And then after that, it's important, pour out the water, put cold water and ice in it. If you don't do this, the sulfur stays in the eggs and go around the yolk and it gets all green around there with a strong smell of sulfur. So by cooling it properly, you have an egg without sulfur, without smell. So it's very important. So those eggs are cooked. The difference between a cooked egg and an hard egg, I can show you that. The kids love to do this. I have an egg here. Which one is cooked. When the egg is uncooked, like this one, I turn it and it doesn't spin because it's liquid inside. The more it cooks, the more it spins. When it's completely cooked, like this, it will stand up basically on itself like that, like a top. This is totally cooked eggs. Kids love that too. Now we want to shell the eggs, and the best way to shell it is really, I break it with a spoon all around there. The best way to shell it is really under running water. But here I wanted to show it to you here. So I put it back in the water that it cooled in. See, the idea is that you have to break the shell, and there is a skin underneath here. There is a skin between the eggs and the thing. So when it's under running water run there, it makes it much easier to peel. And I have it here. That's it. Okay, I'm going to do a dish now with the eggs, tomato, anchovy fillet, and a sauce that I'm doing. And I'll start by doing the little dressing. 3 tablespoons of mayonnaise, 2 tablespoons of water, a little bit of like a teaspoon of rice vinegar, and a good tablespoon of sour cream. So you have a nice creamy mixture here. Pepper, a dash of salt, and some herb. In that case, I'm putting some parsley in there. Okay, this is a favorite dish for me that I do in full summer as a first course, you know. So I'm putting my dressing here in the bottom of a pan over a beautiful platter here. I'm going to spread it out nicely here. And I have 2 plum tomatoes. So first I'll remove the core here. Cut those tomatoes in quarter. And each quarter now, you want to cut the center of it like this to kind of open it this way. See, I'm cutting the center here and I'm opening it this way, and I'm going to arrange them in there. Okay. And then likewise with my eggs in 4th, and you can see that those eggs are perfectly cooked in the center. I put one showing the white and another one showing the yolk. Here, 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 and that's it. Now on top of this, anchovy fillet. At the first course, you could probably serve 4 anchovy, and maybe in the center, a nice bunch of parsley here to set it up. And here it is, my hard-cooked eggs, tomato, anchovy, special sauce, great first course. Happy cooking. I like eggs in any form, you know, in any recipe and so forth. And here I'm going to do a little bit like a gratin of spinach with the eggs on top. And you know, one way that I do that very often, I have 2 eggs here, 2 eggs, and I have, it sounds like a lot of spinach, but it's about 5 ounces of baby spinach, which I'm going to put in the oven, just like this, so it gets wilted before I put the eggs on top. So about 400 degrees, 10 minutes in the oven. Okay, so my spinach here It was like 12 minutes in the oven. As you can see, it's kind of all wilted. So now I have to season it. Remember, there is no seasoning. A little bit of salt. Yes, I'm going to put some pepper. A good dash of olive oil here. Now you can do that ahead, or if you're ready to use it, as I am now, I can put my egg right back in there. So I have 2 eggs here. So I'm doing 2 nests for my eggs. Okay, 1 egg here. Another egg right here. Some Parmesan cheese on top of it. A little bit of paprika. And maybe a little dash of salt on the egg as well. That will go back into the oven. I would say about 5-6 minutes. It depends how you like it. I like it still pretty runny in the center. Okay, that was in the oven 10 minutes, 10 good minutes. And as you can see, the center is still pretty soft. So the way I finish it up here is with a little bit of cream on top, and this is it. As you can see, you can go right into it here, and you will see that the yolk is still slightly runny to the way I like it. So this is the spinach with the baked eggs on top, cream and cheese. Quick, simple, and very tasty. Happy cooking. When the weather begins to warm, it's time for me to go in the field to pick up dandelions, to enjoy the salad my father made every year at this time. Spring is also when asparagus appears, and I pair it with a grilled tuna steak. Peas arrive, and I cook them petits pois à la française, and also, not wasting anything, I make a pea pot soup. And finally, my friend Ed, pasta primavera. I'm Jacques Pépin, and I'm cooking at home. We call it pissenlit in France, dandelion, lion teeth. And this is really a rite of spring for us in the summer. I want to show you how to handle it. First, I'm going to put some bacon or pancetta. I want to do a pretty strong sauce. Here I'm doing it for 3 people. I have 3 slices of bacon. So, and I put a dash of olive oil on top because I will put olive oil in the dressing, and I want to cook that until it's nice and brown. Now they come out of the ground. Usually you don't pick them up when the flowers is there. The flowers is what they do, Italians do dandelion wine, and that with the flower or the bud. But this one is small enough, so basically you want to go deep enough into the ground to get the root here, because the root is what's nice and white, as deep as you can go into the ground here. And often I split it in half. As you can see, this one here is a bit bigger, so I have a nice bottom here. Cut the black, clean up around. Maybe I cut it in half, separate it. Oh, I have a bad leaf here. And that's it. This has to be washed 2-3 times, I wash it. When I do it, I let it soak in water, water out of the tap. I have about 2-3 cups here. And of course, after it's washed it, I put them into the machine so that I really take the water out of it. So here, I have bread in the oven also because we have croutons with that, and I have eggs. So when I do that, for me, it's basically a whole meal. So here, we'll start with the garlic. Crush the garlic here. maybe another little piece. In Lyon, where I come from, dandelion is very big in summer. That's where I said we call it pissenlit, P-I-S-S-E-N-L-I-T. And often we do that with a smoked herring. So here, for 2 or 3, I have a good teaspoon and a half of garlic. I put anchovy paste or a couple of anchovy that you crush and put that. So here I will put, like, I would say 2 good teaspoons of anchovy paste, salt, of course, pepper, a dash of vinegar. Yeah, not much, like a teaspoon of vinegar, you know. That will be the base of my mixture. And of course, the oil that I have here and the fat from the bacon, that's going to go in the dressing as well, instead of olive oil. So that's kind of ready. And I have my crouton right out of the oven. When I do crouton like this, I cut bread, like coarse bread like this, and I sprinkle a little bit of oil on top and put it into the oven. You know, that's one of the best way of doing it. So here is the rest of my dressing. So we'll mix it here. Remember the anchovy paste, you have to crush it a little bit. Sometimes, you know, I only put the fat of the bacon here and keep the bacon to sprinkle on top. I could have done there. I forgot. And here I have my dandelion here. As I say, when I do that, it's basically a whole meal for me. So we mix this. My father was very big dandelion. I learned with him when I was a kid. He always said in spring, you have to eat dandelion at least 3-4 times to clean your blood. I was cleaning your blood. Okay, highly seasoned. And I would serve that into a plate like this. A big portion. So I love the bacon. I like to put the bacon on top. Here it is. And then the croutons are going to go there. And finally, the eggs. And those eggs are cooked 7 minutes. Drop them in boiling water, bring back to a boil 7 minutes, and then I cool them up too. So as you can see, they are still just slightly wet in the center. And this is right the taste of my youth. Dandelion salad in the spring with the crouton, the eggs, and so forth. Happy cooking. I wanted to show you how to do. I have a beautiful piece of tuna here. I want to show you how to make a little steak out of that. I'm doing 2 small steaks, like 4 ounces at the first course. I could cut it in half like this, but I like to cut it, to leave it all like that, to get it quite thick like this. And I'm going to put salt, pepper on top of it. That's it. Good amount of pepper. Like, you know, a teaspoon of oil here, that's it. Just enough to wet the top. Like this, like this. And then I have, of course I have a grill outside, but this I have here, and you have to let it heat probably 2-3 minutes, you know, to get it. So here, let's say I put it here to cook. Probably going to cook it longer on one side, like 2-3 minutes, you know, and then turn it upside down. We're going to do a garnish. Here I have asparagus here, which are already peeled. When you peel your asparagus like that, use a vegetable peeler to go against your finger like this, So they're all the peas around, and then you break it, and at that point, this is as tender as this, you know. So we're going to use that a little bit as a garnish, cut it into pieces like this, and the garnish. Otherwise, I will put a couple of scallions here. I'm going to do a sauce with that. And a little bit of garlic. I have a tiny clove of garlic here, not much. And you want that garlic to be really in a paste. So I'll put the garlic in there, the scallion, and I have some cilantro here that I'm going to cut very coarsely. About 2-3 tablespoons. I will put a good tablespoon of lemon juice in there. And 2 tablespoons of oil at the most, again olive oil. Now this is brown on this side. Here, I'm going to continue cooking it for like 2-3 minutes on this side, and maybe I will even cover it like this. Now I have my asparagus here, and I'm going to put them around also so that they cook a little bit. I like them crunchy anyway. That cooked 5 minutes, and it's still a bit rare in the center, just the way I like. And it's brown on both sides. As you can see, my asparagus are a bit grilled now. Mix with the oil. And I like to add my secret ingredient, a couple of tablespoons of V8 here. A spicy V8 at the base of my sauce here. Give it a zip and a special color like this. And this right on top of it. It will be cooked around, rare in the center. That's the way I would like it. So here is our grilled tuna with asparagus and V8. Happy cooking. There is nothing like fresh peas in the spring for me. I look for them either in my garden or at the farm next door. But as you can see, okay, on the round part of the pea on top here, where it goes down, that's where you press. You put your thumb there and you open it. And as you can see, this is full of beautiful peas. And I put the thing. Then this is smaller. I do it again, and as you can see, those are much smaller, and those are younger peas and probably more tender and sweet than the other one. But it's mixed. So what they do, I've been told, they take the peas and they can put them, I think, in some type of water bath with salt, and it separates those big ones. You see, the thicker one like that are higher in starch than the small one, and the small one go to the top, the small one to the bottom. So even if you don't have fresh peas, when you go to the market, see, this is the tiny one. When you go to the market, you buy the baby peas, you know, I mean, as opposed from one to the other. As you can see, there is a difference. They both are absolutely delicious here, but the small ones are really a little more sweet. Here is again bigger one. So we use them, and often I use that also to make a soup. But this now, peas, interestingly enough, 1 pound of peas like that will give you half and half, basically half and half. Half peas, half the pod, the shell. So what we do here, I'm going to put that in there. About a third of a cup of water, a good third of a cup of water. Petit pois à la française, French style we call that. We do it with lettuce. And here I have some iceberg left over, and it's fine. Any type of lettuce will work. Coarsely, I have about 2 cups here of lettuce this way. About half a cup of onion. The classic one is done with tiny boiled onion and Boston lettuce, but this is fine this way. So I will cut my onion very coarsely like this, chopped. I would say a good half a cup of onion. Okay, this cooks. You know, the freshest it is just out of the garden. It's just like corn, you know. That's when it's the best. So here I will put half a teaspoon of sugar in it, maybe a quarter of a teaspoon of salt, and some freshly ground pepper. When I have a lot of cooking to do, pepper, what I do very often, I use the spice grinder here and put peppercorn, those are black peppercorn, in there, and I go directly this way. And I have freshly ground pepper here for a couple of days. Okay. So here, my dash of pepper. And I will bring it to a boil and boil it like 2 minutes. And that's it. Now a couple of minutes. Now I'm putting 2 tablespoons of butter in there. You can put the butter at the beginning or now, it doesn't really matter. And I have a fair amount, some liquid here, and I don't want it to be too thin. That's why I will add a little bit of, I have maybe 1 tablespoon of water here, and like maybe half a teaspoon, 3/4 teaspoon of a little bit potato starch or corn starch. And we'll put that right in the center, and it will thicken on contact. That's it. There. I want to test my peas. They are barely cooked the way I like them. And here we are. Petit pois à la française, you know. French style, happy cooking. You know, I've been trying to be very miserly in the kitchen to economize and so forth. We train this way, and when I do peas, like in spring like this, then I try to use the pad occasionally to do a soup with it. You can see the inside of the pad here, and if you break it, there is a kind of flesh here, and it's quite sweet. I have 4 cups water here, and it can be water, chicken stock or water, and I put about 2 teaspoons of chicken bouillon or chicken base here. I have a pound of potato here, the potatoes, so about 4 cups, and my pound of peas. This is 1 pound of peas, and that pound of peas usually will give me about half of it will be the peas, about 7 or 8 ounces, and the rest will be the pad, same size, about the same amount. And I'll put maybe some onion in there. Yeah, think of onion. Maybe 3/4 of a cup to a cup of onion. Okay. The salt, it depends on the, still need a little bit of salt, but it depends on your stock. We bring that to a very strong boil. I cover it and I cook it 30 minutes. Then we'll go on to strain it, finish it up. Okay, now it comes to a strong boil. As you can see, the pads are really green here. After 30 minutes, they'll turn a slightly darker color. My pea soup is cooked. As you can see now, the pot have changed color. What I want to do first I put that directly in the food processor, like this. You know, at least the pad. I think I have all of it here. Maybe a little bit of the liquid. I'll put that through the food mill here. Or if you don't have a food mill, through a strainer. It's a little bit more work. See that the food mill, this way you have your leg here that you do. Make sure that you put that the right way. I mean, to people who put it this way, no, it goes this way. And I used to use that certainly a great deal before the advance of the food processor. You know, we use that all the time. Okay, I put half of it maybe. Come back up the other way a few times this way. Well, you can see here a lot of fiber. So clean up the bottom of the pan. Clean up of this. Okay, so I remove most of the fiber in there. Put the rest of it. Rinse it with a little bit of the stock here. And I put... Now, I can really just put it in there. Delicious taste of peas. Remember, I have no oil, I have no butter, I have nothing in it, so I'm going to finish it with about 1/3 of a cup of cream. And as you can see here, I have close to 1.5 quarts of soup, and even with 1/3 or even half a cup of cream, it's less than 1 tablespoon per person. So enough soup, I would say, for 6 at least here. Nice portion of soup like that. The peas taste wonderful. Maybe a little bit of shire for color on top. And this is it. My pea pot soup. Happy cooking. I'm going to do a pasta dish today. A pasta dish inspired by my friend Ed Giobbi. He's a famous painter and all that, but a terrific cook. He wrote several cookbooks. And years ago, I remember in New York when Le Cirque was Le Cirque with Sirio, he's the one who came out with the pasta primavera that he said his mother used to do, which was really a tomato salad, fresh too, with the pasta mix in it. Then it changed a great deal. So I use ziti, fusilli, bow-tied, penne. This is campanelle. It doesn't really matter. I have half a pound here in salted water. We get to a boil, and it tells you cook it about 10 minutes, but I'll probably cook it slightly longer. I don't like my pasta too al dente, so all of that are going to become the sauce for my pasta. And what you do that like you do a salad. This were frozen corn. Okay. This is a Vidalia type of onion, you know, which is a mild onion. Okay, this. Jalapeno there. I have done that in full summer only with a tomato salad and basil. I have basil in full summer in my garden. I use the basil a great deal. Zucchini. Okay. Yeah, I should have a good cup here. Add a nice clove of garlic here. chive. Like 2-3 tablespoons of chive. 1 tomato. I probably have a cup and a half here. That tomato was pretty large. I have a lot of vegetable here. I'm gonna put some Parmesan cheese now, 1/4 of a cup, and certainly a fair amount of olive oil. Here, I would say 1/3 of a cup of olive oil or so. Salt. And the pepper I'll wait because of the jalapeno to see how hot it is here. Okay. I mean, you could have that salad just like this. I'm gonna put that in the microwave for like 3 minutes, see what happens. Well, I ended up putting my mixture here 5 minutes in the microwave oven. So now it's warm. And that's it. The pasta, of course, is cooked. I'm gonna drain out the water. And that goes directly in there. Okay. So now that's a great mixture here. I will probably add more cheese on top of it here. Nice and hot. And the zucchini has just been crunchy. Good. And that's it. The pasta à la head. Joby. Have to gild the lily a little bit. Maybe a dash of olive oil on top. If you want even a little more chives. But this is it. Great dish. I hope you enjoy doing it. A great summer dish. Happy cooking. As fall approaches, the weather chilled and summer vegetables lose their appeal, but the final days of tomato and eggplant are perfect for making my ratatouille, cooked with a pork roast. Other dishes that make me think of fall are my medley of Brussels sprout, sauté lamb shoulder chop, and my wife's arroz con pollo. And when apples are at their peak, it's good to make some apple compote. I'm Jacques Pepin, and I'm cooking at home. I love a slow roasted or slow baked roast of pork. And for that, ideally, this is the pork butt, pork shoulder. As you see, there's a fair amount of fat in it, but it's very moist and tender and so forth. And what I want to do here, to start with, you put salt and pepper on top of it. I will brown it. And what I put here, little wedge of garlic like this. The little wedge of garlic, about 5 or 6 of those. And what you do, they are pointed, as you can see here. You make a hole in there to push them into that hole. Yeah. To stud them like this. Okay. Give taste. Again, there, 5 or 6. You can do that with a leg of lamb or with other thing too, you know. That's it. And that, I'm going to put that to brown here. I don't need any fat in there. And it should brown a good 15-20 minutes until it's nicely roasted all around. And after that, around I put what we call like a ratatouille in France. The ratatouille, the stew from the south of France. I'm going to cut those very coarsely. Garlic, onion. Okay. Okay. I have an eggplant close to 12 ounce. And a zucchini about the same weight too. All right. One large tomato here. Cover. Okay. Nicely brown all around, as you can see. Okay. That's it. I'm going to put like half a teaspoon of herbe de Provence or Italian seasoning. It's about the same thing. And all of my garnish there. Bit of salt on those vegetables there. And that's basically it. 275 degrees in the oven, an hour and a half, 2 hours. I'll check it out. And that's it now. As you can see, it's very tender. Here it is here. Now the roast. Now you have all of those vegetables around the ratatouille. And remember, we didn't put any liquid in it. Just the natural liquid of the vegetable and the meat. I could cut my roast in the middle here. Still quite hot. Would put it in my vegetable here at the end. A sprinkling of herb on top of it. And here it is, the shoulder of pork braised slowly with the ratatouille around. Happy cooking! I love Brussels sprout. Always for Thanksgiving, whatever. But I like it just sauté, like this, very briefly. And very often I do that with bacon. And so you start with a couple of tablespoons of good olive oil. I have sausage here. As you can see, 2 sausage, and those are, I like the spicy one, you know. But so you can make little bowl or leave it just in pieces like this, as I'm doing. I'm going to cook that first. I have a pound of Brussels sprouts here. And always the Brussels sprout, I trim the end of it like this. You know, if there is any damaged one, those happen to be beautiful and all that. And I slice them by hand this way, as I've done here. But it's pretty hard. So if you happen to have a slicer like this, I use that. And this is, you see a slicer, there is 2 sides. One is thicker, and the other one is thinner. I do the thicker part. That goes right in there, and right on top of it here. And that's it. I can put my thing right in there. Here I have my sausage cooking here, nice and brown. They start rendering some fat. And as you can see here, they are cut very nicely, very equally. And now I can add the rest of this. I have a pound of Brussels sprouts here, so that would be for 6 people that I would do that. Salt on top of it, Of course, I can always re-season it at the end. I'm going to cover it, get it steam a little bit. After 2-3 minutes, as you say, it's starting browning, but I think I need some moisture. So as long as I have those beans here, I'm going to use those beans later on, so I may as well add that liquid in there now to cook it a couple of minutes more. This way, I think a couple of minutes. A bit crunchy, but still, I like it this way. So the beans is there too. And this is about it. Just warm it up, and you can do that ahead. Warm it at the last moment. Beautiful fricassee or a medley of Brussels sprout, sausage, and beans. Happy cooking. There is a famous dish in the southwest of France called cassoulet, and it's you cook beans. Usually there is duck in it, all kind of sausage in it. It's a very famous dish, which now I'm going to do a kind of bastardized version of it, very easy to do. And I'll start by putting a little bit of olive oil in there, and I have 3 sausages here that I find in my freezer. This is an Italian type sausage, which is raw meat. So I'm going to cut that into pieces like this. Okay, because this has to cook. I'm going to put that to cook directly in there. Okay. And then I have 2 other sausages here. This is a type of a VaRiuS or kielbasa, bit of the same idea. Those are cooked sausage, so they can go later. And this is, as you can see, a hot dog. So that's good too. All right. I am going to put an onion. And this, of course, you can do it ahead. You can do it, of course, with dry beans. But it makes it very easy to do in a few minutes here. This is like this. And the garlic, you know, just coarsely chopped and cooked in there. This to it. I'm going to saute that for a minute. And what I have here, I have a can of, well, cannellini beans or butter beans or white, tiny white beans. You know, anyway, even the red beans too, it's a question of choice what you have in your refrigerator. And to cook this, what I'm going to do is to pour the water that I have in there. Yeah. And I'm going to cook for a few minutes, for a couple of minutes with that water. Actually, I could even cover that 2-3 minutes. And during that time, I can do my garnish here for the hands. So, as you see, I have a little piece of tomato, probably 1/3 of a cup or so. A bit of garlic, again. Can never be enough garlic for me. So I chop that. And if I were to do that ahead, I would do what I did there. And after, I'm going to add the other sausage in it too. But I would not add what I have here, which is parsley, the tomato and the garlic. I would add that only when I'm serving it, just to bring it to a boil and serve it. But that you could do that a few hours ahead. Yeah, that's fine. I can see this has cooked. Yeah, the onion is about cooked. So let's put the rest of it in there, the sausage, and of course, you know what? I'll add a little bit of water to that to rinse my can. Put water, and that basically has to come to a boil and boil 1-2 minutes to warm up the sausage and the beans. Yeah, this has been boiling for a couple of minutes now. I'll add my garnish, stir it in there. Looks beautiful. Just have to come back to a boil, and let's see what it tastes like. Well, you need salt. Again, there is no salt in the beans, and pepper. I may even put a dash of Tabasco in there. And this is it. You can do that ahead, of course. And reheated is always good reheated. I wanted to do it for 2. I probably have close to enough for 4. But you would serve it in a bowl like this. There. Even with a little bit more herbs on top if you want. And this is our makeup cassoulet. Easy to do, a few minutes, great taste. And happy cooking. When I cook lamb, very often I look for lamb. Lamb chops are great. Well, the best lamb chop for me is this one. This is the shoulder lamb chop. See the bone of the shoulder here, blade. For me, this is moister and more tender than the loin even, and much less expensive. Sometimes there is more fat than it is here. I try to choose one with the least amount of fat. There is still some fat in the center. It's like the Boston butt that you have, in the pork. The shoulder makes a great roast. And it's the same piece here. So salt, pepper on top of this. Of course, I often grill it, but here we're sauteing it in a skillet. I'm going to put half a tablespoon of oil, corn oil, with the same amount of butter. I'm going to saute that. Of course, I like it medium rare in the center, so I'm going to cook for a few minutes, a couple of minutes here. I'm going to lower the heat a little bit, and I'm going to put a garnish of mushroom. I have those mushroom here, a little old from my refrigerator, so they need washing. It is a fallacy that you cannot wash mushroom. Of course, you wash mushroom. The point is that you don't do it ahead. You wash mushroom and you use them as fast as you can after. I have 2 large mushrooms that I'm going to cook gently all around here. So that's going to cook a couple of minutes on this side, a couple of minutes on the other side. So now it's about 3 minutes. Turn my lamb chops here. The mushroom too. So cook it another 2-3 minutes on this side as well. Dash of salt on the mushroom. And maybe I put a little bit of garlic at the end. I have a nice slice of garlic. And maybe I will just do some slice of garlic like this. I will let them at the end. See, another 3 minutes on each side. I can touch it like that, and I know it's still pretty rare. But good, now it has to rest. I'm putting my garlic in there now. This slice of garlic. Just close. I'm shutting off the heat. So it's just off the heat now. And I leave it here. I'm going to cover it. And maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes. The point is, I don't want it to get cold, but also when the meat cooked, it shrinks like this, and all the juice goes toward the center and the outside. So when the meat is finished cooking, you have to let it rest a little bit. So the meat decontract. It was contracted when it cooked. It decontracts, and the juice runs through it, and it's pink from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, you end up with the outside, which is kind of gray, overcooked, and the inside, which is almost raw. So the resting is important. On something like that, 3, 4, 5 minutes. On a steak, on a rack of lamb, like 8, 10 minutes. And a standing rib roast, like 30, 45 minutes. Okay, I think it rested long enough now. You can see that when it rests, the juice comes out of it. Whoop. Now, I have my garnish here. See the juice released. It's released a fair amount of juice. My mushroom here. That's a nice garnish. And you see the natural juice. The little side of garlic. That's that's it. Of course, a bit of green on top of it. Always finish. That's it. Should be rested. So, you can see cut right in the center. Is going to be beautifully medium rare, just the way I like it. Of course, if you like it longer, or you cook it longer if you like it more cooked. And this is it, the lamb shoulder with mushroom sauté. Happy cooking. I want to show you one of my wife's favorite dish, arroz con pollo. That is the chicken and rice from Puerto Rico to Cuba to other part of South America. It's done, and it basically a takeoff on the paella that you have in Spain. That is chicken. Sometime in the paella, of course, you have a shellfish. But there, what we're going to do is 4 leg of chicken. I have a piece of chorizo here that we're going to cut into cube like this. And in that particular thing, a couple of tablespoons of oil here, and my chicken. Now the chicken here, I'm taking the skin off. When I roast the chicken, I like the skin, but when it's boiled and all that, the skin become gummy and so forth. So in that case here, the chicken, 4 thigh of chicken. This is a recipe for 4 people. Of course, very often, for me, I take the skin like this, I put it into a cookie sheet like this, a dash of salt, and that goes into the oven to make crackling, really delicious crackling. So here, what you want to do is basically brown the chicken and the chorizo for about 6-7 minutes. I'll put the chorizo on top here. So this is the first step. And of course some salt and pepper on top of it. Okay, well the chicken has been browning now. You can see, nicely brown. I have a whole onion here and about probably a good cup, maybe cup and a quarter. I have 3-4 cloves of garlic here. Just peel it, crush it. That's it. Brown a couple of minutes there. In there I need half a cup of tomato. A little bit of Italian seasoning or herb de Provence, like half a teaspoon. A good 2 teaspoons or so of hot sauce, sriracha or thing like this. So now I can add, as you can see here, I have cilantro stem. Each time that I have a bunch of cilantro, I cut the stem out and put them in the freezer. See, this is frozen, so they just crumble. It has a lot of taste, the stem. I have probably a little more than what the recipe asks for there, but it doesn't really matter. That one here. So now that cooked a couple of minutes in there. Looks good. Then it's time now to add the rice. I have a cup of rice here, and this is regular Carolina rice. I have 2 cups of water here, and I like to put capers in there. And I have about, I would say, like 3 tablespoons of caper or so. Now, that has to come to a boil. Cover it, 25-30 minutes should be perfect. Okay, 30 minutes of cooking. This is it. Now we have the rice. 1 piece like this. My rice is cooked. It's cooked. Well cooked. With a chorizo. Maybe a few chives on top for color. And here it is. The arroz con pollo for my wife. Happy cooking. You know, one of the very common desserts that we had when I was a kid was what we call an apple compote in France. It's basically close to an apple sauce. And I wanted to show you the way we did it. I have 2 large apples here. They're about 10-12 ounces. Put your thumb here. Make sure that when you go that with your thumb here to remove the bottom here. Otherwise that goes right into your hand. So be careful on that, and you can peel it this way. Peel it with your knife, and as you can see, I'm actually pushing the apple into the knife a lot. You can do it with this. You can do it with a vegetable peeler, just as easy going around. So here, what I want to do here is to cut that into big dice like this. I'm going to put like a tablespoon of butter in there. Well, maybe a tablespoon of butter, like a quarter of a cup of orange juice, or lemon juice even. A couple of tablespoons of sugar, and a dash of vanilla, like maybe half a teaspoon. Of course, I have 1 pound of apple here. You can easily double or triple that, because that keeps quite well in your refrigerator all week. And bring it to a boil. I'm going to cover it and let it cook like 10-15 minutes until it's very soft. As you can see now, I just take the cover off with a lot of liquid in it. So I will boil it uncovered like that for 5-6 minutes until most of it reduced. And we'll finish it up. As you can see now, basically all the liquid has been evaporated. You can serve it as such. I like to mash it up a little bit, like this, leaving it a bit coarse. And that's about it. You know, I like to serve that compote like at room temperature. Oh, maybe cool, but not certainly not ice cold. And here it is. You know, it's a bit crunchy, as you can see. 2-3 people probably with that amount, and a nice tablespoon of sour cream, maybe in the middle. Top of it, or maybe I have a slice of skin of lemon here as decoration. You can make a hole in slice the center of it like that and turn it inside out. You know, to make a decoration like this. And maybe a little piece of pound cake would go well with it. That's it. And this is the compote, just like when I was a kid. Happy cooking. We don't always eat dessert in our house, but when we do, it's usually some kind of seasonal fruit. Classic like baked apple bonne femme, banana flambé, cherry compote, or pear and puff pastry. We serve that often. A new favorite is a British lemon posset. Other sample dish of blueberry with lemon and mint, or grapefruit with apricot sauce are a great way to end a meal. I'm Jacques Pepin, and I'm cooking at home. Today I wanted to show you how to make apple bonne femme, we say in French, which means apple good lady style, that is in the old style. I do that very often. Different type of apple. I happen to have Jonathan apple here, but good, red delicious, golden delicious, it's fine. First I cut a little bit of the bottom to make sure that they are totally flat to here, and then take the center off. I have this here to take the center off, and go to the end like this. This is a good one because it has an opening here that you can put this down, so that helps. Otherwise you have to pry it out. Okay, so I have two big apples here. They're about 8 ounces each. I cut the top here about a third of the way down, right through the skin, and that will form like a cap. Here I am. Up. Right. And I usually use a piece of leftover bread that I had. I didn't have it here, and I have an English muffin here. So it is the same thing, basically. Leftover as a base for my apple. Right there. Okay, with this, I'm going to put about a good 2-3 tablespoons of maple syrup, and then a couple of tablespoons of apricot, some butter, like a good, maybe 1 tablespoon per apple at the most. Put a little bit inside and a little bit on the outside. Create a sauce, and there I'm going to put about half a cup of water here. Now that's gonna go into the oven at like 375 for close to an hour. You want them well done. That's it. Here is my apple out of the oven. As you know, they blow up a little bit like this. The bread is all soaked. Those apples are tender, like that. And of course you wouldn't want to serve them hot like this. The sugar turned into caramel around with the water, the bread. So this is it, the apple bonne femme. One of my children's memory that my mother used to do. Simple and quite delicious. Happy cooking. Very often when I don't know what to do for dessert, and especially when I have banana sometimes left over getting a bit dark, then I bake banana, sometimes flambe too, and it's pretty easy to do. So I have 3 bananas here. I mean, you don't have, if you don't want to put alcohol, you don't have to flambe it, but it goes very well with rum. So yeah, 1 banana per person, more than enough. Okay, so here I will put about a good tablespoon, maybe 1.5 tablespoons of butter in there. I will rub my butter all over the place here. And the banana cut in half. You can do them whole. Sometimes I also do banana by putting them in the oven with the skin on. And the skin turns black. And I just make an incision in the skin like that so that it turns black and it kind of swell up. And at that point, then I unwrap the banana at the table. To doing it this way. Here. Right there. Okay. I have that piece here. I have a 1/4 cup here of brown sugar, light brown sugar. I could have put some underneath, actually. And a bit of lemon rind. With the lemon rind, I'm going to do it with the mini. As you can see, if you do it this way, you can see what you are doing here. I have about a good teaspoon, maybe a teaspoon and a half here. Whoop. Put it around. And the juice. We need, I would say, a good 2 tablespoons of juice. I tend to put them through the strainer because I don't want the seed. You can, of course, prepare that ahead also. I do other type of fruit in the same way. That will take about 20 minutes or so in the oven at like 425. When you have your banana wet, hot out of the oven, this is the time if you want to flambe it a little bit. I have a nice rum from Barbados here. You know, so here we go. It's hard to see the flame, but it gives it some panache and all that, and certainly a good taste. And this is the flambé banana. Happy cooking. In full summer, you know, I get beautiful cherries at my market here, and very often I buy them like I bought those and I freeze them. I cook them, do pie with it. Here I want to show you how to do a kind of little stew of cherries, you know, that we do, cook with wine and serve. First you want to take the pit out of it. Of course, if you have a cherry pitter, you can use one of those. What you have to do is to press with your hand to soften the center and go with the point of a knife here, and up, as you can see, I get the pit sticking out of it. If you're a bit afraid of this, you can use a large paper clip. You open it like that, and you go in the center of it here, again, and pull out the pit. So here I have a pound of cherries, which is about 35, 40 cherries, depending on the size, of course, of your cherries. And like a good teaspoon maybe, teaspoon and a half of potato starch or corn starch too. And this has to be diluted, so I'll put a little bit of that juice here to dilute it. And I'll bring those in there. Okay. I will use here, I would say, well, maybe 3/4, 2/3 of a cup of wine. 3/4. A little dash of vanilla, like maybe half a teaspoon. Bring it to a boil, and then you want to dilute that starch with the juice here. And when it boiled, you let it boil about a minute, 2 minutes. That's enough to cook the cherries. What I add to this, because I didn't use sugar, is cherry preserve. And I could have put it at the beginning or now about half a cup that I put here. As soon as the starch, which is diluted, touches the liquid, it thickens on contact, right there. So you know exactly where you are. As you can see, the juice now is just slightly oily like this, which of course is going to get thicker as it cools off, and you want it to be cold or cool at least room temperature to serve it. And here is my cherry compote. As you can see, cold. The juice is much thicker now. Lovely dessert. You can do that, of course, with plum or other type of thing. That would be enough for like 4 here. So this, probably a little spoon of sour cream in the middle of it. Maybe a little dash of mint to finish it up. And I like to serve that with a little piece, with some cookie or a little piece of pound cake. You can have a pound cake like this. Maybe I love pound cake. And serve like this. And here is our compote of cherries. Very summer, very delicious. Happy cooking. You know, sometimes I make puff paste, which is a pretty complicated process, but very often I buy it at the supermarket. I'm doing a dessert for two. I have a large pear, which is a little bit damaged here, so I'm going to peel it and use it with a layer of puff paste on top. Puff paste is, of course, a complicated process of doing dough, which is flour and water, and spreading it out and covering it with a lot of butter. And then you fold it and spread it, and fold it and spread it to get multi-layer effect that you have in a Napoleon, vol au vent, those type of things. Again, here, make sure you put your thumb the right way here when you take the center of this. This is a pear which is pretty ripe, you know, but even if it's not as ripe, it will work well with that recipe. So here we are, putting it here and there. I put a little bit of sugar here. I'm going to put a little bit of melted butter on top of this. A dash of apricot, you don't have to, or peach or apricot. Make the sauce around, and maybe a little bit of water. Put around, like 2-3 tablespoons. Then I have that piece of puff paste that, as you can see, it's a little freezer burn here on the side, but it's okay. I'm going to put it around there and around here. It's an easy way of doing it. Then I'll brush it with a bit of butter here. That always helps. So I have about 3 tablespoons of butter altogether here. And then maybe a good 1-2 teaspoons of sugar on top. And that's it. That's going to go into the oven for like 30 minutes about. Well, back to the pear in puff paste. They have been out of the oven about 10 minutes. They stay 400 degrees for like 30-35 minutes in the oven. And they're still warm. And that's it. I like to serve them lukewarm. There is a little bit of syrup coming out of it. Beautiful. And let's see the inside. The puff paste is nice and crispy on top. Whoop, making a mess. That's a very elegant dessert, which I hope you do for your friend or your family. Happy cooking. This is one of the simplest recipes I think I ever done. I wish I would have thought of that recipe. But it's not me. My friend Susie Heller, she's done many shows with me. A dear friend came to visit me last week, and she did all the book of Thomas Keller. And when she was working on the French Laundry cookbook, she worked with Claire Clark, which was the pastry chef, the executive pastry chef there, a British woman. And it was her idea of a posset, P-O-S-S-E-T, which I think originally in England was a drink. And now it's a kind of soft custard, very delicate and delicious. So here how it's done, how I do it at least. I have a cup of cream here, a cup of cream and a quarter of a cup of sugar. It's 4 tablespoons. Okay, so I mix it together. And what I want to do next is to bring that hot. So I put it 1 minute in the microwave. And the second part of the recipe is really a lemon. So the lemon here, I will do the rind, I need a good teaspoon and a half probably of lemon rind, about like this. That's more than enough here. Those mini grades are really good to do. And then the juice, when I do the juice, I don't cut the lemon in the center, I cut it on the side like that to expose this, and it's easier to press your juice. And here, out of my lemon here, I'm going to have a good 3 tablespoons, and this is what I want. 3 tablespoons of lemon juice and a teaspoon and a half of lemon rind. I put it in a sieve so I don't get the seed. Okay. I want to make sure that that sugar is dissolved. And this is hot. That's good. I have here 1, 2, 3. Exactly. 3 tablespoons lemon juice, teaspoon and a half of rind. I mix it, and this is it. This is going to cool off a good 3 hours. I'll put it in those, and I would think that cup will serve 3 people easy. It's quite rich, as you know. So here it is. Now cover it, refrigeration. So this one, as you can see, I'm going to garnish it with blueberry and mint. I love mint with that, so I'll take maybe the center of the mint as a garnish. And this one I will cut into what we call a chiffonade, that is a shredded. You do that for basil. That goes so well with it. So here it is. This way. A little piece of pound cake. Too. And you can see my custard there. It's just, I don't know, absolutely delicious. Thank you, Claire. Thank you very much. And happy cooking. I love blueberry. In full summer, I do different recipe with it. Usually pretty simple. I have a quarter of a cup of sugar here for like 12 ounces of berry, which is for 4 people, easy. So I put, what I like to put with the berry here is a chiffonade of mint. You know, I think it goes so well with it. So I'm cutting my mint here. As you can see, I have probably a good 2 tablespoons. Now, lemon. I'm going to have lemon rind first. I do it this way so I can see how much I have in there. Okay. So here, as you can see, I have a good teaspoon, maybe a teaspoon and a half. Now the juice. I'd like to press the juice in something else to get rid of the at that point I can get rid of the pits, and then here about a good tablespoon of juice. Yep, that's it. So I mix it together and add the berry to it. You of course want to leave it for a few minutes so the sugar has the time to melt and mix with the berry. But within 1 or 2 minutes, yes, the sugar is melted. I would have nice portion like this. It's probably a tablespoon of crème fraîche or sour cream in the middle. Maybe a little sprig of mint again. And if I have around pound cake or anything like that, or even a cookie or a pound cake, I may add a couple of pieces like this to serve with it. This is a simple summer dessert, delicious. Happy cooking. I like very simple dessert, and often fruit dessert. After a nice meal, a fruit dessert is always great. And you can do it with all kind of citrus fruit. I do this dessert with blood orange, regular orange, and grapefruit. This one I only do with grapefruit. This is a ruby grapefruit. As you can see, first I'm going to take a little piece of the skin here that I may use as a garnish. And then I want to take the skin, the flesh out of it. So here you cut the top until you see the flesh here. Now here, starting with, this is a nice knife, and you go up and down in a jigsaw fashion all around like that, and of course you do that with orange as well, so that you remove not only the top part of the skin, but the white piece underneath, you know. So notice that my knife is really moving in a kind of a jigsaw fashion here. And this is a beautiful, as I say, red grapefruit. This, a piece at the bottom, and this is totally clean, as you can see. Now we remove the segment. Now the segment here, you can see between each membrane, I cut with a knife at the first one here, and I remove it. The second one, I cut next to the membrane, I twist my knife around, and I come back next to the next membrane. That's one way. And some of them, like for example, this one is going to be smaller. Sometimes it's thicker leaf. Sometimes, of course, like here, I have some seed in it. You have to deal with that, okay. Put back, forth. Again, this is a thin one, you see. Here's a big one. You go all around, exactly the same thing with an orange, exactly the same thing with a lemon. Here. So here all I have is the membrane in between. Of course, I press the juice. You don't want to lose that juice. Okay. Now I'm not going to use the juice here. I'll keep it for me to drink. Okay, so here's my segment. With the garnish here, I fold them this way to do a very fine, what we call a julienne. You know, all those fine. And that's what we do when we do a duck with orange sauce and all that, with the skin of the orange. And you would do that to do as a garnish. Now here, I have apricot sauce here, but I do that with the orange marmalade or raspberry sauce. I put the jar directly into the microwave oven. I think go in the center like this. You know, it's a mistake very often. People try to do a wedge of sauce around, but it's better to go in the center and extend it like this. Okay. And here, now I'm going to have my this. As you can see, that one was quite large, and I may not use the whole thing. But it's really a refreshing dessert that you can use, and providing that you have a, let's say, a cookie with that, you would put maybe a little bit of those around as a garnish. Okay. If you have mint, it's nice to put a little sprig of mint in the center. I don't have mint, but I have a thing of basil here, which is perfectly fine. I'll put in the center. And here it is, my grapefruit dessert with a cookie. Terrific dessert. Happy cooking. You know, we always celebrate birthday, anniversaries, and graduation with a special meal. Time to join together around the table and indulge in our favorite foods and wine. Seafood is usually featured in one form or another: caviar, clam, or oyster. And when available, truffles are the ultimate extravagance. Quail or a main course of veal might be followed by a light fruit dessert. I'm Jacques Pepin, and I'm cooking at home. I want to show you how to make the ultimate elegant omelette that I made years ago for Gloria, who loves caviar. And caviar, as you know, is sturgeon eggs. If you say caviar, it has to be sturgeon eggs. Otherwise, it has to be salmon caviar or trout caviar or whitefish caviar. But if you just say caviar, it's sturgeon eggs. And it's the beluga, the large one, or the sevruga, the smallest one, or etc. in between. Even other that we have in the Tennessee River, like hackleback, paddlefish, those are all different types of caviar. So we're doing an omelette here, which is eggs, with fish eggs, which is caviar. So we're going to stuff it with red caviar and put on top of it, cover it with a payushnaya here. Payushnaya is actually pressed caviar. At the end of the season, when the eggs are overripe or underripe, all of those different types of sturgeon are put together, resold and pressed. And that's what's called payushnaya or pressed caviar. And as you see, it's like modeling clay. It's different. You don't see the eggs. It's very concentrated in taste because it takes almost 2 pounds of caviar to make 1 pound of those. So I'm doing a shell here to put on top of her egg, her caviar. So with a spoon like this, you can see I can spread it out. I spread it out into a very thin. I do that sometimes. I spread it out and put it on top of, a salmon or another fish type of tartare. You do the tartare, you put that on top. See that? This is 1 egg omelette, a small omelette. So that should pretty much, I think, cover it. See that? So that's a very thin layer of caviar. So here I have a tablespoon of butter, 1 egg. Okay, press your egg on something flat, open it. This is a large egg, as you can see. Dash of salt, dash of pepper, and you beat your eggs. You just don't want to go this way because it's like a wet mop with the egg white going around. You want to go from one side to the other to really break the egg white so you don't have long string of it. Now I'm doing that in the French classic omelette way. That is with very small curd, tiny curd, and not too hot, medium heat to start with. So here, do my omelette. Again. This is a small omelette, remember? So, and I still want it pretty wet in the center. So I bring everything here on this side, as you can see. And here, I'm going to bring back 1 lip here. To bring back the other lip, I bang it this way to bring it here. But now, this is the time to stuff it. And I will put 1 tablespoon, at least, of that beautiful red salmon caviar or trout caviar. Again, bring that back up. I will press the lip one on top of the other. And then invert it on my plate. So there you change hand, you bang it so that you are at the edge here, and to unmold it into a beautiful thin little 1 egg omelette, which now we are going to cover with the black caviar. And this is a very, very special omelette for Gloria that I developed years ago. You can see that the center of that omelette would be very creamy too, with the red caviar inside and the black one on the outside. I hope you try it someday. Happy cooking. So here is my oyster and my clam. And now, the sauce that we do most of the time, we use the most, is the very classic horseradish sauce. So here, let's say I have a quarter of a cup at the most of ketchup. I put a little bit of the hot sauce, maybe a teaspoon at the most. What you want to do here is put a little bit of lemon juice. If you don't have it, very often I use, this is a very mild vinegar. You know, again, maybe a teaspoon at the most. And the horseradish here, you can have some fresh one. I would have a good tablespoon of horseradish with this. And I have a very good sauce here. This is usually the classic one that we use at home all the time. Now for the oyster and also for the clam, we do sometimes what we call a mignonette sauce. Mignonette refers to actually black pepper. See, this is black pepper. And when you break that black pepper, you crack it, and usually I use a skillet like this. Move forward like that, cracking it. So this cracked pepper is what we call mignonette. This is what you do when you do a steak au pois, for example. You spread it out, you dip your steak in it. That's the mignonette. I put in there, and shallots. That I'm going to cut finely. Maybe a good tablespoon of shallots here. A couple of pieces of chives, especially if I have chives in my garden, so I use them all the time. You have usually a little dash of salt on top of it, and you fill it up with the best possible red wine vinegar that you have. Okay, so this is your mignonette sauce. Each one of that you're going to do up in that to put on top of your oyster. And very often at the table, you're served with a spoon like this. There is a spoon and an indentation like this, so that you can go with the abducting muscle is, but as you see, I cut it. Delicious. With black bread and butter. That's what goes well with it. Thank you, and happy cooking. I want to talk to you today about a very expensive mushroom. It's called a truffle. Truffle is a mushroom which grows into the root system of tree, mostly oak and all that. And the black truffle like that, the southwest of France, is very well known as maybe the best one. The white truffle from Alba in Italy, the LBA, is probably the most expensive of all too. And the big season is around Thanksgiving, and this one, the big season, is around January, February, so one follows the other. There is probably 30 or 40 different types of subterranean mushroom called truffle, but there is only the winter truffle, Melanosporum so-called, and the summer truffle is not quite as good, but still good. And of course, the truffle of Alba in Italy, the white one. It's granulated. This one is a fresh one. And I froze it. And when it's frozen, it's even easier to slice than otherwise it crumbles a little bit. It used to be that we used only the skin like this. And the skin, When I was an apprentice, truffle were not that expensive. That's what was chopped and used into sauces and all that. The whole truffle was kept to be served whole, sometime in a puff paste and all that. But you buy it in can as well, and the canned truffle, you have to make sure that you buy the truffle of first cooking, because they cook it once, and of course it loses weight, so they cannot guarantee the weight, so they open it again, take the truffle, and recook it again to guarantee the weight, but they are not as good. So here, I want to show you maybe, in my opinion, one of the best way of serving it. I cut it with a vegetable peeler here. That's about the best way of doing it, and this is the way I had it when I was in France hunting for truffle. You hunt for truffle with dog, a little dog, or with pig, of course. It's known with pig. So they serve it to us. It was very generous. You know, the farmer goes around and you go under a tree which has the brûlée, that is, nothing grows around the trunk. And you know there may be truffle there because it's all wild. And then the dog smell it, or the pig smell it, and you start making a little hole and all that. You also have truffle oil. This is truffle oil from the white truffle, and it's quite expensive also, and you use sparingly. But the way it was served there, we were served with a little bit of olive oil, up like this, and some fleur de sel. That is the real high quality salt, which is the flour of salt. Quality, then those truffles were served this way, right on top of this. So it's very, of course, very generous. So in the kitchen, the truffle goes extremely well with eggs, scrambled eggs, things like that, or with potato. Great with potato. Do you like that? That would be a very, very generous portion of truffle, a little more salt on top of it, and maybe a dash more of olive oil on top. That's how we will serve, and with that, bread and butter. So, a piece of bread, like this with butter on top. So this is a very expensive, and I don't, but this was a gift from a very dear friend of mine, very generous. He gave me that, so I wanted to show you what black truffle are. Again, so tuberum melanosporum, black truffle, expensive mushroom, delicious, very special. Happy cooking. Quail are really very inexpensive at my Chinese market, and very often I buy quail to do one thing or another. I like to marinate it, and I have maybe 1 tablespoon at the most, maybe not quite, of maple syrup, a little bit of the hot sriracha sauce here, like half a teaspoon, maybe a quarter of a teaspoon of garlic powder, and probably a good tablespoon more of soy sauce here. That's it. This is for 1 portion, 2 little quail here. I would do that ahead, of course, but for the quail sometimes I roast them whole, but very often for that all I do is to cut them, cut the back like this so you can open them. Yeah, break the wishbone here. Yeah, and then I marinate them in this, on each side. It's good if you do it ahead, give it more taste and all that, but just showing them to you, so they can be marinated like that for a few hours, even overnight, doesn't really matter. You can grill them after, or put them in a skillet, as I'm going to do. So in the skillet, put like a teaspoon or so of peanut oil in that case. And this is a non-stick skillet. And here, what I will do, I will cut them skin side down this way. Only skin side down, without turning them, with a little bit of that mixture here. Okay, now they start browning nicely. Cover, lower the heat, 15 minutes. Okay, that's at low temperature, and as you can see here, legs are cooked. It's cooked just by steaming the top, and like that. So we serve them per person like this. They are beautifully glazed, as you see, and they are tiny birds, so you need 2 of those per person, and maybe a little bit of the marinade on top. This is it. I have chives in the garden here, and now here is the chives flowers. Be nice here. That would be great with a garnish of endive, potato, anything like that would go well, but you have to eat that with frying, because you have to eat that with your hand to suck the meat of the bone. Happy cooking. Today I'm going to show you how to make a roast of veal, but it is breast of veal. Veal is very expensive, except the breast of veal like that, which I occasionally find at my market, is really inexpensive. It's about £3, and that's enough for like 4 people. I mean, there is the bone on one side, the skin, then there is 2 large bones here, but it's really very delicious. So the first thing we're going to do is to put salt, pepper on it, of course, all over, and put it to roast into a very sturdy cocotte like this. We call that a cocotte. This is the skin on top. There isn't that much fat here, but there is some fat inside, some fat underneath, so I'm going to put that to roast in there. I would say a good 20-25 minutes, so that it's really brown all over. This is about 25-30 minutes now, so let's see. It's really brown beautifully all around. Render a little bit of fat. You could leave the fat in, but maybe I'll take it out. Let's put it this way. Okay. And now I'm going to put 1 large onion in there. Just cut in 2 or 4 pieces. About 5-6 cloves of garlic. A pretty large clove of garlic here, peeled. A little bunch of fresh thyme, 1 bay leaf, and that's about it. I'm going to put that in the oven. I could deglaze with a bit of white wine or leave it like that. I think I'm going to leave it just like that, 275 degrees for 2 hours. And now my veal breast has been in the oven, so I'm going to do the next. I have about 1 pound of potato here, 2 big potatoes. I have 2 large carrots, as you can see here, and 4 big mushrooms. Just wash them, each one cut in half. It's better to put your vegetable not too long before the end of it, otherwise they really fall apart. And here is the veal, as you can see. And now it's already basically cooked. But the finishing of it, okay, 4 of those. The carrot, there's a fair amount of juice in it by itself. Maybe I put a dash of salt on those vegetables in it. Back into the oven for another hour. And this is it, finally. It takes time, but not much work to put it into the oven. This has cooked with the vegetable now for another hour, so it's really cooked. Braise gently. I see I have a beautiful dish here. Oh my God. I'll bring it here to that. And as you can see, in that pan, you have an enormous amount of juice, just the natural juice of the veal, because I didn't add anything to it. So here, when we were kids, my brother and I would fight for that piece of meat here, which is the meat with the cartilage on it. Here, this is the bone. As you can see, I cut right through the bone. The bone is cooked practically. So here it is here with the with the cartilage here and all that. And you got a potato, a couple of carrots, the mushroom, of course. Well, I already have a mushroom and a wonderful natural juice gravy here. Maybe a bit of herb on top of it. And this is the veal breast, fit for a king. Happy cooking. I like to do very simple fruit dessert most of the time. My wife the other day told me she read in a book like Louis XIV, King of France in the 17th century, loved to have oranges with caramel on top. She said, can you do that? I said, fine, I'll try. So what I have here, a third of a cup of sugar. I'm going to put a couple of tablespoons of water, just enough to moisten the sugar. That's it. And I put it on to do a caramel. You should buy, if you can, some seedless oranges. So the idea first, cut the top to expose the oranges, and then you come around and notice that I move my knife in a kind of jigsaw fashion here to go around and try to remove. Actually, sometimes the oranges are very thick. I mean, the skin sometimes less. I'm trying to remove as much as I can. That is all the pith, you know, the white part underneath and so forth. So I move slowly in a jigsaw fashion until all around like this. Take the bottom part of it too, and that's basically it. So I have my orange clean here, which I'm going to cut it in half and use this way here. And the second way of doing the orange this way that some people prefer is to cut the two hands like this, and then after going this way, you know, to go. I'm used more to the other technique, but one or the other, it's fine. All right, and of course you can do the same thing, and there is a little bit of the white here. It'll remove. You can do the same thing with a lemon if you need a lemon to do like that, or lime, and of course grapefruit. So here, this is just for the two of us, so it's just two orange. They could be bigger than that. They are not very big, but it's okay. Cut them in half, and that's it. So here there is my caramel. It's boiling, as you can see here, and it goes from different stage. People who work with sugar know the different stage. For example, the thread, at the beginning it does a thread between your finger, then it forms a ball, and it's a soft ball, then it's a hard ball, then it's a soft crack. That is when you get the sugar, it crack, it break, then the hard break, then it turns into caramel around 318 degrees. So here, just have to wait. You can see now, I can see the bubble. If I take a little bit of this here, I go with my finger, I put it in cold water, and I have that here. I will be in the thread stage, you know, the thread stage where it forms a thread. Even more than the thread stage, it's already slightly the soft ball. It can form a soft ball. When you start sugar, you should not stir it because it may make it crystallize, meaning that it forms into lump. But if you do caramel, you don't have to worry about that, because even if it crystallizes, by the time it gets to that temperature now, the crystal will melt and turn into caramel. So you cannot really miss a caramel. If you leave it long enough, it will turn into caramel. So a caramel is basically designed by that color. This is a caramel color, you see, around. Now you have a dark caramel, a light caramel. When you do a caramel custard, you put some of that into the bowl, it gets hard. See, I like it about the color, about now. It's about like this. Okay. Yeah, dark caramel here. And that's it. I put that on top. And frankly, I have a little too much caramel for two. It's all right. Yes. And don't touch it. The best way to clean up your pan, you put it in the sink, put cold water on top. Don't try to remove that. If you leave it for an hour, everything melts and it's clean. Now, I would say that you should do that like 15 minutes ahead, well, maybe even half an hour. The caramel now is going to get hard. Then with the juice of the orange, then it starts melting a little bit. So you want to eat it when it's still crunchy and all that too. And I can decorate it with, I have some mint in my garden here, and the mint goes very well to eat with it. Taste of the mint and caramel goes well. The caramel in the style of Louis XIV. And this is it. Orange in caramel à la Gloria. Happy cooking.
Plate-bearing veal chops with Catalan vinaigrette. They're big, bold, grilled over wood. Kalbi kui, Korean beef short ribs on a charcoal hibachi. And smoke-roasted leg of lamb, the quintessence of Provence. Meat on the bone, hot off the grill. I'm Stephen Reichlin, and from the beautiful Esplendor Resort in southern Arizona, it's time to grill. When it comes to flavor, nothing can beat meat grilled and served on the bone. If you've ever grilled a veal chop or smoked a rack of ribs, you know what I'm talking about. Meat on the bone takes us back to a time before knives and forks, when people had the primal pleasure of eating with their hands and fingers. So connect with your inner caveman. Today, it's all about meat on the bone. When you make soup or stock, what do? You put meat and bones into a pot, you boil them, the flavor comes out of the bones into the stock. So obviously anytime you can cook meat or grill meat on a bone, you're going to get more flavor. I call these monster veal chops. They're long bone veal chops. Each one weighs about 1 pound to 1.25 pounds. You can order these from your butcher. Now, it begins with the rub. I'll start by sprinkling the veal with coarse sea salt, freshly ground black pepper, lemon zest, that's the oil-rich outer rind of the lemon, chopped fresh rosemary, and dried oregano. Now the liquid ingredients. Squeeze some fresh lemon juice through your fingers to catch the seeds. Then a splash of extra virgin olive oil. And finally, dry white wine. No need to measure here, folks. You can just free pour. Then turn the veal chops over and season exactly the same way. And to reinforce the rosemary flavor, you can lay a fresh rosemary sprig on top of each veal chop. Let the veal chops marinate for about 1/2 hour to an hour. Do this in the refrigerator. Meanwhile, I'll show you how to make the Catalan vinaigrette and set up the grill. Like all good vinaigrettes, this one begins with finely chopped garlic and coarse salt. You want to mash these ingredients together to release the garlic juices. Next, whisk in red wine vinegar. And you want to whisk until the salt crystals are dissolved. Then whisk in extra virgin olive oil. I'm using a Spanish oil. Ratio is about 1 part vinegar to 4 parts olive oil. Then add your flavorings. 1 finely chopped shallot, 1 finely chopped seeded tomato, capers with their juices, and finely chopped cornichon or dill pickles. Catalonia borders France, and this vinaigrette may have been brought to the region by the troops of Napoleon, who occupied the Iberian Peninsula at the beginning of the 19th century. Let me show you how to set up the grill. This is a wood-burning grill of the sort you would find in Spain and throughout South America. It has a flywheel that enables you to raise and lower the grate for heat control. Now, I've built a wood fire, and because we're in southern Arizona, there's only one wood to use here, and that is mesquite. And remember the 3 rules of grate grilling: keep it hot, keep it clean, keep it lubricated. That means start with a hot grill grate, clean it with a stiff wire brush, and lubricate or oil the grate with a folded paper towel dipped in oil and drawn across the bars of the grate. Oiling not only prevents sticking, it helps give you killer grill marks. All you need to do now is put on the veal chops. Arrange them on the grill, all running the same way. This helps them cook more evenly, and it makes you look more professional. Notice the chops go on slightly diagonal to the bars of the grate. If you want a little bit more heat, all you need to do is lower the grill grate. How do you know when it's time to turn the chops? Well, first of all, you'll see some blood start to purl up on the top of each chop. And then, of course, you can take a look at the bottom, and it's a beautiful golden brown. That means it's time to turn the chops over and grill the same way on the other side. You can see how effective these V-shaped grill grates are for draining off the fat. So if you want to, you can just baste the top of each chop with a little bit of the veal drippings. I like to cook these veal chops to about medium rare, more toward the medium side, just shy of medium. So take a look here, gently yielding. These babies are done. And if you have a little extra sauce, you can spoon it over top of the chops. So while the veal is resting, you can pour yourself a glass of wine. With wood-grilled veal chops, I like a nice Cabernet Sauvignon. And now, the moment of truth. Spoon on a little bit of the Catalan vinaigrette. And look at that, it's perfectly cooked. And you can see how juicy these chops are. Nice. You can really taste the wood smoke. Grilled veal chops with Catalan vinaigrette. It's big, it's bold, it's meat on the bone. Kalbi is the only dish I know where the rib is butterflied out into paper-thin sheets and grilled. And a pretty ingenious way of taking a tough, ornery cut of meat and rendering it crisp and tender. Every great barbecue culture has its version of ribs. Korea's is kalbi kui, butterflied beef short ribs, direct grilled over charcoal. If you're short on time, scant on space, and starved for flavor, this beef on the bone is for you. Beef short rib is cut from the lower part of the steer's rib cage, and you can see there's a cross section of ribs with a thick layer of beef on top. So the first step is to cut each rib into individual sections. Slide the knife on top of the rib almost to the end, and then fold it back and continue cutting. Again, almost to the end, and make another fold and cut the rib again almost to the end and fold it up this way. This is called butterflying the rib. Let me show you on this one. Again, slide the knife on top of the rib bone and cut almost through the other side. Open the rib, make another cut on the bottom, open the rib, and you can see how beautifully these short ribs are marbled. This is going to give you an incredible flavor. Now the next step is to score the top and bottom of each butterflied rib. And what this does is it tenderizes the meat and speeds up the absorption of the marinade. Now the marinade. The marinade starts with finely chopped garlic and granulated sugar. And you want to mash these ingredients together with the back of a spoon. This releases those flavorful garlic oils. Next, add soy sauce and sesame oil, and finally, ground black pepper. And you want to stir these ingredients together until the sugar is dissolved. Just pour the marinade over the beef short ribs. Marinating time is about 30 to 60 minutes. Let me show you two other things we're going to grill with the beef. First of all, elephant garlic, which is about 3 times the size and 1/3 the pungency of regular garlic. And I've cut it into chunks to make little garlic kebabs, and thinly sliced jalapeno chilies. Next step, the dipping sauce. The dipping sauce is a reprise of the marinade. Garlic, pepper, sugar, and mash these ingredients together with the back of the spoon. Finally, stir in soy sauce and water to help cut the saltiness of the soy sauce. And again, stir these ingredients together until the sugar is dissolved. In Korea, kalbikui would be cooked on a charcoal brazier in the center of your table. The closest equivalent in North America is a hibachi. Hibachis have been filled with lit coals using this chute to add more coals. And you want to keep the damper open as wide as possible. More oxygen, more heat. Now comes the moment of truth, grilling the beef. So arrange the strips of kalbikui on the hot hibachi. Bone side down to start. And while you grill the beef, don't forget to grill the vegetables, your garlic cloves, and thinly sliced jalapeno chilies. You know, in North America, grilling is traditionally associated with summertime. In Korea, some of the best is done in the winter. The grill would be positioned at the center of the table, and you come in January, February, it's icy cold outside, and you gather around the grill. And warming up is half the pleasure. Grill the kalbikui, the butterflied beef ribs, until sizzling and golden brown on the bottom. And then turn and grill the top the same way. And the beauty of the Korean method is that it enables you to cook what's traditionally a slow-cooking, very tough rib in a very short time using the direct grilling method. It doesn't take long, maybe 2 to 3 minutes per side. we can just pull off the kalbi kui. And don't forget your grilled jalapeno chilies and the grilled garlic. And the neat thing about these jalapenos is they crisp up almost like potato chips. So let me show you how they would put this all together in Korea. First of all, you start by snipping the meat with scissors into bite-sized pieces. The beauty of kalbi kui, indeed of all Korean barbecue, is that it consists of a whole meal in a single dish. We start with a little Korean hot bean paste, and then a few pieces of the kalbi, a couple of jalapeno slices, a piece of grilled garlic, and this is a Korean cucumber onion salad. Finally, what you do is you sort of roll this up into a package, mushi style, and dip it in the dipping sauce. Wow, this explodes in your mouth like a 4th of July sky. Kalbi kui, beef on the bone Korean style, because sometimes big flavors come in small packages. I really love lamb. It has a very distinctive flavor, very pronounced flavor. It's well marbled. It stays juicy when you cook it. You can serve it rare. It tastes great, well done. It's extremely versatile meat. For most Americans, barbecue means pork or beef if you come from Texas. So you may be surprised to learn that on any given night on Planet Barbecue, the most popular meat on the grill is lamb. For many people, lamb reaches its apotheosis in Provence, in southern France. Which brings us to the biggest, baddest meat on the bone of all, smoke-roasted leg of lamb a la Provençale. Now, this leg of lamb weighs about 12 pounds, and it includes both the lower leg of lamb and the thigh. 12 to 14 pounds of pure proteinaceous pleasure, and it gets a triple blast of flavor, first from the aromatics, then from a rub, and finally from smoke roasting on the grill. To insert the aromatics, take a paring knife and make a series of holes in the lamb, each about 1/2 inch wide and 1 inch apart. Next, in 1/3 of the holes, insert a sliver of that quintessential Provençal flavoring, garlic. And in the next third of the holes, insert another quintessential Provençal flavoring, fresh rosemary. And finally, in the third set of holes, slivers of black olives. These ingredients will perfume the meat from the inside out during cooking. The next step is to make the rub. It consists of equal parts coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper, and finely chopped fresh or dried rosemary. And as always, I like to mix the ingredients for the rub with my fingers to break up any lumps. Now, spray the lamb with extra virgin olive oil, or if you don't have a spray bottle, you can brush it with extra virgin olive oil using a sprig of rosemary as a basting brush. Now, sprinkle the lamb on all sides with the salt, pepper, rosemary rub. You want to cook it with the fat side up, so the melting fat bastes the meat during smoke roasting. This dish is a real showstopper, and it looks complicated, but in fact, it's unbelievably easy to make. And now for the grilling method. We're going to indirect grill the leg of lamb. And to indirect grill on a gas grill, you preheat the grill to high, then turn off the interior burners you leave the outside burners lit. You place the leg of lamb in the center. Now, the primal grill touch here is to smoke roast the lamb using wood chips. So this grill has a smoker box, and we take our soaked oak chips, they've been soaked in water or dry white wine, and simply place them in the smoker box. And the reason you soak the chips is you want them to smolder, not catch fire. Close the grill. Cooking temperature about 375 degrees. Cooking time 1.5 to 2 hours. Suppose your grill doesn't have a built-in smoker box. Simply make a smoker pouch. Start with a sheet of aluminum foil. Place a handful of drained wood chips in the center. Then fold the foil over and pleat the sides to make a sort of pillow shape. Then simply poke holes in the top of the smoker pouch with the tip of an instant read meat thermometer. What you do, if your grill didn't have a smoker box, is you'd place this smoker pouch under the grate directly over one of the burners. And what I would do is one on one side, one on the other. He who says Provence speaks of lamb. He who says Provence speaks of vegetables. To go with our smoke-roasted leg of lamb, fire-roasted peppers. So we'll use the direct portion of the grill. Simply arrange sliced red bell pepper, yellow bell pepper, and green bell pepper on the outside burners. This is the direct grilling portion of the grill. And don't forget to season the peppers with coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. Grilling time on the peppers is about 8 to 10 minutes per side. Fast forward 2 hours and check out this bad boy. So to test for doneness, use an instant read meat thermometer. You want to be about 145 degrees. That is a perfect medium rare. Bingo. You can serve the lamb on a platter lined with the grilled bell peppers. You never want to cut into a leg of lamb or any piece of meat right away. Let it rest for about 5 minutes. That'll relax the meat, make it juicier. And what you can do is tent the lamb with a sheet of aluminum foil. Tent it loosely, and that will keep it from cooling off too much. So why is it so important to cook meat on the bone? Well, the bone adds flavor. Remember, when you make stock or soup, bones are what you add as the main ingredient. Also, meat cooked on the bone looks impressive as all get out. Let's see how we did. And you can see, thanks to the wood chips, we actually got a smoke ring. Oh man, the garlic, the rosemary, the olives, it's the quintessence of Provence. So there you have it. Wood-grilled veal chops, Korean kalbi kui, and whole leg of lamb a la Provençal. The next time you want big flavors, think meat on the bone on the grill. See you next time. If you've ever grilled a veal chop, I call these monster grilling time on the peppers is about 8 to 10 minutes. Now, do you want me to see you? I'm turning them. They're not ready. Put it back, put it back, put it back. Pieces with scissors. And you know what? I'm going to... Hang on. I can't work a scissors. Oh, man. It's stuck. Basil grilled tuna, a new perspective on pesto. Chicken under a brick looks way cool and tastes even better. And coconut grilled pineapple, caramelized on a screaming hot grill. Barbecue, the original fast food. I'm Stephen Reichlin, and from the beautiful Esplendor Resort in southern Arizona, it's time to grill. It seems like just about everyone's in a hurry these days, but that's no reason not to fire up your grill. Travel the world's barbecue trail, and in many countries, grilling was the original fast food. Basil grilled tuna, chicken under a brick, coconut grilled pineapple. Today, it's all about fast food, primal grill style. The idea of grilling in a hurry may seem like an oxymoron. I mean, after all, don't you have to build the fire? Isn't a lot of barbecue involved with long, slow smoking? Let's face it, in this day and age, we're all starved for time. And I think everybody can use help in making the grilling process a little quicker and more streamlined. Lighting a gas grill is simple, but there are three things you always want to keep in mind. 1, have the grill lid open. 2, start with the igniter burner and then turn on the other burners sequentially. And 3, even if you think your grill is lit, hold your hand a few inches above the grate to make sure you can feel the heat. So, close the lid. You want to preheat this grill screaming hot to sear the tuna. Let me show you how to make the marinade. The marinade is a riff on Italian pesto. It starts with fresh basil leaves and chopped fresh garlic and lemon zest. The oil-rich outer rind of the lemon, the way you remove it is either with a paring knife or a vegetable peeler. Just take it off in a thin strip. This has all the oils, the rich lemon oils. Great flavor. Fresh lemon juice. And finally, coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. Now, puree these ingredients to a smooth paste, adding about a cup of extra virgin olive oil. Pour the basil lemon garlic marinade over the tuna, turning the pieces with tongs to coat both sides. And you can just spoon any excess marinade over the top. The idea is to cover the tuna with marinade completely. Marinating time is quick, about 15 to 20 minutes. With the basil grilled tuna, we'll serve a simple arugula salad. So the salad starts with baby arugula. To it, add these miniature yellow pear tomatoes and chopped red onion, freshly squeezed lemon juice, and I like to squeeze it through my fingers so you can catch any seeds, and extra virgin olive oil, and finally coarse sea salt and freshly ground black pepper. You want to assemble the salad, but don't toss it till the last minute so it won't wilt. Okay, let's set up the grill. And as always, our 3 steps to great grilling: keep it hot, keep it clean with a stiff wire brush, and keep it lubricated with a folded paper towel, dipped in oil, and drawn across the bars of the grate. Oiling is very important when you're grilling seafood, which tends to stick. So arrange the tuna pieces running on the diagonal to the bars of the grill grate. And if you have a little extra marinade, you can spoon it right on top. Grilling time is quick, about 3 minutes per side. After 1.5 minutes of grilling, give each fish steak a quarter turn to lay on that handsome crosshatch of grill marks. And to speed up the grilling time, you can close the lid. Once the tuna steaks are cooked on one side, simply turn them over. Notice if you oil the grill grate well, you get no sticking. And I like to serve my tuna fairly rare in the center. So use the poke test. You can see it's pretty yielding. That's rare tuna. Once the tuna is ready, simply transfer it to a plate or platter. And if you cover the grill, it'll be easier to clean in a few minutes once you burn off the extra marinade. Then finally, toss your arugula and tomato salad. So there you have it, basil grilled tuna with arugula and yellow tomato salad. Let's see if it tastes as good as it looks. Nice and rare in the center. That's just how I like it. Nice. You really get the basil flavor. Basil grilled tuna, it's a fish steak in a hurry. Grilling meats under a weight seems to be one of those ideas that occurred on Planet Barbecue in several places at once. For example, in Italy, there's a dish called pollo al matone, chicken grilled literally under a brick. In Mexico, they have pollo a la piedra, chicken grilled under a stone. And in both cases, what you do is you place a heavy weight on top of the bird on the grill. What this does is it compacts the meat, keeps it from drying out, and gives it kind of a crusty consistency. Here's another dish of Italian inspiration, and it too can be grilled in a hurry. It's called pollo al matone, chicken under a brick, and it uses an unconventional grilling accessory to solve an age-old problem. How do you cook chicken without drying it out on the grill? Step number 1, season the chicken. Start by sprinkling it on both sides with coarse sea salt. While I'm at it, we'll season some thinly sliced yellow squash and zucchini, exactly the same way. Next, freshly ground black pepper. And what I like to do is grind the peppercorns in a coffee mill once a week so you don't have to fuss with a peppercorn grinder. Next, hot pepper flakes. Finely chopped fresh garlic. Then chopped fresh rosemary. What a great fragrance. Next, drizzle the breasts with extra virgin olive oil. And a squeeze of fresh lemon juice. And you'll need to turn the breasts over and season them the same way. So what's so important about coarse sea salt? Well, unlike table salt, the crystals actually stay intact during cooking. So you get these crunchy little bursts of salty flavor, which are really delicious. And squeeze the lemon through your fingers to catch the seeds. Of course, we need to do the same thing on the other side with the zucchini and yellow squash. Next, let me show you the sauce. The sauce is a grilled tomato vinaigrette. And I put a couple of plum tomatoes on the grill. The idea is just to char the skins a little bit, as you see here. And what you want to do is sort of peel off the skin and cut out this little stem end and rough chop each tomato. And don't worry if you leave a few little bits of black in the tomatoes. They'll add extra flavor. Discard the skins. Transfer the grilled tomatoes to a bowl. And I also have a couple of grilled shallots. And you can cut those into quarters. Let me show you the vinaigrette. Simply place the grilled tomatoes and shallots in a blender. Then add red wine vinegar, salt, freshly ground black pepper, finely chopped parsley, and extra virgin olive oil. Vinaigrettes have long been used to dress salads. It was the Young Turks of French Nouvelle Cuisine who decided to serve this simple sauce as a condiment for grilled meats. And of course, a grill master's most important tools are his taste buds. So be sure and check the vinaigrette. Really nice, you get that charred tomato flavor. Now, let me show you how to put the chicken on the grill. So arrange the chicken pieces on the grate, running slightly on the diagonal to the bars of the grate. And here comes the cool part. Place a brick on top of each chicken breast. Now the brick serves three purposes. First of all, it compacts the meat, which gives you a crusty consistency. It keeps it from drying out, and it also gives you really killer grill marks. Meanwhile, let's grill the zucchini and yellow squash. Arrange the strips of yellow squash on the grill, running on the diagonal to the bars of the grill grate. Obviously, you want to put the chicken on first. It will take a bit longer to cook than the zucchini. Cooking time on the chicken, 4 to 6 minutes per side. Zucchini will be done roughly 3 to 4 minutes per side. Don't forget to give each chicken breast a quarter turn to lay on that handsome crosshatch of grill marks. You probably noticed I am obsessed with grill marks. So it's been about 4 minutes. Turn the chicken breasts, and at this point you'll want to wear a glove because the bricks get pretty hot. And check out that beautiful crosshatch of grill marks. And don't forget to turn your zucchini and yellow squash. Well, you know, people ask me, why do you bother to put the crosshatch on the bottom of the chicken press? Well, I know, and you know. Let's be professional. Okay, well, the chicken should be done. You know, another nice thing about this dish, it just looks so cool to cook chicken under a brick. So how do you know when the breasts are done? Well, 2 tests. First of all, I like to use the poke test. They should feel firm to the touch. Or, to be sure, you can use an instant read meat thermometer. Don't insert it through the chicken this way. Instead, go through the end. That way you'll have the probe right in the center. You're looking for 160 degrees. We're at 157, just about there. And last of all, the grilled tomato vinaigrette. The rosemary and garlic aromas are incredible. And finally, a lemon wedge for squeezing. Don't forget your zucchini. And it looks nice to alternate rows of grilled zucchini and yellow squash. There you have it, pollo al matone, grilled tomato vinaigrette, and grilled zucchini and squash. So let's see how we did. 1 gorgeous chicken breast, a squeeze of fresh lemon juice, a spoonful of sauce, and the best part, oh man, that's as moist and tender as you could wish for. Chicken under a brick. It's Italian fast food at its best. I had coconut grilled bananas in Thailand. I've had coconut grilled pineapple in Indonesia. It sort of makes me think of those wonderful grill stalls on the streets on a hot, humid night in Southeast Asia. It's sort of the primal grilling experience of the Orient. No meal is complete without dessert, even if you're in a hurry. Our next dish takes its inspiration from Thailand, where fresh fruit is basted with coconut milk, crusted with spiced sugar, and caramelized on a screaming hot grill. I give you our grand finale, coconut grilled pineapple. There are 3 things I love about this coconut grilled pineapple. First of all, that it's so quick to make. I mean, literally, preparation time, grilling time, 5 to 10 minutes. Second of all, I love the way the richness of the coconut milk contrasts with the acidity of the pineapple. And third of all, it sort of takes me back to Southeast Asia. When selecting a pineapple, look for a fruit with a golden rind. This is a sign of maximum sweetness. You need to know about one other ingredient, coconut milk. This is the heavy cream of the tropics. You can buy it canned. Be sure and shake it up before using. The next step is to make the spiced sugar. Now, this is called turbinado sugar. It's a dark, coarsely granulated sugar. And to it add ground cinnamon and ground cloves, and simply whisk these ingredients together. And now the grill. This is called a Kamado cooker. It's also known as a ceramic grill, and actually this was invented in the Orient. It consists of a thick ceramic cooking chamber which holds the heat beautifully, and then it's got a very large vent at the bottom and a large vent at the top, which enables you to go from a very low temperature to a very high temperature in a short amount of time. Now, we have a 3-step mantra: keep it hot, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, ouch, keep it clean, brushing the grate with a stiff wire brush, and keep it lubricated with a folded paper towel, dipped in oil, and drawn across the bars of the grate. Let me show you how to put this together. Watch closely, it's so quick, if you blink, you'll miss it. Step number 1, brush each pineapple on both sides with coconut milk. Step number 2, bring the pineapple and spiced sugar to grill side. Now, dip each pineapple slice in the spiced sugar on both sides and place it on your screaming hot grill. And the hot fire will turn the sugar and coconut milk into caramel. Give each pineapple ring a quarter turn. Once the pineapple rings are caramelized on the bottom, turn them over. Okay, we have one last thing to do. I want to warm some rum to body temperature in a saucepan. And once the pineapple rings are caramelized on the other side, transfer them to plates or a platter. So you're probably wondering why I have 3 pineapple rings on one plate and 2 on the other. Well, usually one of the rings breaks during grilling, so I always like to do an extra. And with the grilled fruit, a scoop of vanilla ice cream. And fresh mint. Last of all, our warm rum. What you want to do is light it and you can pour it over the pineapple. So there you have it, coconut grilled pineapple. Oh man, I feel like I'm back in Bangkok. Basil grilled tuna, chicken under a brick, and coconut grilled pineapple. It's barbecue in a hurry on Primal Grill. It seems like just about everyone is in a hurry these days. It seems like just about everybody is in a hurry these days. I'm sorry, lost it. It seems like just about everybody is in a hurry these days. Grilling was the original fast food. Chicken under a brick. Chicken under a brick. Cedar planked wild salmon with juniper and fresh berry glaze. Wine marinated elk loin with grilled wild mushrooms. Smoke roasted wild fruit crumble. The wood smoke really brings out the sweetness of the fruit. We're in the wild and grilling game. I'm Stephen Reichland, and from the beautiful Esplendor Resort in southern Arizona, it's time to grill. Long before there were barbecue grills, our ancestors hunted, gathered, and grilled in the wild. That's the subject of today's show, Wild Foods Cooked with Live Fire. Wild salmon from the Pacific Northwest, elk from Colorado, and even a wild fruit dessert. It's Grills Gone Wild on Primal Grill. What the Indians of the Pacific Northwest would do is they would flay open whole salmons and pin them onto vertical stakes of cedar or alder and stand these stakes in front of a campfire. The fish was roasted in front of the campfire on the cedar. Cedar would impart its own flavor, and that gave rise to plank salmon. When Lewis and Clark arrived in the Pacific Northwest, they found a singular style of barbecue. The local Indians roasted whole salmon on cedar stakes in front of a blazing campfire. That's the origin of our first dish, cedar plank salmon with juniper berry glaze. It looks great, it tastes great, and it solves the age-old problem, how do you grill fish without having it stick to the grill grate? First, the salmon. Now, this is a beautiful piece of wild coho salmon from the Pacific Northwest. And what you want to do is run your fingers over the top of the fillet, feeling for bones. Any you find, pull out with a needle-nosed pliers. Next, the plank. Now, this is a cedar plank, and it has an incredible fragrance, which is going to perfume the fish on the grill. They come in full size for fillet, individual size for grilling fish steaks. And what you want to do is soak the planks in water for about an hour. This keeps them from catching fire. Now, the glaze. It's a wild berry glaze. You can use any variety of berries. What I have here are Cape gooseberries. They're also known as ground cherries or physalis. And all you do is peel off this papery husk. This may remind you of a tomatillo. In fact, the two berries are cousins. I love the flavor. It's a little bit tomatoey and a little bit plummy. Place the Cape gooseberries in a saucepan, and we have blackberries and raspberries. And now a sweetener that is native to North America, maple syrup. And finally, a little water. And you want to take the berries and simmer them for about 20 minutes. The idea is you're making a sort of berry compote. And I'll just simmer the berries right on the side burner of this grill. Next, make the rub. The first ingredient is juniper berries. Now, juniper is an indigenous flavoring. These little berries, they have a very interesting kind of piney aroma. And even if you've never seen a juniper berry, you probably tasted it. It's the active ingredient in gin. Next, add coarse salt and black peppercorns. And grind these ingredients to a smooth powder. This is a really useful tool for making rubs. It's a spice mill. Here's the juniper rub. What you want to do is sprinkle the rub. Now I'll show you how to set up the grill. So you want to set up your grill for classic indirect grilling. Now on this particular grill, the burners go front, middle, back. So preheat the grill screaming hot with all 3 burners on. Then turn off your middle burner. That gives you fire in the back, fire in the front, no fire in the center. Take the salmon and place it in the center of the grill. Then you want to close the grill lid to hold in the heat. Cooking time here is about 30 minutes. The fish looks perfect. To check for doneness, what you can do is insert a metal skewer in one end, leave it for about 15 seconds, pull it out. If it feels hot to the touch, the fish is ready. In the event that your plank catches fire, you can just squirt the edges with a little water. And to take the fish and plank off the grill, you want to use tongs and a spatula. And now for that berry sauce, spoon the sauce over the salmon. And then you can serve any extra sauce on the side. This is really good. You know, it's simple, but the flavor is so complex. You get the cedar scent, and then the maple syrup and berries do this sort of sweet, sour sort of thing. From the Native Americans of the Northwest to your grill, it's wild salmon on a plank. Marinating a meat in wine does three things. First of all, the wine imparts its own flavor. Second of all, it helps break down tough meat fibers. And third of all, I believe the marinade helps keep a lean meat moist when you grill it. One of the most frequently asked questions on the barbecue board is, how do you grill wild game? Our friend Jeff Klock, who runs the behind-the-scenes kitchen here at Primal Grill, went out and got a beautiful elk loin. But don't worry if you can't find elk. I'll show you how to make this dish with a perfectly tame beef tenderloin. First, the elk. Take a look. You can see it's a beautiful dark red meat. You can also see it is completely lean without the slightest marbling. The trick to grilling any sort of wild game is to figure out a way to put some fat back into it to keep it from drying out on the grill. Both an elk and a beef tenderloin will have a tough silver skin on the outside. The first thing you want to do is, using a little paring knife, you want to just trim it off the meat. The elk loin has already been trimmed. Now the marinade. First, our old friend juniper berries. Next, allspice berries, black peppercorns, chopped fresh rosemary, finely chopped onion, a couple of smashed garlic cloves, lemon zest, that's the oil-rich outer rind, extra virgin olive oil, and about a cup of your favorite dry red wine. Stir the marinade ingredients to mixed, then pour them over the elk and beef tenderloin. And you can see we have our elk and beef in a pan over ice. Whenever you work outdoors, keep your meat cold. Marinate the meat in the refrigerator for at least 4 hours or as long as overnight. The longer, the richer the flavor. Meanwhile, let me show you a cool grilled wild mushroom side dish. These are oyster mushrooms and cremini. At other times of the year, you might use morels or hen of the woods or even lobster mushrooms. Arrange the mushrooms in a grill basket, and what you want to do is brush the tops with garlic parsley butter. The recipe will be on our website. Then all you need to do is close the grill basket, and you just fasten the two sides by sliding down the clip back to the elk. Here are some tenderloins I marinated earlier. What you want to do is take the tenderloin, blot it dry, and lay it on a couple of strips of bacon. Now, you remember I said there were two ways to put moistness in a wild meat like elk. One is to use a marinade. The second is to wrap it in bacon. And you see I put some string underneath. We loop over, 1, 2, and it's our old slip knot. Here's what the elk tenderloin looks like tied up. I'll do the same thing for the beef. I'm using a wood-burning grill to grill the elk and beef tenderloin. Add your sticks or logs to the fire, and you always want to use a hardwood, oak, mesquite, fruit wood like cherry, never a resinous wood like pine or spruce. Okay, and as we always do on Primal Grill, we keep it hot, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Keep it clean with a few swipes of our grill brush. Keep it lubricated with a folded paper towel or an oiling cloth dipped in vegetable oil and drawn across the bars of the grate. Just take the beef tenderloin and place it on the grill grate. The way you control the heat is either by raising or lowering the grate. And notice these V-shaped grill bars. They help drain the fat into this drip pan so you don't get a lot of flare-ups. Now we'll put on the elk. Cooking time for the tenderloins is about 3 to 5 minutes per side, 12 to about 20 minutes in all. Once the tenderloin's browned on one side, turn it over. And we'll do the same thing for the elk loin. And what I did is I drained the marinade off and boiled it down to use it for basting. Now, why do you want to boil the marinade? Well, anytime you've had raw meat in a marinade, you want to boil it to make it safe. The aroma is really incredible, and the juniper just leaps out at you. And what this does is just one more way to keep that lean meat moist. And while we're at it, let me show you the mushrooms. Grill basket may seem like a somewhat esoteric tool in North America, but as you travel the world's barbecue trail, actually in dozens and dozens of countries, the grill basket is what is used for grilling. You'll find a trough of coals, it's called a mangal, in Russia and in the Middle East and throughout Central Asia. And instead of having a grill grate on top, you actually just place the food with the basket over the coals. How do you know when the tenderloins are done? Well, you can use the poke test, and when they feel gently yielding, that would be medium rare. Or you can be scientific about it, use an instant read meat thermometer. You're looking for 125 degrees for rare meat, 145 for medium rare. Take the tenderloins off. And of course, you never want to cut into meat hot off the grill. Always let it sit for 5 to 10 minutes. The meat will relax. You've heard me say it before. And you can tent the meat with foil to keep it warm. All right, let me get the mushrooms. The meat is ready for carving. And you'll notice we always try to use a different cutting board for carving than for working with raw meat. Don't forget to snip off the strings. We'll put the beef on the platter whole. Let's cut into this elk, see how we did. Look at that, a beautiful and perfect medium rare. I guess we got lucky. You know, elk, like all wild game, is an incredibly healthy meat because it's so lean. And last of all, some of our grilled mushrooms. The nice thing about grilling the mushrooms this way is they get crackling crisp. Almost like a mushroom-flavored potato chip. To serve with the elk, a traditional South African sauce called monkey gland sauce. It's made with chutney and red wine. And don't worry, folks, there are no primate parts in this. The recipe's on our website. Let's see how we did. I'll take a piece of elk and a mushroom. That is incredible. The juniper and wine flavor really come through in the elk. And I'll try a mushroom here. You know, a mushroom soaks up the garlic and parsley like a sponge. So now you know the secret of taming game on the grill. In colonial times, a lot of baking was done in the fireplace. It was done in something called a Dutch oven, where a Dutch oven is a big kettle with a hollow lid. You nestle it in the embers, you put the dessert inside, shovel coals into that hollow lid on top of the Dutch oven. And invariably, the dessert would pick up a little smoky flavor from the fire. We're taping in the high desert of southern Arizona at the Esplendor Resort. There's a local fruit that grows wild called cactus pear, and that set me thinking. I give you a primal grill first, smoke-roasted wild fruit crumble. This is a cactus pear, also called a prickly pear. It grows on a cactus found throughout the Southwest. And because it can have sharp spines, you want to protect your hand. The way you cut it, you cut off the top, and you cut off the bottom, then make a slit running along one side, and simply peel off the skin. And what you'll wind up with is this beautiful red fruit. The flavor is sort of sweet, sort of musky. It's pretty unique. This is another fruit you may not be familiar with. It's called a quince. It's a very ancient fruit. In fact, it was the ancestor of the apple. So what you do here, it's a little bit hard, is cut the quince in half, and then in half again, and trim out the core and seeds. Now, in Portuguese, the word for quince is marmelo, and they used to make a jam that was called marmalade. To finish the filling, combine the cactus pear and quince, then add granulated sugar, cornstarch, grated lemon zest, fresh lemon juice, and ground cinnamon. Stir these ingredients to mix. The cornstarch will help thicken the filling. Of course, there's so much pectin in the quinces, you don't need a lot. Once the filling's made, place it in an oiled cast iron skillet. So what do you do if you can't find prickly pear and quince? And by the way, you can order them online. Well, here is a fruit crumble made with domesticated fruits, apple and pear, each cut into bite-sized pieces. Same flavorings and thickeners: cornstarch, grated lemon zest, granulated sugar, freshly squeezed lemon juice, and cinnamon. And once again, mix the ingredients to blend. Okay, again, spoon your filling into an oiled cast iron skillet. All you need to make now is the crumble. It starts with shortbread, then add granulated sugar, brown sugar, all-purpose flour, and ice-cold butter. Place these ingredients in a food processor and pulse the machine until the mixture feels crumbly. Don't over-process, or you'll wind up with a gummy mess. Okay, take the crumble topping now and spread it on top of the fruit filling. I'm working on charcoal grills for this dessert. You could use gas, but to be honest with you, it's easier to smoke on charcoal. Light your coals in a chimney starter, then dump the coals out to set up your grill for indirect grilling. That means you want the coals in the side baskets or raked to the side, nothing in the center. Now place the grill grate on the grill. Place the crumble in the center. And then to impart that irresistible smoke flavor, simply place a tongueful of soaked wood chips, I'm using apple wood here, on each mound of coals. It's about 3/4 of a cup of chips on each mound of coals. Finally, cover the grills. You want to position the vent holes directly in between so the smoke is drawn over the fruit out the top. To control the heat, you open or close the vents. I want to cook these at pretty high temperature, about 375 degrees, so leave the vents wide open. Cover the grill, adjust the vents. Cooking time here about 40 to 60 minutes. You don't need to replenish the coals or the wood. Okay, it's been 45 minutes, and check it out. How do you know when the crisps are done? Well, the topping is golden brown and the filling is bubbly. And there's your smoke-roasted apple pear crumble. And now, the moment of truth. That is wild. So that concludes our walk on the wild side. Planked wild salmon, bacon grilled elk, and smoke roasted wild fruit crumble. See you next time. Elk from Colorado, and even a grilled fragrance goes great with wild grain. Granulated sugar.
Hold on, and Nancy's walking in the frame. That's right.
So take the crumble topping now. One of the most frequently asked questions on the barbecue board is, how do you grill well? Brazilian coconut shrimp. The ginger, cilantro, and coconut milk give this a sizzling tropical flavor. Garlic sesame halibut, the sweet garlicky taste of Southeast Asia. And snapper grilled in banana leaves, Yucatan style. The locals call this tican chic. I call it irresistible. Today, it's Fish on the Fire. I'm Stephen Reichlin, and from the beautiful Esplendor Resort in southern Arizona, it's time to grill. Seafood may come from the water, but nothing brings out its briny succulence like fire. If you've ever been to the beaches of Brazil, the grill shacks of Asia, or the seaside towns of the Yucatan, you know what I'm talking about. Today's show takes you on a world tour of my favorite grilled seafood dishes. First up, coconut grilled shrimp from Brazil. Brazil has some of the most complex and interesting barbecue anywhere in the world. The idea for these shrimp marinated in coconut milk and grilled came from a restaurant in Rio de Janeiro called Platiforme. The dish was made with an Amazonian fish, but the idea was the same. The way you keep the shrimp or the fish from drying out is marinate it in coconut milk. You want to use jumbo shrimp. These are U8s. That means there are only 8 shrimp to a pound. And let me show you how to peel and devein the shrimp. So first of all, for peeling, grab the legs, pinch them between your thumb and forefinger, and just peel the shell off. It's a little bit like peeling a tangerine. And I like to leave the last piece of shell and the tail on the shrimp. Okay, to devein the shrimp, you make a cut on top of the vein, running along the back. Then you turn the shrimp over, and you make another cut along the top of the shrimp. And that sort of gives you makes a V-shaped cut. And what's nice about this is when you grill the shrimp, it will pop open. Also, the heat penetrate into the shrimp. You want to use a flat skewer for making the kebabs, and I'll show you why. You thread the shrimp on the skewer, and if you use a flat skewer, you can turn the shrimp without spinning. So to build these kebabs, a triangle of red bell pepper, a piece of onion, a piece of green bell pepper, then another shrimp, please notice the shrimp all go in the same direction. I've said it before, I'll say it again, the human eye loves symmetry and organization. Sometimes you'll see people make a kebab like this with 2 inches of point at the end. Well, when you go to eat your kebab, you don't want to poke a hole through the roof of your mouth. So sort of bring the shrimp right up almost to the end here. Now let me show you how to make the marinade, what the Brazilians call a tempero. And it starts with fresh garlic and thinly sliced fresh ginger and diced red and green bell pepper. And those are the bell pepper pieces that were left over from cutting the triangle. For heat, a little jalapeno pepper and chopped fresh cilantro. What you want to do is puree the dry ingredients. And here's the ingredient that gives this a uniquely Brazilian touch: coconut milk, the heavy cream of the tropics. It's a cream-like liquid made from freshly grated coconut. Add white pepper and salt, vegetable oil, and a little freshly squeezed lime juice. So think about the flavor profile. You've got the heat from the ginger and jalapeno chilies, the sweetness of the coconut milk and bell peppers, and the acidity of the lime juice. So you just want to puree these ingredients together. Now pour the marinade over the shrimp. And you can see we're working over ice here. Always a good idea when you're working on a warm day outdoors. And because shrimp are so small, the marinating time is quick. 30 minutes to an hour will do it. Let me show you how to set up the grill. The process here is direct grilling, and as always, we want to keep it hot. We want to keep it clean. And to oil the grate, you've seen me do this before, a half an onion dipped in oil and rubbed across the bars of the grate. This gives you a subtle onion flavor, and it certainly looks cool. And one last technique here. This is an aluminum foil grill shield. You make it by folding over a sheet of heavy-duty aluminum foil. Place that in the front of the grill, and that will keep the ends of the skewers from burning. Man, this smells great. And if you have any extra marinade, you can just pour it over the shrimp at this stage before it's cooked. You'd never want to use a marinade that held raw shrimp as a sauce. One of your most frequently asked questions is, when do you close the grill lid? When do you open it? Well, when indirect grilling, it's always closed. When direct grilling, we use the rule of palm. If what you're grilling is thinner than the palm of your hand, you leave the grill lid open because it cooks so quickly, you want to be able to watch it. If you're cooking a big Bible-thick T-bone or porterhouse, close the grill lid so you keep the heat in. Cooking time here is really quick, about 2 to 4 minutes per side. Small portable grills like this or hibachi are great for grilling small kebabs like shrimp kebabs. What's happening here is you're caramelizing the meat proteins in the shrimp. So how do you know when the shrimp are cooked? Well, you can use the poke test. Kind of poke the top, the shrimp will feel firm to the touch. Or the squeeze test. That is, you want to squeeze the shrimp. Also, you can see the shrimp meat has gone from this sort of opaque gray to whitish pink. And to gild the lily, as it were, you can just drizzle the shrimp with a little extra virgin olive oil. These look fantastic. And there are your coconut grilled shrimp, Brazilian style. And what you can do is just put some lime wedges to finish up the shrimp. So there you have it, coconut marinated Brazilian grilled shrimp. Nice. You know, the ginger, cilantro, and coconut milk really give you this great tropical flavor. So the next time you want to grill shrimp without drying it out, Marinate it in coconut milk, as they do in Brazil. When choosing fish for grilling, I look for 3 qualities. 1, steak fish are great, fish that have a firm consistency that will hold up when you try and turn them on the grill. 2, I look for fish that have a lot of fat, a lot of oils, because this keeps the fish from drying out. And 3, I look for fish that has a lot of flavor. It's a problem that has bedeviled grill masters since the invention of the grill. How do you grill fish without drying it out over the fire? And how do you turn it without leaving half stuck to the grate? The answer is a simple tool and an explosively flavored marinade. Start with beautiful fresh halibut steaks. These are cut about 1 inch thick, the ideal thickness for grilling a fish steak. Next, the marinade. First add chopped fresh garlic. Then finely chopped or grated fresh ginger and chopped fresh cilantro. The Southeast Asian roots of this recipe are obvious. Then granulated sugar. What you want to do is pound these ingredients together. You'll notice I'm using a mortar and pestle. In many parts of the world, the mortar and pestle is used instead of a food processor, and it actually gives you a different and richer flavor. By the way, this mortar and pestle belonged to my grandfather. He was a pharmacist and he collected antique pharmaceutical equipment. It's nice to have him on the set in spirit. And you can see when you pound the ingredients in a mortar and pestle, they form this incredibly aromatic paste. The next ingredient is another typical Southeast Asian ingredient. It's called fish sauce. It's a pickled anchovy sauce, and it's used in Southeast Asia the way soy sauce is in China and Japan. Then add sesame oil and rice wine and salt and freshly ground black pepper to taste. What you want to do is just sort of mix these ingredients together. So here's your marinade. Okay, so spoon the marinade over the fish. It smells really nice. I love that combination of sweet, salty, and garlicky that they do so well in Southeast Asia. So what you want to do is coat one side and then turn the pieces over. And spoon the remaining marinade on top. Marinating time for the fish, 1 to 2 hours in the refrigerator. This is a grill basket. It's got a top and bottom panel connected with a hinge. And what you want to do is lightly oil the wires of the grill basket to keep the fish from sticking. Just go like this, and you can work over a baking sheet to keep from dripping oil on your cutting board. So take your marinated halibut and arrange it in the grill basket. Of course, you can prepare this recipe with other fish. It would be really delicious with swordfish. And bring the top part of the basket over, and you fasten the two halves together by sliding down this metal clip. To accompany the fish, a grilled vegetable side dish with a nautical theme, asparagus rafts. It starts with a quick basting sauce, finely chopped garlic and soy sauce, sesame oil, and black pepper. Whisk these ingredients together just to mix. Now, to make the asparagus raft, I'm going to start with thick asparagus stalks. Cut the end off, and you want all these stalks to be the same length. Now, using toothpicks or slender bamboo skewers, you want to pin the asparagus stalks together. What you do is just sort of come in through one stalk, second stalk, and so forth. I first discovered this technique at a fantastic rabatayaki in Tokyo, Japan. You do it at the bottom and then the top, and you can see why it's important to choose thick asparagus stalks. Now the last step is simply trim off the excess ends of the skewers, and you can see what you wind up with looks like a raft. And in fact, if you're going to cook 1 pound or 2 pounds of asparagus, it's much easier to turn 4 rafts than it is to turn 20 asparagus stalks. Now, take that basting mixture that we made, soy sauce, garlic, sesame oil, and baste the asparagus rafts on both sides. Then sprinkle the asparagus with sesame seeds. I discovered this dish at what may be the single most expensive grilling restaurant in the world. It's called Inakaya, and it's in Tokyo. You have your asparagus, you have your fish. Let me go show you the grill. I've set up the grill for direct grilling, preheated to screaming hot. Now the fish goes on first because it takes a little longer to cook. And simply place it on the grate in its basket. And the asparagus rafts go on next. And once the asparagus stalks are browned on one side, turn them over. The sesame seeds will toast by the heat of the fire. Now, people often ask me, well, how do I grill a whole meal on the grill? In fact, the vegetables are what you start with, because grilled vegetables served at room temperature are perfectly delicious. And once the fish is browned on the bottom, simply turn the grill basket over. No sticking, no breaking. Now I'll take off the asparagus. And I like to serve them with the toothpicks in place, but of course, you want to warn your guests not to eat the toothpicks. The fish looks ready. The way you test it, it's called the poke test. You actually press the top of the fish and you'll feel it break into clean flakes. So all you need to do is transfer the fish in its basket to a baking sheet. Remove the clip and remember to wear protective gloves. That clip gets very hot. Believe me, I speak of experience. And then just open the grill basket, and these look great. It helps to use a wide spatula. By the way, you can raft other slender vegetables like green beans and scallions. So just pull out the pins. That sesame flavor goes really nicely with the asparagus. That's really nice. You know, I'm such a sucker for that sweet, salty, garlicky thing from Southeast Asia. So now you know the secret to grilling fish without sticking. Cook it in a grill basket. This snapper grilled in banana leaf dish is inspired by a traditional Yucatan barbecue called tican chic. Tican means to kind of turn or turn again because the fish was turned. And chic means marinade. In this case, the marinade is something called recado rojo, red marinade. And it's made with a very distinctive ingredient called achiote. Long before there were grills and rotisseries, our ancestors wrapped foods in leaves and roasted them directly in the fire. The practice still survives in the Yucatan, inspiration for our next dish, tican chic. The banana leaf keeps the fish moist and adds a unique herbaceous flavor. This is really cool, so watch closely. The marinade starts with a staple of Yucatecan cooking. It's a spice paste called achiote. It's made with annatto seed, the same seed that gives cheddar cheese its orange color. The flavor is iodine and earthy, and it's totally unique. You can find achiote paste in Hispanic markets and in a growing number of supermarkets. Next, add fire-roasted garlic and fire-roasted onion, then cinnamon, cloves, and allspice berries. Black peppercorns go next, followed by dried oregano, bay leaf, freshly squeezed lime juice or sour orange juice, salt, and finally a little water. Puree these ingredients in a food processor to a loose paste. Of course, in the old days, the ingredients would have been pounded together in a molcajete, a lava stone mortar and pestle. What you want to do is just spoon the recado rojo over the fish. And then spread it over the top of the fish, and if there's any extra, you can put a little on the bottom. It's hard to describe the exact flavor of recado rojo, this red spice paste. It's earthy, it's aromatic, you've got onion, garlic, the spices. It's sort of sweet and salty. It's really almost a microcosm of flavor. Once the fish has been coated with the spice paste, marinate it in the refrigerator for 1 to 2 hours. These are banana leaves. They're available fresh in Hispanic markets and frozen in most supermarkets. There are also mail-order sources. What you want to do is cut about a ½ inch strip off one end and set it aside. Then take an achiote marinated piece of snapper, place it in the center, and top it with an onion ring and a sprig of fresh oregano. Fold the top of the banana leaf over, and then fold in one side and the other side. It's almost like making a blintz. Then just fold the top over and use this extra strip of banana leaf to tie the package to seal it. Just like that. Here are your Tican Chic packages ready for grilling. By the way, Tican Chic comes from the Mayan words. Tican means to turn, chic means to marinate. So, turned, marinated fish. Let me show you the grill. I'll grill the Tican Chic on a Kamado cooker. This is also called a ceramic cooker. It's a charcoal grill. I've lit charcoals at a nice 2-inch bed at the bottom. You want to preheat the grill to high and then do a quick brush of the grill grate. Dip a folded paper towel in oil to oil the grate. Normally you don't need to brush in oil when you're grilling in a leaf, but you can never be too sure. So once the banana leaf packets are browned on the bottom, simply turn them over. Well, the Tican Chic look ready. You can see the banana leaves are well browned on both sides. But to be sure, what you can do is insert a metal skewer in the center of the fish. Leave it in for a couple of seconds. Pull it out. If it's hot to touch, the fish is cooked. Here are our Tican Chic snapper in banana leaf bundles. And to serve, all you do is snip this strip of banana leaf, and you can open these guys up. And that smells sensational. What's nice is the way the onion and the oregano give you an extra little kick of flavor. That is really good. You know, what's interesting is as the banana leaf burns, it almost smokes the fish. So that concludes our round-the-world tour of Fish on the Grill. Brazilian coconut shrimp, garlic sesame halibut, snapper grilled in banana leaves in the style of the Yucatan. It's fish over fire at Primal Grill. Okay, you ready? Sure. It's the singest. So there you have it. Oh, shoot. But to tell for sure, what you want to do is insert. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, that was very fake. So to get the. Coffee-crusted brisket, so tender it cuts with a fork. Hellfire T-bone steaks, guaranteed to make you sit up and take notice. And smoke-roasted free-range chicken, health food hot off the grill. We're grilling beef and game on the range. I'm Stephen Reichland, and from the beautiful Esplendor Resort in southern Arizona, it's time to grill. Grilling brings out the cowboy in all of us. After all, smoked brisket originated in Texas cattle country, and barbecue was brought to Missouri along the Chisholm Trail. Today's show is designed to make you at home on the range, or at least at home with the smoked and grilled foods of the range. Hellfire T-bone, coffee-crusted brisket, and a free-range chicken grilled with herb butter under the skin. On the range evokes the great sense of openness and expanse of the American West. This is where cattle were raised and herded. This is where Texas barbecue was born, such iconic dishes as Texas brisket. To me, it sort of evokes the grand spirit of American barbecue. If I had $1 for everyone who wrote in with a brisket problem, I could, well, if not retire, certainly buy myself a big new smoker. Brisket is the Mount Everest of barbecue. Smoke it low and slow for the right amount of time, and you feel like you're on top of the world. Rush the process or overcook the brisket, and you wind up with a mouthful of shoe leather. Today, I'm going to show you how to nail the perfect brisket for your family or for a crowd. Brisket is a fibrous flat muscle from the chest of the steer. This is a whole brisket, sometimes it's called a packer brisket, and it consists of 3 parts. The deckle, this fatty but very tasty portion on top, a flat, which is located underneath this cap of fat, and finally the point, which is located at the end. This is a trimmed brisket flat. It's what you're likely to find in the supermarket. There are 2 schools of thought about trimming brisket. I adhere to the less is more school. That is, I trim off very little fat, leave most of it on the brisket. The idea is, as the brisket cooks, the melting fat will baste the meat and keep it moist. Now the rub. In keeping with our home on the range theme, the rub starts with coffee. Then we'll add an unexpected ingredient, cocoa powder, salt, pepper, paprika, brown sugar, ground coriander, ground cumin, onion powder, and garlic powder. And I like to mix the ingredients for the rub with my fingers. That way you can break up any lumps that may be in the brown sugar. What's the deal with the coffee and cocoa? Well, they have a pleasantly earthy, bitter flavor that goes really nicely with the meat. Now, apply the rub. What you do is you just sprinkle it on top of the brisket. Do the same thing for your brisket flat, and that is apply the rub and rub it into the meat. When you smoke a lean brisket flat, I like to place it in a foil pan. That protects the bottom of the meat from the direct heat. And another way you can keep it from drying out is to drape the top with strips of bacon. Of course, this adds an extra layer of flavor. You can cook the brisket right away. If you cure it overnight with the seasonings, the flavor will be all that much richer. Let me show you the smoker. This is called a horizontal barrel smoker. It originated in Texas and Oklahoma. It's the home-size version of the big rigs the pros use on the professional barbecue circuit. Consists of two parts. This is the cooking chamber, and back here, this is the firebox. This is where the heat is actually generated. What you do is light a couple of chimneys of charcoal. And what you want to do is this fat head part goes closest to the flame. The smoker's a little hotter on this end than this end. And I'll put on the smaller brisket as well. So this one will be ready in about 5 hours. We'll have it for lunch. This one, about 12 hours, we'll have it for dinner. Close the smoke chamber. And the last step is to add the wood chunks. They've been soaked in water for about an hour so that they smolder rather than burn. What you want to do is add about 2 or 3 wood chunks every hour. Place them on the coals. Now let me show you the mop sauce. A mop sauce is a bit different than a barbecue sauce. First of all, it's thin. Second of all, it contains little or no sugar. Starts with dry red wine, then orange juice, balsamic vinegar, coffee to reinforce the coffee that was in our brisket rub, Worcestershire sauce, salt, freshly ground black pepper, and your favorite hot sauce. Whisk the ingredients together until the salt crystals dissolve. And check it out. This is our brisket after about 2 hours. So the way you use a mop sauce is you simply apply it with this tool. This is called a barbecue mop. You want to mop the meat once an hour until it's cooked. We'll continue cooking the briskets. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what a Texas brisket should look like. Looks done. You can see it's reduced in weight almost by about 40%. But the way you check for sure is use an instant read meat thermometer. Insert it into the thickest part of the brisket. You want to be at 195 degrees. Bingo, we're right on the money. Lift this bad boy to the cutting board. You never want to cut into brisket or any large roast right away. You want to let it rest for about 10 or 15 minutes. The meat will relax. It will taste much juicier. So just tent the brisket with aluminum foil to keep it warm. And here's the smaller brisket flat. I cooked it for 5 hours, took it off the smoker, and then put it back just to warm it. And here too, you want to tent it just maybe for 5 minutes, just to let the meat rest. And to serve with the brisket, this is some jalapeno cheese cornbread that we direct grilled to toast it. And this is a red eye barbecue sauce. Both recipes are on our website. So let's see how we did on the brisket. Once the brisket has rested, all you need to do is carve it. Remember, the grain runs this way on the brisket, so you want to carve it across the grain. I like to put the sauce on the side of the meat so you can appreciate the spice and smoke flavors first before you taste the sauce. Let's see how we did. That brisket melts in your mouth. And the funny thing about the coffee, you don't really taste it as coffee, but there's a layer of flavor that's different than a standard salt and pepper brisket. So now you know the secret of nailing the perfect brisket. I created these very quick T-bones, seasoned with hot sauce and mustard, but they can be made from start to finish, literally a couple of minutes. If you like hot and spicy food, these are a killer. There are 3 things every aspiring grill master should know how to do: smoke a brisket, roast a chicken, and grill a steak. The latter isn't complicated, but you do need to know a little about anatomy and physics. Here's a steak that's guaranteed to make you sit up and take notice. I call it a Hellfire T-bone. The first step is to pick an intrinsically tender steak, like a New York strip or a filet mignon. There happens to be a cut that includes both, the mighty T-bone. Now, this is your New York strip, this is your filet mignon, connected by a T-shaped bone. Steaks are graded into prime and choice, and the grading refers to the amount of marbling. These are prime steaks. If you take a look here, you can see these wonderful thick veins of fat. Remember, folks, in the world of grilling, fat equals flavor. First step is to season the steaks with coarse salt and pepper. Now comes the hellfire part. Brush the tops of the steaks with your favorite hot sauce. Then sprinkle each steak with mustard powder. Finally, you can pat the ingredients into the meat with a fork. That helps the spices penetrate the meat more easily. Now let me show you the compound butter. It starts with chopped chipotle chilies. Chipotles are smoked jalapenos. Finely chopped fresh cilantro and salt and pepper. Cream these ingredients together with a wooden spoon until blended. Then what you want to do is transfer the butter onto parchment paper. Roll it up into sort of what resembles a Tootsie Roll. Just like that. Roll it into a cylinder, and then you twist the ends. What you're going to do is freeze this compound butter and then cut off slices, put them on top of the steaks. That's another secret to making a great steak, to anoint it with some sort of fat, butter or olive oil. With our Hellfire T-bones, how about a vegetable? Jalapeno poppers. So what you do to make a jalapeno popper is you cut the top off the jalapeno, and then using a paring knife, you take out the pith and seeds. The seeds are the hottest part of the jalapeno. That's not why I'm discarding them. I'm discarding them to make room for the filling. You start with a sliver of pepper jack cheese, a sliver of smoked ham, and finally a piece of cream cheese. Then stand the popper in a popper rack. There are many different varieties, and you can find them in grill shops and cookware stores. Okay, let me show you the grill. I have preheated the grill to slamming hot, and as always, we have our little grill master's mantra: keep it hot, keep it clean, a few strokes of a wire grill brush, and keep it lubricated, oiled with either a folded paper towel or an oiling cloth, dipped in vegetable oil, and rubbed across the bars of the grate. The grill is set up for direct grilling. I have 4 burners set on screaming hot. That's where I'll cook the steaks. 5th and 6th burner are actually on low. That's where I'll grill the poppers. You want to arrange the steaks on the hot oiled grill grate. grilling time, it's about 4 to 6 minutes per side for medium rare for each steak. After 2 minutes, give each steak a quarter turn. How do you know when it's time to turn the steaks? Well, the blood will actually purl up on the top of the steak. Once you see it, turn each steak over. And look at those killer grill marks. All right, and let's see where we are here. You can see, gently yielding. So we are done. And to finish each T-bone, remember our compound butter. It's been frozen, so all you do is unroll it and cut off a disc of that chipotle butter. This is one of the constants on the world's barbecue trail and one of the secrets to a great steak. Anoint it with some sort of fat. For example, in Italy, they drizzle a bistecca alla Fiorentina with extra virgin olive oil. Peter Luger's in New York adds a spoonful of melted beef fat. So let's see how we did. I'll cut off the filet mignon portion here. And you can see it's an absolutely perfect medium rare. Now a popper. I call this paradise on a plate. The mustard, hot sauce, and chipotles give this guy a triple blast of heat. And the jalapenos, that cheese and ham really does a nice smoke thing. So there you have it, Hellfire T-bone with jalapeno poppers, because some people like it hot. Free-range chickens are chickens that are not cooped up in a tiny cage in a factory. They're allowed to walk around, peck in the grass, and they're just healthier, meatier, more flavorful chickens. You know, I'm always amazed how much tastier chickens are when they're raised on the farm, not in a factory. Here's a free-range chicken with a stuffing that might surprise you. What makes this chicken so supernaturally succulent is that it's stuffed with garlic herb butter under the skin. The first step is to tunnel your finger under the skin and loosen it from the breast. Start with one finger, then work in 2 fingers, and eventually your whole hand. The idea is you want to loosen the skin from the meat without tearing it. Now, once you've loosened the skin from the breast, slide your finger under and loosen the skin from the thigh. Breathe a sigh of relief, the hard part is over. Now the garlic herb butter. You want your butter at room temperature, but not soft or melting. To it, add finely chopped tarragon, chives, and other fresh herbs. Parmesan cheese. Roasted garlic. Salt and pepper. Cream these ingredients together with a wooden spoon. Once your butter is ready, take a spoonful and stuff it under the chicken skin. Massage the butter down over the breast, down over the drumsticks and thighs. One last step, take a couple of whole tarragon sprigs and insert one on the right side breast and one on the left side breast. And you'll see the sprigs once the butter melts into the skin. And here's a cool technique for trussing the chicken with a bamboo skewer. I learned this from my son Jake, who's a chef in New York. Insert the skewer through the drumstick under the bone, and then bring the skewer around to the other side
and insert it through the drumstick this way. Now cross the legs over, one over the other, and push the skewer through the bottom of the chicken. Break off the top. Here's your chicken ready for roasting. I'll just keep it on ice while I show you the wood and how to set up the grill. Okay, I've set up the grill for classic indirect grilling. Coals raked into mounds or placed in the side baskets on the side, drip pan in the center. Now, one cool thing to do is you can pour some red wine in the drip pan, and as this steams, it will flavor the chicken. Then simply replace the grate. Place the chicken the grill, situate the vent so it's between the mounds of coals. That will enable the smoke to be drawn evenly over the chicken.